get used to. Coffee's cold, but I don't care. Guess that's proof that I'm still here. I keep track of hours I don't need just to feel like time still notices me. And I say I'm fine just to fill the air when no one replies. But I drop that line for someone who'll sit through the quiet tonight. Stay, you don't gotta fix me, just stay. Let the silence have its say. I'm tired of slipping away. Oh, stay, talk about nothing, it's okay. I don't need plans, just your space. For once, I just need someone to stay. Yeah, I've been pacing circles in my own head, trying to find a reason I ain't gone to bed. Every thought feels loud when it's 2 a.m. And I start making peace with the mess I am. Notifications don't mean much now. I still glance down, don't ask me how. Every name that isn't yours feels wrong. Guess I built a life where I don't belong. I've been ghosting calls just to feel control. I hating myself cause I feel that hole. Told myself I'm fine being hard to reach. Silence got hands and they pull me deep. Curtains closed but the light still leaks. I talk to the air like it might speak. Every plan I make ends up on hold. Guess I'm scared of care getting old. And I swear I'm good but I'm tired of meaning. I wish I could, yeah. If you ever would pull me back, I think you should stay. You don't gotta fix me, just stay. Let the silence have its say. I'm tired of slipping away, yeah. Stay, talk about nothing, it's okay. I don't need plans, just your space. For once, I just need someone to stay. I talk too much when I get scared, then act like I don't want you there. The truth is I just lose my way, and I need someone to remind me I'm safe. Stay, even if it's just a day. You don't gotta promise you'll stay forever, just stay. Cause I'm one long night from losing my faith. And all I need right now is someone to stay. You text, I fold like I said I wouldn't. Guess I'm fluid in bad decisions. You pull me close just to keep your distance. We both know I'll play the villain. You smell like your inexpensive lies. Sweet like comfort, I shouldn't try. I tell myself it's the last time. And then I'll be your car tonight. You say you changed it, I've heard that trick. My pulse don't lie, it's sick of it. But the road's just facing the wounds are there. And I'm gonna get back in it. Oh, my worst habit, can't quit, can't stand it. Every fix drags me deeper down, but I still can't have it. I say I'm done and for it back in. Just plays my favorite pattern. Your poison I wear like passion. Yeah, you're my worst habit. Your name stays stuck in my notifications, like withdraw with a new temptation. You show up drunk, I call that fate. We don't use, just medicate. You talk like love some twisted game. I play along just to feel the same. My friends all say I've lost my taste, but nothing else hits quite this way. You say that go a grip too tight. We burn so through another line. You roll in peace, but you feel like right. and I hate how that feels right. You're my worst habit. Can't quit, can't stand it. Every piece drives me deep but down, but I still can't have it. I say I'm done and fall right back in. This pain's my favorite pattern. You're poison, I went like passion. Yeah, you're my worst habit. I try to quit, but I like the chase. You show up late just to take my place. I tell myself I've learned your ways, then fall again, no time to waste. You're my worst habit. Can't quit, can't stand it. Your kiss feels like a dare. I lose it, I still there in it. I say I'm fine, but I'm just pretending. Was a drug that keeps me bending. You're poison and I keep asking for just one more hit on my worst habit. They all keep saying, man, you lost it. That she's poison, that I can't spot it. Like she's got me tied up on a string. But I'd bleed out just to hear her sing. Mom says I don't even call no more. Boys say I'm craving deep and score. But if she told me jump, I'd break the law. If she said burn it down, I'd light it up. I know it sounds insane, but I can't look away. Every word she speaks cuts deeper than a blade. I'm under her spell, and I don't wanna fight it. Tell me it's hell, but I swear I kinda like it. I sell my soul just to keep her near. Doesn't matter what I lose, long as she's right here. Yeah, I'm under her spell. Under her spell. My brother said she'll drain you dry. I laughed it off, couldn't meet his eye. Cause I know she's dangerous, I know it's true. But God, I go broke just to buy her the moon. She don't even ask, I just hand it over. Got me doing dirt, looking over my shoulder. And I swear I do it all twice again. If it means I get to wake up in her den. Yeah, I know I sound obsessed, but I can't catch my breath. She's the weight on my chest, the drug I can't forget. I'm under her spell, and I don't wanna fight it. Tell me it's hell, but I swear I kinda like it. I sell my soul just to keep her near. Doesn't matter what I lose, long as she's right here. Yeah, I'm under her spell. Under her spell. Call it black magic, call it a curse, but I'll take the best of her and all the worst. You can drag my name, you can beg me to run, but she's got my heart and she already won. I'm under her spell, and I don't wanna fight it. Tell me it's hell, but I swear I kinda like it. I'd sell my soul just to keep her near. Doesn't matter what I lose, long as she's right here. Yeah, I'm under her spell. Under her spell. Ah. Ah. Yeah, I'm scared. I scared every single one of yous. All yous are scared right now. All yous are scared. Who's scared? I bet every single one of yous is scared. I'm gone. I'm gone now. Oh, I'm back. I'm gone again. I'm back. So scared. I am very scary. Good morning, everyone. Hi. How's everyone doing? Hi. Hi, Reaper. I get to know. Oh! No, I didn't turn it on yet. Wait, EG, I'm sorry. What? No, refund it. Yeah, B. Thank you, Lilith. No! You remember? Of course I do, yeah. How you been? How's your dog? Wait, I gotta turn it on. Hi, Eclipse. I'm doing good. Freaky. How do I turn it on again? How do I? Oh no. I'm so sorry, guys. Is it rewards? No. Thank you for the headband tomorrow. 6 months. OMG. That's a lot of months. It's okay, Sai. Happy to see you. Happy to see you too, Yuchi. Are you finally on vacation? Do you still have vocal training? Start. Wait. Select how many hours? We'll do. We'll do this many. And then I just do start. Really? I have a lot of hours. I'll do this many. Yes, start my promo. Wait, everyone, refresh. Is the promo good? I'm good. Had a very long and tiring day, and now I need to cook dinner. But okay, how are you today, Celso? I'm doing great. I just woke up. I'm dead. Uh, but I didn't wake up all too late. I woke up at around 5, like around 20 minutes ago. I would say. Hope you're feeling better. I'm feeling way better. I don't feel sick, at least. That's a plus. Hopefully, no one's feeling sick right now in chat. Are y'all feeling sick? Tell me. Have fun on your vacay. Yeah, I'm always on vacation. Every time I'm streaming, that means I'm on vacation. OMG Kitsuna 1 gifted W. Still seeking. Oh no, Chasery. Hopefully you feel better. Have you been drinking your water? Hope you had a good day ahead. I will. You go. How's your day been? Hopefully it's been good. Hi, Osiria. I have vacation from Friday this week to what? I just biked to work after not biking for a while, so my lungs are mad. Oh no. Were you going hard? Drinking tea, it's okay now. Pretty good. That's nice. Everyone, spam spin to win right now. Spin to win. Spin to win. I'm sorry for people who don't have sub. I want it to be my most used emote. Spin to win. Spin to win, everybody. I love your background. Thank you. It's very cold. Very cold where I'm at right now. Look at the. Ooh, it's freezing. Dude, I love seeing like me spinning to winning, bro. It's the funniest thing. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think I'm good. As soon as I woke up, I fed Link. I grabbed me some coffee. Almost running out. Uh oh. Did you guys feed your cats yet? Hopefully you did. Wait, is the promotion on? Can you all see it? I think it says I turned it on, but I'm not sure. I still don't know what's going on with my son. I'll try to figure it out later today. Yeah, it's still not going coming up. It'll probably be up in like a couple hours. The sun at max right now is probably up. I'm guessing 7 hours a day. Don't have to feed the one here. She always has food. She's free fed. I like that. I like Link not being free fed, so he knows that I'm feeding him. It's activated for 6 hours. It says nice. Oh, sub. I think I'll release this song tomorrow or the music video for Did You Know tomorrow. So look forward to it, guys, tomorrow. A wonderful live stream to fill my hour break before my philosophy class. Ooh. Is philosophy class hard? I don't think I've ever had a philosophy class. Would everything be objective or subjective? It's philosophy. Is philosophy up to interpretation? Bit confused about that. I can't wait. Sorry for spamming. Oh my bad. It's okay, Yuko. I like it. I like it. Picasso. I like someone being as excited as I am. Yeah. Sorry. Trying to get rid of my morning voice still. I'll intermittently make my voice higher. Cause sometimes I notice that it's very hard to hear my voice if I don't pitch it up a little bit. So don't use caps too much and you're all good. I got rid of that. And on Stream Elements, I got rid of all the auto mod that bans all caps. And guess what? Mods didn't even notice. I got rid of that months ago. You know why? Because it's not a problem. How's it going? It's going great, Miss Wilds. We going great too. Your morning voice is nice. Thank you, Gibo. Ah, I did notice, but chat mostly behaves now. Yeah, I got rid of it because it ruins raids. Because raid spam, and I feel like it's such a it's such a rude welcome to a community whenever their messages just get blocked. 90%. And I don't mind it. I heard that people speak loud when they want to sound smart. That's why I speak so loud because I'm so smart. You know the louder the decibel of your voice, the higher your IQ. And my decibel is pretty high. People that caps all the time feel like they're screaming at me, TBH. Feel like no one does that though. Frog in your throat, morning voice, gotta love it. Sorry guys. I'm getting rid of it. I'm getting rid of it. If you hear me clearing my throat, it's me trying to like get rid of my morning voice. Because I can tell, because I edit my videos. And whenever I edit, it's really hard to like differentiate my voice from the background. You need those throat thingies again. Those won't help though. That'll just numb my throat. I can't believe I've been here for 5 months. Time flies. It does. It's crazy. Thank you for that, Fat Asher. I missed that one. Phantom Grabber. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, missed that one. Where's Yuki with that? Dude, those demon exercising cough drops, dude. I nommed those up immediately. Do you like tea? Try some honey, that might help, or some Ritz crackers. No, it's just like this is normal, guys. This is just my morning voice. It'll get rid of it by itself, you know. Like I'm not sick or anything. I'm writing this song about an overlooked love, but at the same time feels safe. Press button. Is grounded a good name for it? Sure. Overlooked love, but at the same time feels safe. Grounded.
That's pretty decent. I usually come up with the name after I do the lyrics. So I don't know. Maybe Grounded isn't good if it's not on the song. Maybe it is. The important thing to remember is that, yes, that's very important. Thank you for that, Patty Clips. You got me. Thank you, Zen. What are we not forgetting? I don't know. What are we? What did I forget? I'm pretty sure I forgot something, but I just can't remember what it is. I'm like that guy. I'm like Neville Longbottom from Harry Potter and the Forget Ball or whatever. What is it? They say it shines red when you've forgotten something. What does it do? The remember all. British. I am actually British. I was born in the British. Made in British. Is there anything that's made in England, by the way? Have you ever seen an item that says made in England? Like there's a stamp. Probably not, right? I've seen, I think I've seen three. It's either made in China, made in the USA, the USA, gosh darn it, or I think that's it. Probably another Asian country, like Hong Kong or something. Made in British. Canada, maybe. I'm finalizing the Christmas fan art and it will probably be done today. OMG. 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 I'm excited. I want to see it right now. Show me it right now. Oh, I'm small. Toodles a teeny tiny bit late because I just came home. Hi, Alina. Isn't Toodles bye? Am I crazy? I've never heard anyone say Toodles as hi. Is it like aloha? Emma, no, Emma. Oh my gosh. Okay, giving on. Give points at Emma. I don't think Riri's here yet. I think Riri's eeping. It's fine that she's sick, I think. Oh, there you go. I've never seen Toodles as a greeting either. You can use it for both. I think you're gaslighting me. Let me see. I'm googling this. Is Toodles like aloha? It's goodbye. No, no, it's just goodbye. Thank you for that, Peme. I'll disappear in like a bit less than an hour because dentist appointment. Oh no, good luck. Make sure you tell them your life story while they're like going Attack on Titan on your mouth. I'll use it as high anyway. There you go. Confuse everyone. It's like a Pokemon move. Confusion. And then everyone just opens a new tab to Google what you just said. It's like a momentarily discombobulation, you know. You make everyone pause for 10 seconds. Toodaloo for Toodles. That sounds so cute. Toodaloo. I feel like Toodles would be something like Sharpay would say in a High School Musical. I'm pretty sure she does say it. What will you do today? I will be reacting to videos. And then I will be Duet Night Abyssing. You know what I should do? I should open up Duet Night Abyss, put it on in the background while we react to videos, and then I grind, bro. I'm addicted. Oh, imagine me scratching my neck. Oh, dude, I want to hit, bro. I want to hit Duet Night Abyss. Oh my god. Sharpay reference in 2025, crazy pull. Dude, I love Sharpay. I used to have a crush on her in Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Kind of rude that she's not in Sweet Life on Deck. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Why is she not on Sweet Life? Why? It's got gypped 8 shards shy of Psyche. Oof. 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 Wait, let me see mine. Let me see mine. How do I open Do It Night Abyss again? I'm opening it. Alina, would you say it's your worst habit? Can't stand it. I think she was pursuing other things at the time, like music and other roles, like Candace at Phineas and Ferb. Yeah, I know. Did she go Broadway? That's why she wasn't in. Loki kind of tired, but I still kind of want to be awake for stream. It's okay, you can sleep on stream. I'll allow it this time. Tomorrow, no. I will not allow you to be sleeping on the streams. No streaming allowed, or no sleeping allowed in my stream, unless I say so. I might need to get myself some water. I completely negated the knowledge of me needing water and just grabbed coffee. You know what? I might just make myself a second cup of coffee. I love coffee, bro. Y'all love the smell of coffee. It's a problem, man. I am so addicted. Fresh cup of coffee, I smell it first, and then I just get a smile on my face. My face, I better not be hearing what I just heard. I love the smell, but not the taste. I think it depends. Because it does taste different depending on what beans I grind first. Right now, I think I'm using... I think these are Starbucks beans. I don't know, because we pour them out on a case. Okay, let's check on the health of my Do It Night Abyss account, guys. This is not Do It Night Abyss. This isn't Do It Night Abyss at all. There you go. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Coffee is so good, but I can't have caffeine, so I have to find decaf. Recent favorites, dark chocolate, decadence. Ooh, that sounds very fancy. I just get whatever beans I get, you know. Okay. Dude, look at her. She's like me. Wow. She's a soul collector. And guess what? Guess what, Riri? Look what I did. Look what I did.
I shall offer what humble aid I can.
I Intron 6'd her. Yes. I got all her copies. Wow, wow, wow. How many, I still have 1100. That's pretty good, right? How many tries did it take to Intron 6 her? 138. This is including her original copy. Not bad.
Hey.
So that's the average. 138 tries to Intron 6 a character. W. As I got you playing myself, I pray for your wallet. I've spent $6 on this game.
I shall offer what humble aid I can.
Why is there a freaking weekly limit on the last week? Hello, devs. Hi, Silver. I'll give you that bat. Sorry, I need to go. Good stream. Okay, Chris. Make sure you pay attention in class. I'm worried that why you still have class. It's the 18th. Should be a winter break, but make sure you pay attention. I don't know much about this game. It's a pretty fun game. This is me. I gotta go for now. Got an appointment, but I'll be back in 2 hours or so. Have fun till then. Okay, I'll wait for everyone to come back, and then we'll react. Then we'll react to some videos. I got some videos lined up that we can react to. It's finally winter break. I know. Hi, Zen. Are you getting your coffee, Zen? Do you usually get your coffee before or after? Before or after you get to the office? Before, not today though. Why not today? This game feels like it's so loud. I just like I'm still waking up. Game, give me like 1 second. It's so grandiose. I can't handle it right now. Oh wait, like look at my weapon. Look at my weapon. Oh, I can just go anywhere now. That's so cool. I'm downstairs chilling before getting ready. I'm picking up bagels and we'll get coffee at the office. Nice. I don't say bagels normally like that, by the way. Bagels is just like, if you guys watch Community, that's how one character says it. And that's like a thing. I have a lot happening today. Oh no, don't tell me you have meetings. Do you have meetings? I need to wake myself up. Yeah, let's wake up, guys. I'm waking myself up too by playing DNA. That's how I wake up and then I do it. But this is a game changer. This one, this boom. Oh my gosh, I feel so fast. It's faster than this, I think. This. Yeah, it's faster than this maybe. Even if it isn't, it's just fun, right? Yeah. I can get up. There's a Genemon down there. I say, I finally have time to draw. Last time I drew something, it was 2 or 3 weeks. Oh no. What if your skills are like rusty? Ouch. How you doing today, Sayla? You were gone pretty quickly yesterday. You were gone after like 3 hours. Hopefully nothing bad happened. Pandora, hi. How'd you sleep? I assume you just woke up. Big W. I have 4 meetings today. Christmas party for lunch and dinner with my boss. Her boss and another coworker. Oh no. I mean, it should be fun. Sounds fun. Seems like your boss is pretty chill too. No, I got poked. I missed it. Frick. There wasn't a stream yesterday. No, there wasn't. Sorry. I misconstrued. I miss. Siri, stop. Oh my gosh. Every day I don't stream, it feels like it didn't happen, you know what I'm saying? Altogether, I have 3 hours of downtime. That's decent, I feel like. Yeah, every time my face pauses, that means a certain someone is trying to talk to me. Didn't count, yeah. Yeah. She is literally the best boss I've ever had. That's good. Okay, I think our goal for today will be to get to 60, right? What level are you, Riri? Riri is my base. I always need to be higher level than Riri. Because she started like a day later than me. According to Cylinder, the Cylinder is what? Wednesday. No, Pandora. Oh, did you gamble all? That was only 25%? Oh my gosh. What do you mean, why do I do this? It's all natural.
Aid I can.
Who's the target today?
Who's the target today?
Your island defies all accounts.
Who's the target today?
Who's the target today? I've been 4 years. It's been 4 years since I started, and she's been the catalyst of my growth here. That's nice. She like your role model? You think she'll give you her job?
Have to go there this time.
Then you'll be the boss, and then you'll be stressed out. Allowance real fast before I launch game, anyone? Yeah. Everyone ask for allowance right mananyaw. Hey, you might get double copies. I'm giving out some too. Add to my ill-gotten gains, please. What do you mean, Pandora? See, I do 1690 because that's the lowest anyone can be. Because you can just ask for allowance in 1690, right? So if it's more than if you own more than 1690, that's not ill-gotten gains. You gambled, you would do that. Earning through gambling isn't bad, guys. See, this is always like weird. Like, what are they doing? Like this guy? I feel like he's trying to get her to jump, and I'm like, dude, this is pretty PogChamp. What if she learns how to fly? What if it's like a Peter Pan moment, where like they just need to like believe in fairies? I do believe in fairies. I do. Y'all have ever seen that movie? I think it's called Pan. It's like a live action Peter Pan. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, you ever seen it? I like the movie. I forgot what it was about. I just know it was live action. They were all British for some reason. I loved Pan as a kid, yeah. There was one with Robin Williams too. I think it was called Hook. There's a movie called Pan. It's like a more cinematic. There's one called Hook with Robin Williams where Peter Pan escaped Neverland and grew up. What else? Ayumi. I wanted to do something. This one? Yeah, I'll do this one. It's pretty easy. Yummy. Thank you, Pastel. They were all British for some reason. Is it canon they were all British?
I stand
Were they from
watch on the
England?
shore of the river of life.
How are you? I'm doing great. It takes place in London. I know that Wendy and the other boys are, but is Peter Pan British? Is it canon that he's British? I still find it funny and cute that my bosses know that I watch streams while I work. Even the president of the company walks up and asks about. That is hilarious. It's fun that, I mean, that just gives like credit to your work ethic. That means you don't let the stream distract you. Have you heard about the theory of Peter Pan? About how he's like in Neverland, right? And he doesn't age.
Enemies have stopped attacking for now.
It's a good theory. I do think he doesn't age. Unless he leaves Neverland.
Whoa! Tons of enemies suddenly rushed out. I can't delay my research, so I'll just leave them to you.
I tried my best not to. Good. Good Zen. I wouldn't want to stop you from making your bread. See, I feel like I can just do this and then we can react to some videos, right? Am I crazy? Then this is just happening in the background. Gotta have a way to get more souls.
It's so tiring.
That's just smart thinking, Zen. Or you can just ask. You can just ask. I don't mind. I'll give you 1690.
Now, do you want to continue or go back?
See, because I just win so easily. Watch this, okay? Oh, don't ignore that one, but watch this one. See, I just win so easily. Thoughts gonna have 1 mil souls? No. No, thank you. I'll give you 50k if you 4x it right now. I will give you 50. No, I won't do that. We just gave you allowance and then I'm gonna ask you to 4x. All CFO 4x.
Night comes to the
Quickly taking back his words. Yes, I'm nice. I'm a nice guy.
This is gonna hurt.
Because you already have souls banked up. It would be mean to ask you to CFO. But that's the only way to do it. If I give you 50k, I'm not gonna give you 50k and I'll ask you to CFO. I know. Kind of like what I'm gonna do right now. Watch this. 1k. Ah, frick. If I do and I lose all, can I have allowance? You already got some. I should do the CFLs, the 4Xs at the beginning of the stream before everyone gets allowance. Because even though you can win the 4X, right? I've done it. I've done 5X, I think. You can't win the 4X. Very rare. You will most likely lose it all. Oh. But look at her. Look at her design. She's like a soul collector or something. What a good idea. Goofy, no. Wait, Goofy didn't get allowance yet though, so it's fine. You get Goofy. Oh, there you go. You doubled up. Sweet venom going down your throat. Some pretty chill gameplay, I'll be honest. But we do need to watch react videos a bit. So we can have some videos to upload. I should wash like my eyes. What's your face routine looking like, guys? Me, I just like kind of like rinse my face. I only wash my face whenever I'm in the shower. Most of the time I just rinse my face. Is that bad?
What?
Yeah. When I'm in the shower, that's when I get all my stuff done, yeah. No, I do the same, yeah. I just rinse my face if I'm not showering. I splash water into it. Yeah, efficiency.
Night comes to dawn.
I'm so efficient, I just do my laundry in the shower. I just spin around. I spin to win while showering. So I'm like the washing machine while wearing all my clothes. So I stack up four layers of clothes, put laundry detergent on me, and then in the shower I spin around very fast. So I'm doing laundry at the same time I'm showering. Dishwashing too, yeah, sometimes. I tape all my dishes at the side of the walls on my shower. Then I wash it.
Night comes.
Yes, I spin to win in the shower. Because I'm a dishwasher. Yes, I'm like that in the shower. Spin to win. See, I'm saving water. I'm saving you guys the water. That's what I'm doing. I'm saving the environment. I'm not weird. I'm just saving the environment. Car wash too, right? Yes. I shower with my car. Cause not because it's a car wash. It's just like, you know, I thought it got lonely outside, so I just let it in sometimes. You know the only thing that bugs me about Nifel? What bugs you about Nifel? I love her. Look, I have her I6 and my ability activates when I shoot people. You see that? Like my E ability is activating. My cat as well? No, my cat's fine. Look at that. Look at that damage.
Night comes to dawn.
I equip her with a scythe. Is she a katana? Katana user?
Those drifting towards the misty sea shall find solace in her embrace.
Every character that I'm using will be using polearms just because of the movement.
Dream.
I just got confirmation we're doing Korean barbecue. Oh, dude, I want some right now. Oh. I want some Korean barbecue right now, though. Ooh. Suwei. Kenchana Suwei. Never tried. It's so amazing. I think one time for my friend's birthday, we did Korean barbecue. And it's one of those places where they're like it's like all you can eat, right? Like, so they try to discourage you to like overeating by saying, hey, you have to pay for everything that you don't finish. So what we did was we hid every single piece of food that we didn't finish under like all the the salt shaker, the under the napkin dispenser. I don't know why they made that rule, bro. It's just gonna be more for them to clean up. We hid them under the plates. You don't want to make that rule, man. That's not a child. That's a smart strat. You didn't have to pay for the extras. My friends hid them under used tissues. See? Don't make a rule like that if you're not ready for the cleanup after. Okay. Maybe BF is calling. Okay then. Oh my gosh. Alright, I think I can just...
I shall offer what humble aid.
You know what? We'll do Fina now. Very, very smart strat, yes. But we will unlock Fina now. Why not? Okay. I have... Wait, let me see if I can actually unlock her. These all kind of suck. Explosion. The character designs are so cool. I want to unlock Fina. So we're gonna today, we are going to unlock one of my most coveted characters. She is called Fina. Let's look at her real quick.
Humble aid I can.
Are you taking me out to play? Pinky promise. No backsies.
She's like a little autistic, but it's fine. We're gonna unlock her.
I shall offer what humble aid I can.
I'm pretty sure she is it like confirmed that she's autistic? I'm pretty sure. She's cutesy though, yeah. I like her head with the wings. Like those are her horns.
Are you taking me out to play?
See her wings?
Pinky promise. No backsies.
I think that's cute. See the wings on her head? Her feet are going through the roof. Reminds me of Columbina from Genshin. Columbina? Is that a Genshin character? Columbina? Okay. We are going to unlock Fina right now though. I think I can do refresh into 7 minutes. So we'll do mediation while we're waiting. We have 27 tries for Fina. Let's try and get her before we run out of all our tries. Cancel. We are not doing match. What? She reminds me of Wendy, kind of, to be honest. Who is Wendy? Oh yeah, Wendy. Wendy Lockhart. Is that her last name?
Spotted by the enemy. Found one of the soldiers of the Forsakens. The client asked us to prevent Finale Flare from blowing up. So taking down these soldiers.
Wendy Marvell. I hope you do, Silas. I will.
I found a letter on him. Got it.
She's the air dragon or wind
Only
dragon.
in the area that I marked.
She's like, I eat wind. Is it how is she not the most OP, bro? She literally just breathes and she gets energy. Like what?
Get out of here.
With Natsu, he needs fire. With the other ones, they need all their elements. Her is just wind. You just do this, and then she gets juiced. How is she not the most OP dragon? Are you kidding me? She gets mana by breathing only.
Another step forward. As long as I keep proceeding.
I went with the wrong team. I don't like that one. I can't live without that pole arm now. That pole arm movement is so crazy that I need it in every single one of my teams. They need to make it so that pole arm movement is available for every single weapon type. That's one down. 26 to go. Let's see if we can get this.
I stand watch upon the shore of the river of life.
Silas, can you wish me luck for Genshin pulls for Durin? Good luck. You got this. You're gonna get Durin.
Found one of the soldiers of the Forsakens. client asked us to prevent Finale Flare from blowing up, so taking down these...
I don't even know who Durin is.
One down! I found a letter on him. Got it! The other two members of the Forsaken are probably in the area that I marked.
I wish you the best.
This is gonna hurt.
I hope that you never get gacha fatigue like most people have. I like it when people still enjoy Genshin. Reminds me of my younger self. I just do not enjoy stamina. Whenever I see stamina in a game, it makes me want to die.
Those drifting towards the Misty
Come
Sea
on
shall find
and
solace
dance
in
with
her
me.
embrace,
This
born upon the
woman
rains
is
of
my
renewal, to
destiny.
merge with the next endless stream. I stand watch upon the
I
shore
stand
of
watch.
the river of life.
Stamina. Here's my issue with stamina, right? Stamina, it feels like they can't pick a camp, bro. Do you want me to play the game or do you not want me to play the game? It feels like you're rewarding me for playing the game every day, but you don't want me to play too much every day. Like, bro, just let me play whenever I want. Stop making me feel bad for not logging in for a week. And stop making me feel bad for wanting to play your game more than 5 minutes every day.
Found one of the soldiers of the Forsakens!
Any kind of stamina.
One down!
Even
I found
in-
a letter on him. Got it! The other two members of the Forsaken are probably in the area that I marked. Finale Flare is dismantled! Now let's get out of here!
I'll be honest, even in Blue Protocol, I'm saying it, even in Blue Protocol, I'm like, why? Why? Even though it kind of matters less for that game. Let me play the game, man. Why have I not gotten a single copy? I've gotten tier 3 rewards.
Those drifting towards the Misty Sea shall find solace in her embrace, born upon the rains of renewal.
Huh? Uh-oh. We might not get Fina, guys. This
I
might be
stand
really
watch
bad.
upon the shore of the river of life.
My friend got all of the new 5 stars back to back without losing any pity. I don't understand. I've done that. Me, I'm fine with losing pity as long as I get double 5 stars. Like I get the guaranteed at the next full, you know.
The client asked us to prevent Finale Flare from...
Here's the problem with gacha, right? When you think of new content and the only content that you think of is for the next 5-star pull or the next polls that you're gonna do, that's not good content, okay? Like when the event that you do doesn't matter and it's only to fuel the gacha, that's not good content. If you're thinking of games where the only content that you have to look forward to is to spending your currency, that is not good, okay? When you playing the game feels like a chore, and only because you want more currency to pull for the gacha because that's the only content, yeah, it's not good.
Time to wreck it! Jeez, it's not like we planted this bomb. How come all enemies are coming at us?
Hit. Hit.
Yeah, it's boring. That's why I stopped playing Genshin for a while. It's just so hard.
Those drifting towards the Misty Sea shall find solace in her embrace.
Oh no, challenge is
born upon
over.
the
Like it's designed to not get you burned out, like the stamina system and like all these like time gates. But nothing burns me out more than staring at a stamina, I'll be honest. Just thinking of the fact that I'm gonna have to log in every day, just like Forcing me to log in every day does not want me to does not want me to, like, make me want to log in. I got a big bundle and I still lost my pity. I was so upset, dude. Hey, essence
I'm
of
so
gambling.
excited. The clients only bought us a teeny bit of time.
Gambling is fun though.
Let's
Gambling
bust
is
those
fun.
weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
But ethical gambling. Like right now, this is ethical gambling. Because I'm still gambling on whether I'm going to get this character or not. But I spent $0. $0 on this gambler. It's just a weekly thing.
Break free from the cocoon.
Go get him, dude. Psyche is so cute. What the frick?
All
She's like a
down.
butterfly.
Commission accomplished.
My first 2 copies.
Yay! All down.
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Well, I got my first 2 copies. That's
so excited.
sick. What the
Clients
frick?
only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Yeah.
Decay, the burning sunshine.
She's so cute. Yo, don't think Psyche is cute? She's like the cutest.
Yay!
R.I.P.
Down. Commission accomplished.
Spoiler.
Yay! All down.
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
This is bad. This is gonna be my 7th run and I have 2 copies.
I'm
What?
so excited.
The clients
This
only
is
bought
way
us a
under
teeny
odds.
bit of time. So let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
I'll give you that, Bad Silver.
Blossom like flowers.
You'll get her, trust the process.
All
It's fine if I
down.
don't.
Commission accomplished. Yay! All down.
This journey will be etched
She would be
in my
nice.
heart forever.
I think she's a really good support. Because I think she just buffs everything that you do. That's what happened to me with my Psyche once, to be
I'm so
honest.
excited.
The clients
I don't know. I
only
feel
bought
like
us
you're
a teeny bit of
overestimating the
time.
bad luck that
So
you
let's
have.
bust those weird-looking thingies
How many
before
runs
it's
did you
too late.
how many runs did you do on Psyche that you didn't get her? Like I said, 20 to 25 is on average. My worst luck is 35 runs on Lady Knifel.
Hey,
You get 1 copy. Hi Gerlin or Golden. Golden hiding.
All
Uh-oh.
down.
Let's give Gerlin an allowance. Hi guys. Bye guys.
Yay! All down.
this journey will be etched in my heart forever.
I think maybe it feels a lot worse because maybe you were doing the
I'm so excited.
the slower ones. Because you see how fast I'm doing these, right?
So let's
Every
bust
try-
those
every try
weird-looking
takes like
thingies
40
before
seconds.
it's too late.
Max a minute. But the ones you were doing relocation, those take a while because you have to wait for the car.
Yay! All down. Commission accomplished.
Yeah, now I was doing fast ones, really?
Yay! All down.
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Yeah, 30 seconds. 30 seconds for that one. And that wasn't even the fastest layout that I could have done. Relocation, I only do when I don't have the speedy ones.
I'm so excited.
When I don't have any
Clients
speedy
only bought
ones,
us a
I just don't do
teeny
them.
bit of time. So let's bust those weird-looking
Thank
thingies
you for the head
before
pat,
it's
Yuki.
too late.
Decay, the burning sunshine.
I think the fastest way to do this is just go on co-op. And just pray that you get someone that'll just clear for you.
Hey! All down!
I just woke up.
Commission
Good morning, Yuki.
accomplished.
Must be on winter break, huh?
Yay! All down!
This journey will be etched in my heart.
See, this is a generational worst luck. I have done 10 runs and I only have 2 copies of the thoughts. Generational worst run in the game. 10 runs and 2 copies.
I'm so excited.
The clients
I'm
only
off work
bought us
today
a
and
tiny
tomorrow.
bit of
Nice.
time. So let's bust
But you
those
work on
weird
Christmas,
looking
right?
Thingies before it's too late.
Thank you, man.
Blossom like flowers.
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished.
Mission accomplished.
Yay! All
I'm off Christmas
down.
Eve and Christmas. It's pretty
This
good.
journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Do you have to work New Year's though? Get that holiday bonus? What's another funny number? 5-6, I think.
I'm so excited.
The
Or
clients
7-8.
only bought us
Finally get to
a
fight with
teeny
you.
bit of time. So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late.
Boom, boom, boom.
Break free from the cocoon.
Break free from the cocoon.
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished.
Don't know yet the schedules. Her wings are so pretty. She is very cute.
Yay! All down!
I haven't gotten a tenner in a
This journey
while
will be
though,
etched in
game.
my heart forever.
Maybe give me 2 tenors in a row. I would forgive the game. Maybe 3 tenors actually.
I'm so excited.
The clients only bought us a
get to fight
teeny
with
bit
you.
of time. So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late.
Decay, the burning sunshine.
Yay!
Yay!
All down! Commission accomplished.
Guess what? I got a tenor. See, you just call out the game. 14.
All down!
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
I have 14 now. Learning Korean is hard. What is so hard? Reading? Or like orally? So I've done 13 runs. I have 14 copies. Not good. Still. But more than 1 per run. Psyche is so cute.
I'm so excited.
She's my goat.
Clients only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird looking thingies before it's too late.
Break free from the cocoon.
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished.
15 runs, 22 copies. See, I feel like that's not that bad.
Yay! All down!
I'm 14
Journey
runs
will be
and
etched
16
in my
copies.
heart forever.
Like, I feel like you're above average right now. See, you're overestimating your bad
I'm
luck.
so excited.
The clients only bought
Mine
us a
is
teeny bit of time. So let's
35
bust those
runs
weird-looking
or
thingies
1
before
full
it's
copy
too
of the
late.
character. That's 30 thoughts.
Blossom like flowers.
Those were horrid bad. I think you're overestimating it.
Yay!
How many runs did it take you to get Sybil?
Commission accomplished.
This bell. Every character that you have.
Yay! All down!
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
16.
I'm so excited. The client's only
Like I said,
teeny bit of time.
average is 20 to 25 for
Those
one copy.
weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
11 runs on Lisbel. I know. I'm pretty sure I got Lisbel for free. Am I crazy?
Decay, the burning sunshine.
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished. Yay! All down!
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
I'm so excited.
My
The client's only
last
got us a
11th.
teeny bit of time. So
I like how
let's
Kibo's
bust
just
those
gambling
weird-looking
2
thingies
ones.
before it's too late.
Tab. Who's Tab? What's wrong with my spacebar? There you go.
Break free from the cocoon.
Break free from the cocaine.
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished.
The other little one. Nice.
Yay! All down!
Not good. I need to get...
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
This is really not good. Because I need to get 14 more copies in 10 runs. And I've done 17 runs and I've only gotten 16 copies. 18 copies.
I'm so excited.
Not
The client's
good.
only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Whoa. Whoa. Hello? Spacebar? I'm waking up. I'm still waking up.
Blossom like flowers.
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished.
She's so cute.
Yay! All down!
I just need a tenner for one
This
copy.
journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Challenge again. I have done 18 completions. I just need another tenner.
I'm so excited. The client's only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Decay.
I have to go to work now. Bye, Chad. Bye, Silas. Bye, Umi. What time am I gonna be back? Maybe you're gonna be back, and then I'm still streaming, eh?
All down! Commission accomplished. Yay! All down!
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
Maybe around 1 or so. Oh, I have no idea what that is. We all have different time zones.
The client's only bought us a teeny bit of time.
That'd be awesome if we all
So
have
let's
the same
bust
time
those
zone.
weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Break free
Or
from
were you saying 1 hour?
Yay! All down! Commission accomplished.
Mission accomplished.
Yay! All down!
3
This
hours?
journey will be
That's not
etched
bad.
in my heart forever.
Work part time? I used to do 12-hour shifts.
I'm so excited.
That one was rough,
The
bro.
client's only bought us a teeny bit of time. So let's bust those weird-looking thingies before it's too late.
Blossom like flowers.
Yay! All down. Commission accomplished.
Get that bag. Get the bread.
Yay! All down.
This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
This journey will be etched into my heart forever. At the rate we're going.
I'm so
You
excited.
get this.
The clients only bought us a
get to fight
teeny
with you.
bit of time. So let's bust those weird-looking thingies
Going to the
before
dentist
it's too
now.
late.
Bye bye. Toodles, Alina. Or I mean, hello. Hello, Lena. See you later.
Break free from the cocoon. Yay! All down. Commission accomplished.
Give me the tenner.
All down.
And we got an extra
This journey will be
couple
etched in my
copies,
heart
baby.
Forever.
W. And we got Fina. Got ourselves one copy of Fina. I don't know if we need more, but I don't have that many more tries.
I shall offer what humble aid I can.
Are you taking me out? Chirp, chirp, said the little nightingale. It means, hello there, Mr. White Unicorn. From now on, you and Fina are going to be good friends.
Nice. Dude, their character acquisition is so pretty. Am I crazy? How does the Genshin character acquisition look like? Is it just like a... Is the Genshin character art like when you pull a 5-star? Is it just like a still image? Or do they move like this? Is it live 2D? I feel like this is the first time I've seen this. I'm pretty sure in Genshin, it's like... It's just a still image, right? Like when you get 4 stars and 5 stars. It's even gendered on gain for her. Yeah, look at it. She's so cute. Hi guys. Wolf guy. I'm Mr. Unicorn. She has Psyche too. She has Psyche. And who's her fire? Mr. and Miss Unicorn. I'm Mr. Unicorn. Which kind of doesn't make sense, but yeah. It's whatever. W. The Great Magician. Who else did she do? Because she has 4 elements. Oh, it's her own element. Wait, no. Yes. Her own element. She's got Psyche, Great Magician, and Mr. Unicorn. I think. Claymore. Gimme.
I oversee.
Hi, Amber. I don't think I've ever called her Margie once. I've always called her Amber. But bro, that's Amber. Look at her.
I oversee all the rubbish bins around the city.
That's Amber.
I shall offer what humble aid I can. I shall offer what humble aid I can.
Are you taking me out to play? Pinky promise.
No backsies. She's just saying wow over and over again. It's awesome. Grants a bonus limit that last year. The balance. She's very cute. So I only have the only characters that I don't own are 3 weekly characters.
Much better at fighting than me.
Gale and Oliver, Hellfire, and Phantasmo.
Sage anew for me.
All right. I will, I think, grab breakfast. I want to grab breakfast. And then we can react to videos. What do you guys think? Fan and his stupidly cute face being the level 80 drop for this weekly one. You didn't even farm for Fan yet, though. Let's be honest here. Let's see. Because you did Psyche, obviously. I don't think you did Phantasmophobia yet. Have you done Phasmophobia? Phasmophobia is this one. Beast from the Snowfield. Ain't no way you farm this if you have like... How many did you do for Psyche? 20? No, you didn't do this. He's her level 80? Really? No, it's not. Am I crazy? Should be around like level 50. $50, $60. I don't got any weeklies. Treasure the treasure. Should I do the pulls? This is the gacha that we all want. How many pulls should I do? How many pulls should I do? For Rebecca, look at her. She's like blue and stuff now. I mean, she was blue already. This Psyche one too is pretty cute. I like the Psyche one. I want her to get a new outfit, okay? She deserves more. She deserves everything that she wants. Okay. Dude, is this a reference to Your Lie in April? Is that why she's playing the violin? R.I.P. Kaori. You did not just do that to me. I think it's a reference to Your Lie in April. Piano and the violin. It might be. Yeah. I will leave this on in the background. I will be farming something. I don't know what I'm farming.
Weapons, supplies, power levels, mission plans.
Something mostly
Checking
AFK.
for the 17th time. Standing by.
How are you doing? I'm doing great. We're gonna go react to some juicers right now. Right after I get some snackies, because I'm hungry. But this is how I get all my... I'll teach you guys, if you guys are interested, on how to get your weapons. And also to level up your characters. This is a good way to level up your characters.
Are you taking
So
me
Fina
out?
is 40 out of 50 right now. I can do combat. Wait,
I shall offer what humble aid I can.
Are you taking me out to play?
there's auto equip any demon wedges so she doesn't die.
Backsies.
Didn't you say that you were getting breakfast? I am. Just need to do this real quick.
I shall.
Combat, missions, exploration, level 30, fire.
Let's go.
Are you taking me out to play? Pinky promise.
No Bexes. Gotta go. BRB in an hour. Okay, cats. Everyone's busy on Thursday. Maybe I shouldn't stream
What a
Thursday.
huge garden.
And then you just sit here. Make sure you have Rebecca on your team, and then you're good. Then you get XP. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab snackies, okay? Usually busy every day. Not on Christmas, no. Big W. That's pretty big W. Biggest W ever.
I found another serum storage point. I've marked it for you.
I'm not scared.
Cold blooded. I found another serum storage point. I've marked it for you. No violent contact.
Come closer.
No violent contact. Rot in the sweet aroma. slide into contact.
I'm a ghost. But oops.
Will it knock you flying?
But yeah, this is how I get my secret letters. Look, I AFK and then I get secret letters. W. So what I'm gonna do is just mute that. I'll keep farming in the background while we watch some other stuff. Thank you for the headbutt, Yuki. I'm microwaving some leftover panda that Zen bought me 2 days ago. I'm sure it's still good. I'm sure it's still good. I'm sure it's still great, actually. I'm sure it still tastes amazing. Yeah. Do this. What? There you go. Right. React time. Can we switch categories here to just chatting? Yeah. Tell me if you guys can hear the audio, okay? Comfy react time, yes. We are comfy react timing. What should we watch? Should we watch funny stuff, scary stuff, drama? There's one drama right here by Rima. One day ago. We could start with drama. How lies, stalking, and slander ruin this VTuber's. Oh, you don't want drama? Okay, never mind. I was gonna get into the drama. Scary stuff. I'm about to fry up some ham. 4 scary true childhood Home Alone stories. Home Alone? That's so thematic. Okay. Just gonna screenshot this. Boom. I'm so over drama right now with all that being played. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to drama. So every drama that I watch is basically with chat. Because I try not to surround myself with that. Riri, I'm surprised you have a lot of surrounding with drama. I'm not that into, not into, but like I'm not that deep into VTuber culture, I guess.
Even though I'm 26 now, and it happened when I was 12. My parents.
I see it happen. I just don't actively engage with
brother
it.
Zach for the night, and at first I was excited because it was just me in the big house, which felt like huge freedom at the time. Zach told me he was going out for a few hours with friends and made me promise not to tell mom and dad, which I agreed to because I trusted him, and also why wouldn't I want the place to myself?
High levitated king.
He would get in huge trouble if my parents were to find out, and he knew.
Is the audio good?
At first, I thought it would be fun to be alone, especially on a weekend night. I ended up in the den where I decided to watch a scary movie. At that age, while home alone, not the best idea, which I learned the hard way. I had never been home alone for this long before, especially at night.
Wait, how old is this kid?
Halfway through the movie, I started getting scared. Not entirely because of the movie itself, but because of the way the house sounded. The random creaks in the floor, the wind brushing against the windows, even the fridge clicking on periodically. Every time the movie made a loud sound, I would flinch, and I would look over my shoulder to behind the couch to the half flight of stairs that led to the main floor, expecting to see someone there.
Uh-oh.
Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore, and I didn't know why I was subjecting myself to scaring the crap
Here's
out
my
of
book.
myself.
No, I didn't.
I turned off the TV and ran upstairs to my room like a scared little kid running from imaginary demons that follow you the second you turn off the lights.
Uh-oh.
When I got to my room, I went into the bathroom that connected both to my room and my parents' bedroom, where I brushed my teeth as fast as I could and tried to calm down.
I hate those
After that,
bathrooms, by the
I
way.
went into my room to play Call of Duty Zombies on
I hate those things if like a bathroom connects to 2 bedrooms. Ugh, I hate that. Give me a private bathroom, okay?
Xbox 360.
Dude, if I had a private bathroom, you would never see the light of day. I would never see the light of day. One of the only reasons that I get out of my room is for food and bathroom.
Make me a little less scared.
If I had those, oh dude, you would never ever see me ever again.
Focusing on the game. Eventually, my team and I died on zombies, and I got frustrated. I decided it was late and I should go to sleep though.
Hi Jesse.
Not long after that point, I felt
I
the
don't have a private
vibration of the
bathroom.
front door closing,
I wish I did.
and I assumed it was Zach coming back. I lay there awake, listening to the sounds of my brother moving around downstairs.
Is that your
which was
brother?
odd
Are you sure?
because usually when he'd get home, he'd go right upstairs to his room. But there were weird sounds coming from downstairs for too long where it started getting unusual.
Are we sure that's your bro?
They were subtle, little footsteps or indescribable thumps and thuds. I felt my stomach start churning
My
a
roommate
little.
has a washroom, so I
That
don't
stupid
step out.
idea to watch that scary movie was really getting to me. I got up and went to the window to look outside, expecting to see Zach's car in the driveway where he usually parks.
Your
It
brother's
wasn't
not
there.
home. Oh shit.
That's when the real panic set in. I had no cell phone at the time, I was only 12, so I had no way to contact my parents or Zach without leaving the bedroom and going to one of the house phones, which felt
Uh-oh.
impossible at that moment. I quietly tiptoed to my bedroom door to confirm that it was locked, knowing that the lock could be unlocked from the other side with just a fingernail. I knew
No,
that
but
if
as a
someone
kid, it would be so scared to dial 911, even though you think there's a home invader.
wanted to get in, they easily could. I looked around and decided the only safe place to hide was the small crawl-in
Hi, Hopi.
closet built into the wall of my room.
5
I
consecutive
squeezed inside,
streams.
shut the door carefully from the inside, and tried to calm myself as I listened. It was at this point that I vividly remember hoping that I was just being overly paranoid and that it actually was Zach. Maybe he parked on the side of the house instead. Seconds later, I heard someone fumbling with the door, trying to get in. And then moments later, the door opened. The person was inside my room.
Hope you're all doing
I had
well
no
today.
idea
We
who
are.
it was or what they wanted. I stayed completely still, listening to footsteps moving around my room, feeling the floorboards creak beneath the weight of someone walking, hearing
Yeesh.
things being moved and shifted around. Every second felt like an eternity. I was terrified that the closet door could open at any second and I could be dead.
You may.
I still prayed it was my brother, but I stayed quiet, barely breathing and hoping that whoever it was would leave. I could hear them dragging something across the floor at one point, which made me even more nervous.
Jump out the window
It
and
felt
run
like
to the
hours
neighbor's
had
house.
passed.
What if it's your
It was
neighbor's?
probably only minutes. Eventually, I heard footsteps receding and moving away from my room. I stayed in the closet
Oh my
for what seemed
gosh.
like forever, likely 2 hours, until finally, I heard Zach calling my name from across the house. His voice sounded urgent and pissed off, and a few moments
The
later,
door was left open.
he came into my room and called my name again. I stepped out of the closet, and the first thing he did was yell at me, asking what I was doing in there and what I had done to his room. It was this moment that confirmed to me that it was in fact not my brother who was in the house. I explained the situation as quickly as I could, still shaking and unable to stop my hands from trembling. Once he understood, we both got up and started looking around the house together. That's when we realized how bad it really was. Drawers had been pulled out, some of our electronics were missing, including TVs and gaming consoles.
So it was just a rubber.
It was clear someone had been through the house and had taken
Siri,
things that were
why?
valuable. Zach immediately called the police, knowing that this was
I'm turning-
serious, and we waited together, still on edge, checking doors and windows
Could
to
be a
make
thief,
sure
yeah.
nothing else
Most
was
likely.
taken. The police came and made a report, writing down everything that was missing and asking us questions about what happened. They told us they would investigate and that we should.
This
wait
could
for
be
our
a fears to
parents get
fathom.
home. Around 4 a.m., our parents arrived. My dad was furious and went straight for Zach, smacking him square in the face for being such a careless idiot. Not only leaving me alone, but leaving the front door unlocked. My mom checked on me, gave me a hug, and told me she was just glad I was safe. Zach was forced to pay monthly rent from that point on to slowly pay back for all the things that were stolen.
L.
Treated
Zach.
with extreme caution after that night.
Is a little brother
I, on
Cody?
the other hand, was
They're
not
twin
punished
brothers,
at
right?
all. I was just shaken up, terrified of what had happened, and the whole experience stuck with me for years. Every time I thought about it, I could feel the fear all over again, remembering hiding in that closet and hearing someone walking around my room, not knowing if I would make it out alive.
You would probably, like, I mean, as a kid, you would be like, "Oh, dude, the world is over. I'm gonna die here." But they're robbers, bro. I doubt they would want to commit murder. You know, I doubt that they would do that, especially if it's a child. But as a kid, you don't know that, dude. You think anything could kill you.
Far the scariest experience.
I was just
of my
stopping by to
life,
say hi.
and it
I've
has
got lots
stayed
of
with
gifts to
me
wrap. Have a
even
good
now.
vibe. Okay, Jesse. I should wrap my gifts too. I'll be honest. Need to wrap
When I
my
was
gifts
just a child,
and put them under the
not
tree.
even in kindergarten, I lived with my grandparents. My mom and dad had just separated, and my dad worked in the next town over, so I saw him every weekend. My uncle, my dad's brother,
Right, you did, but
also
you're
lived
6.
with us, so I was rarely ever truly alone. I was always told to never answer the door for strangers.
I haven't even finished
It
buying,
was a small,
let alone
peaceful
wrapping.
town where everyone
Dude,
knew each other.
Good thing you
We
work
had a neighbor
at a
who
mall or
visited
something.
often to watch
You're good.
hockey, wrestling, or join family
steal.
barbecues. I'll call
Okay.
him David.
In-game.
He was friendly with both my grandpa and my uncle. He often drank beers with my uncle and helped my grandpa with yard work or truck repairs. If my grandpa came home with a moose from hunting, he and David would haul it into the shed together. One night, I was briefly left home alone. My grandma was at bingo and I'd called for a pickup. My grandpa told me he was going to get her and asked if I wanted to come. I refused because I was watching cartoons. He reminded me
watch
not to
Sam's
open
Horror
the door for
Stories too? They're so fun and
strangers,
spooky.
then he left.
I don't know who that is.
As soon as I saw the truck pull away, the house got quiet. Only a few minutes later, someone knocked at the door. I ran up and asked aloud who it was, and I just heard David's familiar voice identifying himself. I told him that my grandparents weren't home, and he replied that he had just seen my grandpa leaving. I told him my uncle wasn't home either, and he said he had
Okay.
been talking to my uncle on the phone and knew he was out drinking at a friend's place.
What do you want, bro? Leave.
Then he asked to come in.
No.
I told him I wasn't allowed to open the door for strangers, and he insisted he wasn't a stranger since he was our neighbor and someone I already know. In my child mind, he was right, but I didn't understand why he would come over when my grandpa and
Yeah,
uncle
why would you want to come over, bro? Why are you so weird? None of your friends are here.
weren't there. I unlocked the door and opened it. David towered over me. He was obviously drunk, swaying, slurring, squinting with one eye. He stepped inside and put his hands on my shoulders as I backed up. I didn't feel alarmed yet because I had seen my uncle drunk many times. I told him he could wait in the kitchen while I went back to watch TV, but he would not let go of my shoulders.
Uh-oh.
I tried to pull his hands off of me, but couldn't. His voice changed, filled with anger, and he said things that frightened me. Though I can't remember the exact words now,
Uh-oh.
only the fear that they put in me. He dragged me into the kitchen and grabbed a large knife. He pressed the tip against my belly and asked if I wanted to be stabbed.
What? Why? Is he good? Dude, alcohol is crazy
I
with
cried.
people, bro.
He told me to quiet down or he would cut my tongue or
Don't drink,
my
kids.
throat. He dragged the dull side of the blade across my throat to show he was serious. Then I heard my grandparents' truck pulling in. Car doors closed outside. Relief flooded me, and I was about to scream for help, but David clamped his hand over my mouth. He turned us both toward the doorway just as my grandma entered. Her smile vanished when she saw him holding me with a knife. She screamed for my grandpa to get inside immediately. My grandpa rushed in, yelling in shock and fury as he demanded to know what was happening. He took one look at David holding me hostage and charged forward, shouting at David with pure rage. David shoved me to the floor. My grandma rushed over, grabbed me tightly, and blocked me from seeing what was happening while telling me I was safe. I could still hear the struggle. Eventually, my grandpa overpowered him.
Poor
When I
kid,
finally
yeah.
looked up, my grandpa was shoving David out the door, yelling at him to never come back, and then slamming the door. As I grew up,
Wait, David lost to a grandpa? David, no?
I realized David had waited deliberately. He must have known my uncle wasn't home and that my grandma was at bingo. He had seen my grandpa leave. That was his moment. I was too young to understand his intentions. Years later, after my grandpa's funeral, when I was sitting with
Goated
my grandma
Gramps, yeah.
discussing memories, I brought up that night and how heroic
Got that old
grandpa had
man
been.
strength? Nah,
She
David.
looked uneasy. She said it was truly a terrifying night. She asked if I remembered that my grandpa went out hunting that same night. I faintly remembered him leaving, even though hunting at night wasn't something he usually did unless it involved camping. When I asked why he left, she claimed she didn't remember much. It got me thinking. They never called the cops to press charges on him,
Why?
and I never saw him again after that night. My grandpa was respected in the community. He
The
was
grandpa
friends
killed
with,
David.
as well as went to the same church as some police officers, and was known to be a good hunter. No one would ever question if they saw a bloody tarp in the back of his truck, and he was driving out of town late at night.
Grandpa's the real Mordoror. What if there was a side story? Grandpa did something to David, and then David just wanted to get revenge. What if it's like that horror movie? You guys know that old man that's like blind, and then like these robbers, like there's like three robbers broke into his house, and then like he actually like bodied them like crazy.
This story happened a few years ago during spring break in 2020 when I was 15. I was home alone one night while my parents were out of town. I was just hanging out in my room when I got a call from one of my mutual friends from school, who I'll refer to as Mason. I don't usually get calls from Mason, let alone texts or keep in touch with
Yeah.
him. But I
We don't really
answered
talk to
anyway.
Mason.
Before
He's
I could
kinda
get
the
a word
quiet kid.
out, he asked what I was doing. I told him I was just at home and wasn't up to anything. He then asked if he could drop
Spin
off
to
one
win.
of my buddies because he needed a place to stay for the night. This buddy of mine is someone I've known since 3rd grade, who I'll refer to as Neil. I basically told him I didn't feel like having company over and just wanted to chill by myself. After hearing this, Mason practically begged me to let Neil stay at my house.
Nah, bro.
I could sense desperation in his voice as he pleaded with me to let him drop Neil off. I
Nah.
was still reluctant at first, but then Mason told me he'd let me use his weed pen if I let him drop off Neil. After he
Did you go get food yet? Oh,
said that,
I'll go
caved
get it
and
after.
told him they could pull up.
it's in the microwave.
Looking back, I realized how dumb
It's
I was
leftover
to let
Panda
something
Express
like that
pen.
persuade me,
It's fine.
considering what happened next. But I was a stupid pothead at the time, so what can you do? Neil has always been very outgoing.
Yo, I'll
almost
let you get a hit.
zero
I'll let you get a hit.
filter,
Come on, come
and he
on.
doesn't care what others think about him. So when I heard from my brother and other friends the week prior that he had started acting really weird in his classes, I didn't think much of it at first.
Give you the head back.
I asked my brother to elaborate, and he told me that Neil would sometimes start laughing or clapping out of nowhere, even if the classroom was completely silent, and he would sometimes say very strange things to people for no reason, like claiming the basketball coaches were Freemasons trying to convert him. After hearing this, I realized Neil wasn't acting normal, and it wasn't until he and Mason arrived at my house that I understood how
I
bad
got
it
you,
really
Gerlin.
was.
Or Golden.
I met Mason and Neil at my front door and greeted them like any other day. I hit Mason's weed pen as promised and gave it back. As Mason was about to leave, he grabbed Neil by the shoulders in a very serious way, tears forming in his eyes, and he pleaded with him not to do that thing.
What?
Neil
What's
looked
happening?
at him blankly and casually responded that he understood. I really should have asked what was going on.
Yeah, I'm confused. What was Neil doing?
For some reason, I didn't.
Will and change
I
names,
let
yeah.
Neil inside as Mason left. After I closed the front door, the first thing Neil asked me was whether all the doors in the house were locked. Red flags immediately went off in my head, and I knew I had just gotten into something bad. I told him they were
What if
locked
Neil is
and
trolling?
asked why. He asked me to check, so I led him down the narrow hallway by the front door to show that the back and laundry room doors were both locked. He didn't say anything after I confirmed it, and we stood in silence for a few seconds. Then, out of nowhere, His hand shot up like he was raising it, and he put on this eerie, toothy smile that I can still see clearly in my mind. He held it for a few seconds before lowering his arm without saying a word. I forced a fake chuckle.
Oh
to
my,
make the
that is so
situation seem less
creepy.
weird. Then, Neil asked for some water, so we went to the kitchen. As I grabbed bottles from the fridge, I noticed him lingering by the drawer with silverware, including the knives. I watched as he slowly
Oh my
opened
gosh.
the drawer and reached for a steak knife. Without thinking,
Pandora,
I ran
thank
over,
you so much.
Grabbed his hand before he
W.
could take it and slammed the drawer shut.
Thank you so much,
Neil
Pandora.
didn't react or move. He just
I'm getting
stared
some
at me and let out a
carbonara
chuckle like he
spicy.
was pretending it was a joke. At that moment, I could feel my heart pounding in my ears, and I was
Everyone
frozen in
spam
fear.
W for Pandora.
The
right
kind of
now.
fear people describe in life or death situations. I had never felt like my life was in danger until that moment, and I could only focus on
Big
how
W.
I was going to get Neil out of my house.
Thank you, Pandora.
He
You're the
finally
goat.
broke the
You're the goat.
silence by suggesting we go to the park in the neighborhood. I agreed as if nothing happened. We walked to the laundry room leading to the driveway, and I intentionally let him out first. I told him I needed to put shoes on, which I did. He paused and subtly looked disappointed, telling me to hurry up. I shut the door, locked
Gotta
it
get those
immediately,
cat collars
and called
before
my brother to
Christmas.
explain what had just happened.
Oh yeah, I put cat collars
After
for
finishing the call, I grabbed every knife in the
link there.
kitchen and brought them
Did you get
upstairs
them?
to my room. Keep in mind, I was stoned at the time, so my decision making wasn't perfect.
I'll send pictures
but I
of
knew
Link
I
with the
needed to
collars,
prevent Neil from
if
forcing
I
his
get
way
them.
back into the house.
Ooh.
My brother
Yes.
arrived with 3 friends
Thank you,
in less than
Pandora.
5 minutes.
Link says thank you too.
And they met Neil outside. I stayed inside for a few minutes, nervous, then went out. My brother and friends were talking to Neil, who was rambling about the school's basketball coaches being in the Illuminati and claiming they would sexually assault the boys on the team to make them play better. He continued talking nonsense for a few minutes. Then we decided to get him home
I'm not getting bonked.
because there was no way I was
Are you
letting
guys
him
hearing
stay
this? What the
under
frick?
my roof after what had happened. One of my friends eventually took Neil home, even though he insisted he couldn't go because he believed his dad was going to kill him. After all of this, I called Mason
said
to
no
ask
Christmas
what Neil
gifts.
had said to him that made him
Lincoln
act
gets
that
them.
way, and Mason
Is,
explained that during the car ride,
holler.
Neil had been reading a manifesto claiming he needed to kill himself or someone else to prevent his dad from trying to kill him. Mason had panicked and just wanted to get rid of Neil, which explains why he sounded so desperate to drop him off at my house earlier. After hearing this, I lost my mind and asked Mason why he would just dump Neil at my house without warning me, though I knew part of the fault was mine for not asking sooner. Later, it was revealed that Neil had taken drugs he shouldn't have, which triggered schizophrenic episodes and caused him to hear voices.
Oh, Neil's a
About a
schizo.
month later, I told my mom the story, and she was not thrilled, to put it lightly. Needless to say,
Yeah, see, Pandora
I
gets
avoided
me.
something truly
Thanks, Pandora.
horrific that night by being on edge when Neil
The
entered the house.
technicalities.
And I still think about what could have happened if I hadn't
You
paid
already got me a
attention to
Christmas
him in the
gift, but-
kitchen.
I'm using it right now. See? It's the one that keeps thinking I'm saying Siri.
I was 10 years old when this happened. My mom had gone grocery shopping that day, and she asked if I wanted to come. I remember making a big stink about not wanting to. It was a warm, sunny afternoon, and I just wanted to stay home and shoot hoops in the street. I told her nothing bad would happen,
What was
and
that?
she would only be gone for a couple of hours. She finally gave in and let me stay. As soon
Sorry.
as she pulled out of the driveway, I grabbed the old basketball from the garage and started shooting around in the street where we had a hoop set up.
Dude, I'm actually
I
a
shot
great
around for
basketball
a
player.
while,
They call me
doing little games
the
with myself, pretending I was down by
LeBron
one
of
with a
the
buzzer
streets.
shot. I was sweating a little from running back and forth, and at one point I stopped to catch my breath. I bounced the ball lazily and looked around the neighborhood as I caught my breath.
I'm like
That's when I looked
Kuroko.
up toward the house.
That's how I play basketball. I only
At the
pass.
upstairs window,
But I'm so
someone was
cool at
staring
passing.
down at me. It was only a shadow behind the glass at first, like someone was standing back from the sunlight.
I'm the sixth
I stared for a
Phantom
good
Man
second
of the
or two
generation
before
of
the shape
miracles,
shifted
okay?
slightly, and I realized it wasn't some kind of trick from the sun. Someone was up there at the window, looking out at the street. None of my family was supposed to be home. My sister was at college, my dad was at work, and my mom was across town buying groceries. I dropped the basketball without meaning to. The window
Oh my gosh. Wait, so someone was just inside his house? Frick, bro. What's wrong? Where are these stories coming from? It's so weird.
was my sister's room. The blinds were half open, and the figure was right behind me.
1v1. I assume this
I say
is a
figure
kid.
because that's all I saw. No distinguishable features. I didn't know what else to do except run inside and see who was home. I
No
ran
one's
around the
home.
side of the
You
house
die
and
now.
through the backyard gate. I burst inside and slammed it shut behind me. I yelled up the stairs asking who was home. My voice cracked when I yelled it. For a second, I didn't hear anything. Then a voice answered from upstairs. It said, "Brad, come upstairs." It wasn't my mom, it wasn't my sister, and
He knows him though. He called his name. Oh
it
my
wasn't my
gosh.
dad. It was deeper than any of their voices.
It's
but
me.
Not deep like a grown man trying to sound scary. It sounded like someone trying to sound normal. I didn't go anywhere near the stairs. I ran straight through the house, grabbed the house phone off the kitchen counter, and sprinted back outside as fast as I could. I called my mom and told her someone was in the house, and she didn't believe me at first. She told me that's not something to joke about, and she said that she was almost done shopping. But I started basically crying into the phone, telling her I wasn't joking, telling her I heard someone call my name from inside, and they're at the upstairs window. She finally
coming
believed
from
me when I started
inside the
sobbing and
house.
begging her to come home. She said she was leaving the store right now. After she hung up, she must have called the police because a cop car pulled up at the same time my mom's car turned into the driveway. She ran to me asking where I saw the person. I pointed to the upstairs window. The police went in first.
You're
My
not gonna
mom
see
followed them
anything.
inside.
You're not gonna see anything, dude. You're gonna think this kid is a liar. It's gonna be like Usopp, the boy who cried wolf, having a schizo attack. No.
After a minute or two, I waited out front. I didn't want to go back in there. For 10 minutes, I just stood there, staring at the upstairs window. No one appeared at it again. Eventually, one of those officers came out and told me it was safe to come inside. I went in and pointed upstairs to the room where I saw the man. They checked the closets, under the bed, behind the dresser. They even checked the attic. They checked every room in the house. They didn't find anyone or anything. After the police left, my mom started acting doubtful again.
Yeah.
She said she believed me, but I could tell she didn't fully. She said if she found out I was messing around, I'd be punished for scaring her and wasting the police's time. I kept telling her I wasn't lying. She kept saying she knew, but her voice said something else. That night, I had trouble falling asleep.
Oh,
I kept
no.
thinking about the voice and that shadow behind the blinds. But eventually, I got tired enough to drift off. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. It was still dark out, and at first I thought I woke
It's
up from a
inside the
bad
house
dream.
still.
But then I
Don't say
heard
that.
something in my room. Just loud enough to wake me. I sat upright in my bed. My eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but I could see the outlines of my room.
Oh
I
no!
could see my dresser, my closet door cracked open, my shelves, and across the room, not far from my bed,
Wait, this kid's
I saw
actually having a
something
massive
else.
schizo.
an unfamiliar shape. A tall, dark shape.
What is that, bro? What is that? Oh my gosh. It don't got a head.
Standing completely still. For a second, I thought I was imagining it, but then the slightest movement made me realize what it was. It was a person, a full-grown person standing in my bedroom. I didn't even
His
have
name's
time to
Jeff.
breathe. I just screamed.
It's a
loud,
shark.
broken scream that tore out of my throat. As soon as I screamed, the figure moved, fast. It darted across my room in 2 steps, grabbed my window, slid it open, and jumped out.
Yeah, kid. Sure, that's what it did.
I heard the man's feet land on the small awning below the window. My parents burst into the room as soon as I screamed. My dad ran straight to the window and looked out. Then he ran downstairs and
You got
out
his
the
head on
back
your
door to try
background
to
screen.
find whoever it was.
It went like this.
Fairly certain he ran out there barefoot. He came back a few minutes later out of breath. He kept shaking his head and saying he didn't see anyone. They called the police again, but that time it was mostly just to file another incident report and for the
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that this kid is having a massive schizo attack because that's not real. That's not real, obviously. But oh my gosh, bro.
cops to scout the area. We don't know how long he was in the house.
Get your
All I
kid some
know is he
pills.
was
He's
inside
he's
during
got
the
he's
day,
got some issues
long
going
enough to
on.
know my name, and he was watching me from my sister's window, and he stayed in the house until nightfall. That, or he snuck in and out of the house through my bedroom window by climbing up on that awning.
No.
Either way, He was in my room while I slept, standing there in the dark. Who knows what else he did while he was in the house? That's the scariest part.
Scariest part is you don't even think you're having a schizo attack. Anyways, that video is by Mr. Nightmare. Spooky. Spooky. Alright. I'm gonna go get my food. One sec, guys. He stole all the batteries from the TV remote. Yeah. I am back. Hello. Hi, Pastel. Hi, Peanut. Hi, Tamara. Hi, Kituna. Right. Let us continue with the spooky, scary time. Or should we watch something else? Do we continue with the spooky? Hi, Yuji. What do you guys want to watch? I'm down for anything. Can I recommend a scary story? Sure. I'll look at the thumbnail, see if it's good. You wanted me to watch Seance Scary, right? As long as it's like not too thing. Shoot, I fell asleep. Because there are some videos here that might like get me copyrighted. Two hours long. Oh my gosh, bro. So these are just like little animatics. I'm gonna check on Marvin. Be right back. Okay, Silver. Tell Marvin hi. Rub his cheek like this. Like that. This looks like little animation stories. This looks like a lot to get into. Let's see. We'll watch Doll Horror Story by Sean TBH.
My life had been different since my brother Ethan vanished. It was weird. Nothing had happened. There wasn't a break-in or a drawn-out investigation or anything. I guess I put up flyers once, but I couldn't stomach staring at that picture of him. It was from picture day, the week before he disappeared. Smiling,
Some friends
having
came over to
insisted
cook
to
for
my
me.
mom
Oh, that's
that he
nice of
had
them.
to wear a Goofy shirt with his favorite cartoon on the front. I don't think I made it through maybe 10 of the missing posters before I left the rest on a coffee shop counter and went home. Maybe, if I had been more thorough, someone would have recognized him and said something. It didn't matter. A year had passed, and the grief still lingered in our home like a ghost, his room untouched, his seat at the table still set. I started doubting things would ever go back to normal. But at one point, my parents became determined to fill the void. When they announced they were adopting,
I can't get
I
a
felt
word in
flicker
here.
of hope.
This
I knew
might
I
be
was
bad.
betraying Ethan's memory, but maybe a new sibling would make the house feel less empty. When they brought Daniel home, though, my heart sank. It wasn't
He's
what I
dead.
expected.
It's his dead
Daniel
body.
was
What the frick?
strange. He was short and wooden, with a glossy finish and painted on freckles. His stiff jaw clicked when he smiled, and his hollow eyes seemed to follow me wherever I went. I tried to get my parents to explain.
Oh, what?
It's a ventriloquist dummy. But they just laughed.
Isn't he unique? He's just what we need to brighten things up.
I wasn't convinced. How could a lifeless doll replace my brother? But my parents treated Daniel like he was real. They sat him in Ethan's chair at the dinner table, tucked him into Ethan's bed at night, and even spoke to him as if he might respond. That first week,
He's not real.
I thought they were just trying to cope.
This reminds me of that movie. It's called The Boy or whatever. Y'all know that one?
But things just got worse. Daniel started making noises. At first, it was harmless. The creak of his wooden joints as they moved, or the faint scrape of his shoes across the floor.
I don't know it. Yeah, Brett Brahms. The twist at the end of the movie was because the whole movie was like, oh, dude, this doll's haunted. But the doll wasn't haunted. There was an actual dude moving the doll that lives inside the walls.
When I swore I hadn't touched him.
So it was just like a killer.
But then came the sounds. Distorted hums, whistles, and faint gargled noises.
A hot
Like a
dude.
broken music box trying to play a tune. Did you hear that? I asked one night at dinner. Daniel had made a low, croaking sound after my dad asked him a question, as though trying to respond. Of course, my mom said, smiling. He's just being polite. I stared at them, bewildered. It wasn't polite.
What if it's like Pinocchio?
It wasn't even normal. The noises
If he
grew
lies, his
stranger with
nose
each
gets
passing
bigger.
day. Sometimes, late at night, I'd
I'll watch
hear
it, it
faint
sounds
mumbling
interesting.
coming from Ethan's room.
It's a pretty bad movie,
I
I'll be
pressed
honest.
my ear to the door, only to hear Daniel's garbled attempts at forming words. Daniel can't talk. I told my parents one morning. My mom waved me off. Be nice, he's learning. Daniel started showing up in places he wasn't supposed to be. I would leave him in the living room, only to find him in my bedroom, propped up on my chair, staring at me with that permanent smile. Mom, I think Daniel is moving around, I said one night. My mom looked annoyed again. Stop making up stories. He's your brother now. You need to accept him. I couldn't accept that thing they tried to pass off as my brother. Not when Daniel's presence made my skin crawl. One night, I woke up to a faint whistling.
What did the mom
The
mean
sound-
making up stories? Do you want to believe that he's real and he's walking around, or do you believe that he's not real, not walking around, can't walk?
Was soft, like dry leaves scraping together. Heart pounding. I crept out of bed and followed the noise. It led me to the attic. As I tiptoed inside, The attic door suddenly slammed behind me. The faint light flickered,
Uh-oh.
barely illuminating Daniel, motionless among Ethan's old toys. His painted eyes gleamed, and a garbled whisper filled the air. Warped, familiar,
I'm a sandwich.
but wrong.
Are you scared of me?
Hi, Cherry.
He rasped, his voice fractured and hollow, like a record worked by time.
Siri, stop!
I froze. The words
Oh
clicking
my
into
gosh,
place like they'd
bro.
been
I say
spoken
Cherry
before,
and Siri thinks I'm talking
over
to
and
her.
over. But I'd been too distracted to hear. My hands trembled as I saw him, Ethan, standing in the shadows.
Stop.
His head tilted,
Whoever did
his
that.
expression blank. Relief turned to dread. He wasn't blinking. His skin gleamed unnaturally, his limbs too stiff. Daniel's jaw clicked as he uttered the words.
We're a family again.
My breath caught as I looked past Ethan. There, glimmering in the faint light, was a glass box. My parents hung there, limp and lifeless, their faces pressed into forced smiles, their eyes glassy. Their bodies, the ones downstairs pretending to be my parents, were nothing more than hollow puppets now,
Coraline.
animated by strings that seemed to fade into the shadows above. And then I saw my own reflection. I stumbled back, my heart pounding as I watched the mirrored version of me grin.
She's also a juice.
Impossibly wide, with painted lips and hollow eyes. The glass version of me tilted its head, that same eerie tune whistling faintly from its
Thank you
lips.
for the follow,
Don't be
Damian.
scared.
Daniel said, his voice warped.
Ethan told me you'd understand.
Ethan creeped forward, unblinking. Laughter. Daniel, Ethan, and my parents rose around me, hollow and lifeless. The lights
It
flickered
sounds
once
exact.
more,
That's what I
and
was
out.
about to say. I'm like, this sounds like a Junji Ito short story.
The next morning,
Maybe
I
they
had
just
the best
copied it.
breakfast I'd had in a
It's
long
fine.
time. Or maybe it
Well.
felt like the first breakfast I'd ever had. My parents stood by the door, chatting with the neighbors, talking about how happy I was, how well I was doing in school. I smiled at them. Sitting next to me were my brothers, their painted grins gleaming in the sunlight, perfectly still. It was so nice to have a whole family again.
If
Thank you so much for watching.
I look at the description, I bet you it's gonna be a Junji Ito story. No. What? Am I crazy? I swear there's a Junji Ito story that is very similar to this one. Junji Ito. Is it like a puppet? House of Puppets. I think it's this one. Yeah, it is. 7 years ago. Dang. I love Junji Ito. This one, Hole in the Wall. Ooh, you guys should read this one. This one shot. Well, it's not a one shot. It's a. Wait, is it a one shot? It's called something at something fault. Junji Ito Fault. The Enigma of Amigara Fault. This one. This one is a good read. It's a short read and a good read. So if you guys want to get like a little spooked up, you should read this. Called The Enigma of Amigara Fault. Hope everyone's doing well today. We're doing great, Wolfie. Of the Macabre on Netflix too. I love. I saw the new Junji Ito anime. I think the first episode was good. I'm not sure about the rest of the episodes though. Thank you for that, Bat Wolfie. Marvin is being a lunatic right now. I'll be back later. Bye for now, guys. Okay, Silver. What do you mean? Up to no good. What's wrong, Riri? Why are you up to no good? Yeah. Get some more spooky things. Spooky, scary skeletons. Yeah, they sadly ran out of budget for the other episodes. Really? That sucks. I'm hungry and reading some, trying not to commit a foot breaking. Oh man, I'm dyslexic. I don't know what you just read. I don't know what you just said. I'm hungry and reading some, trying not to commit a foot breaking. Hi, Sophie. How's your thing going? Your dissertation. Hopefully it's going good. Riri, what does that even say? We're both dyslexic, Sophie. I don't know. That's good. Let us say, boom, boom, boom. 5 horrific school lockdown stories, volume 5. That means there's 4 other volumes of this. Sorry, I'm screenshotting. Trying to eat since it's midnight. Don't worry, you can sleep through these stories.
Lockdown. Lockdown.
Lockdown.
This is an emergency alert.
Before being taken on as a full-time teacher at a high school a little outside of Austin, Texas, I was a substitute. I would sub in for a multitude of classes, with my main subject area...
The closest I've ever gotten to like actually teaching a classroom, which is not at all, is being a teacher, a TA. Who's been a TA here? Being a TA is so chill, bro. I didn't do anything. I was just chill.
Math classes.
I'm pretty sure normal TAs have to do something, but I picked a teacher that was really chill and I just needed to fill a class. I'm like, yo, can I be a TA here?
Any other.
And then they're like, he was like, sure.
Subbing for that day.
And then I just never did anything.
Math classes that a specific teacher would teach, including geometry and algebra. I would usually enjoy subbing for science classes, as the teachers would usually just have me show the class an educational documentary and then hand out a question sheet, which would be handed in at the end of the class to be graded. With math, though, you'd actually have to teach the material as a sub. I arrived to school and picked up the keys from the front office to the 2 classrooms I'd be subbing in that day. Both classes were in the math hallway, which was downstairs to the far left.
A student can be a TA.
The periods I was teaching that day were something like
2, 3, I was a TA.
7, and 9. I had already taught the first 2 classes, so I had about an hour and a half
and I didn't do nothing.
The 7th period class I
just needed to fill my classes.
During most of this time, I stayed in the classroom
I'm working towards getting my TEFL, but I want a TA
for the
here
next
in
2
England.
periods.
You should.
I was doing a mix of work-related and non-work-related things on my laptop.
Don't you need to go to college to get a TA?
Class here, so I'd migrate to the teacher's lounge by the back of the school.
You're just an assistant.
After the second bell rang and
you're not an actual teacher.
Began, I was walking the empty halls to the teacher's lounge. I'd been in the lounge multiple times, and honestly, it would usually be subs sitting in there, if anyone. The teacher's lounge is pretty much in the back corner of the school, by a separate back entrance that's only unlocked from the outside by teachers' ID cards. I set my belongings down on a table in the empty teacher's lounge, and this was when I heard knocks at the back exit door. I went out to the hall and to the doors, where I saw a clean-cut looking man with gray short hair and a button-down shirt tucked into khakis, with a black jacket over all of it. He looked like a teacher. He saw me through the glass and smiled and asked me to open the door. I asked if he were a teacher here.
Do not open that door, bro. What do you mean?
Yes, my name's Mr. Abrams. I don't have my ID on me today. I opened the door for him, and he thanked me and quickly walked past me. I noticed that now he had his hand in his right pocket. He had some serious movement in his step. He seemed to know where he was going. Actually, he was going in the direction of the math hallway. I suddenly felt like I may have made a mistake letting him in without ID. I rushed to my laptop and pulled up the staff directory, which was accessible to all employees of the school. I looked up Mr. Abrams. There was not a single teacher at any of the schools, elementary to high school, with the last name Abrams. I had no choice but to call the front office and let them know that I think someone pretending to be a teacher had entered the building. This was taken seriously as the school issued a lockdown immediately, sending every classroom an automatic distress call to lock all doors and turn off all lights immediately. I heard a commotion from out in the math hallway. I walked out into the hall a little closer, and I could hear bangs or kicks on a door, and a man screaming at the top of his lungs, "Maria, open up," and I know you're
An ex-boyfriend of a teacher,
in there.
maybe.
Maria was the first name of the teacher I was subbing for that day, and I didn't tell for sure, but I believe the door he was kicking on was one of the classrooms I subbed in that day. Police had surrounded the school in literally minutes and had entered from multiple entrances and detained the man. I didn't witness it happen. It was down in the intersecting hallway and I wasn't allowed past the police. The teacher I subbed for, who I changed the name for her privacy, had called out of work that week, originally alleging she was very sick. The man who came to the school banging on the door was apparently her ex-husband, as far as rumor has it. Maria did something horrible to him. Not much of a rumor, because clearly that would be the case.
Hey yo, you think Maria was a little bit of a heathen? A little bit of unfaithful, as they say? Maybe a little bit of an infidel?
If he came to the school with a gun.
A gun though, what?
Everyone's guess is he came to kill her and then himself. No one knew where Maria went to hide from her ex, or what the full story was, but she didn't return to work for months. I pray to God all the time thanking him that no one was hurt or killed, because I was the one to let him in, and that would have forever sat on my conscience.
My gosh. What if Maria didn't cheat? What if Maria actually they had a shared bank account and they were saving for a house, and this dude wanted to get a new house and Maria said yes, we should get a new house, and then a day later after they were trying to get a new house, he finds out, our bank account's empty, all of our savings spent. Maria spent all of them on Genshin characters.
This story is told in the perspective of a college-aged female. I attend university in Massachusetts.
Oh, they got a divorce.
I currently live off campus in my final year here, but this took place when I was a freshman living in the dorms. Freshmen are on the first floor of every building on campus. This was the winter semester. It was a freezing cold day. I just finished up my last class around 5 p.m.
Back from
the professor let us out really early.
Checked.
It was already dark out as I was walking back to my dorm. On my walk back, I got a text from the university. The text started in all capitals, saying, "Attention all faculty and staff. Get to a safe building."
I don't think I've ever had that.
As
Go to the dentist just for them to look at
around
you.
campus, approaching women with crude, threatening comments and telling them he had a gun. The text mentioned that university police were aware of the issue and were on full alert, looking to find the man.
But welcome back.
I picked up the pace in my step to get back to my dorm building. I started looking behind me every few seconds, and suddenly noticed someone walking not that far behind me. It was a black man in a huge winter coat. I couldn't gauge his age from this distance. But also, he could have just been a student. At that point, I was being paranoid. Plus, the text didn't specify the person's race. I rushed to my building, and when I got there, I let myself in. To get into any dorm buildings
Really
on
a nice
campus,
refresher
you need to
listening to
use your
these stories and
student ID
narrative. I'm used to the
cards.
full-blown true crime
Entered the
videos.
building. The first door shut.
I
then
bet
opened the second
you a lot of you guys are probably listen to a lot of true crime.
door. That's when a loud bang at the first door made me jump. It was that man from behind me before.
Yeah,
He
scary
was
stories.
asking if
Alina.
I could open the door. I was about to ignore him, but then he said, "Please, I'm cold."
I
turned
do.
to look at him, and he had this pleading kind of expression on his face. I asked, "Do you live here? What's your room number?" He said yes, he's on the 3rd floor, but he ignored my asking his room number twice. I said, "Sorry, I can't let you in." This is when he started saying vulgar, horrible shit that I don't want to repeat.
Uh-oh.
He started licking the glass and commenting about what he's going to do to me as soon as he gets into the building. In
Ew.
disgust, I ran to my room and slammed the door.
I would lie immediately. My room is room number 534. I live on the 56th floor
behind me.
on a 2-story
Turned on
building.
the lights as it was pitch black inside and my roommate wasn't back yet. I texted my dorm group chat saying I think the creepy man the school sent a warning about was at the front door of the dorm building. Don't come anywhere near. Everyone replied the same thing. OMG, call university police. That's what I did. I got the number off the website and called them. Told them right away the creepy man with a gun was at our dorm building. When they asked if he was still there, naturally
I don't know, I'm
rolled
not
to the window
checking.
to look outside. I screamed at the top of my lungs for 3 seconds when I saw the man on the other side of the glass, smiling, shaking his head, doing this disgusting motion with his tongue.
Ugh.
I pleaded with the officer on the line to send the police there now. The man on the other side of the glass took off running, and he disappeared into the darkness as soon as he was beyond the light.
Dude, what if this guy's just a big troll? From what she described, he was like this. He was doing that. What if he's just a big troll?
Of the light posts. I still cried for the police to hurry.
Oh my
as soon as one
gosh,
of them
bro.
got to my dorm room, I let him in and described what the man looked like. He told me to stay in my room
He has a
and don't
tongue.
leave again for the night. He advised I tell all my friends in the building to do the same. An additional text was sent
I
out to
did
all
the same.
residents of my building.
Uh-oh.
The hunt for that man
Is
went all
this you,
night,
May?
apparently. They
I knew
never
it.
found him. The things he said to me were beyond disturbing. I didn't see a gun on him, but honestly, anything could have been in his massive coat pockets. The campus had extra police on duty the rest of the week.
By Keith.
When I was in second
Hi, May.
grade,
Y'all know
each day
people
of the
named
week,
Keith?
We'd have a different extracurricular activity at some point in the day. I think it went Mondays was art class, Tuesdays was music class, Wednesday was library day, and so on. By second grade, kids were allowed to walk to the bathroom unattended as long as they got permission and took the special hall pass item chosen by the
I
teacher.
don't know what's
of the
wrong with the
class.
volume of this video.
For the art
I've
class,
maxed.
was this big green plastic crayon that was meant as the bathroom pass. I remember this memory almost vividly, which makes it all the more disturbing when I think about it. Honestly, I was kind of a weird kid when I was in elementary school. I did have some social
Yeah, I'm not like
issues
any
that
other
I
girl.
don't think ever got diagnosed.
I read books,
But I would
like Harry
sometimes
Potter.
just do weird things. Case in point, we were never supposed to just take the bathroom pass and leave the classroom without asking first. But during art class, as our teacher was going around the class helping the students out with their
Toffee,
little
thank you for the follow.
creations, I got up and took the plastic crayon and walked out the classroom door to go to the bathroom. The bathroom was all the way down the hall. I go inside, and as a kid, I was the
Aye.
type to pee sitting down. So I went to the stall and sat on the toilet seat.
This guy pees sitting down. Is that efficient?
This was when I heard the loudspeaker outside the bathroom, that the school was going into lockdown. My heart started to race. I was outside of the class.
This is second grade though. There's no way there would be a better run, outrun my. There's no way. Second grade? Nah.
during the lockdown.
What y'all be doing in second grade?
I don't remember if I finished peeing or not, but I know I got right off the toilet seat and went outside back into the hall. I was scared I was going to get in trouble. I saw all of the classroom doors were shut with their blinds down and lights off already.
No.
It was too late. I saw a man walking down the hallway. I assumed it was a teacher, even though he wasn't dressed like one. I had the
Uh-oh.
wits of a second
Run!
grader.
Run,
I said,
kid!
"Excuse me, I'm locked out of my classroom." I remember vividly. He said back, "Oh, that's all right. Come with me. I know where to go." He grabbed my hand and we started walking in what seemed to be the direction of the back exit. That's when I heard a familiar woman's voice keep screaming Troy, my name, from behind us. It was my art teacher, Miss Green. She screamed at the man to get off me and grabbed me by the arm and tugged at me back to the art classroom. Once inside, she locked the door and scolded me quietly. I remember seeing the worry in her eyes. She might have even been crying. The lockdown continued for another half hour at least. The whole time I was confused, scared, and most of all embarrassed by all the stares my classmates were giving me. The principal came on the loudspeaker
What the
eventually and
frick?
said the lockdown was over. When my art teacher got on the phone with I assume the front office, I think whatever she said was what prompted the faculty to end the school day early. I'm
What did she say?
grateful for Miss Green. She really put herself in danger and saved me from something horrible, whether it be from kidnapping to any amount of emotional trauma.
I don't get it. What happened? So the school lockdown happened and it was just a kidnapper? What? They didn't even know. They just locked down the school for no reason?
This happened to me when I was a junior in high school, around April or May of 2019. I live on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, but for privacy reasons, I'll leave out the school name. I played the double bass in our school wind ensemble, and every morning we had rehearsal in the band hall. We were about halfway through rehearsal when I heard a knock on the band hall door, which opened to the outside. I don't think anyone else heard the knock because we were in the middle of performing a song. I was standing with my double
Actual
bass
picture
in
of
the
band
perimeter
class
of
you
the
provided with
ensemble,
story. Oh
along
my
with the
gosh.
percussionists, so I was closer to the door. Before anyone could say anything or react, one of the percussionists who I knew just blindly went over to the door and opened it for the person outside. We had been repeatedly told by the band directors to never open that door for anyone on the outside unless it was a student, and even the students had to show their student ID badges through the window before being let in. But we still have to open that door a lot for other students as it locks on its own. So he probably just opened it without thinking and didn't look through the window.
Because why would you?
As soon as he opened the door, the person forcefully came in and walked to within 15 to 20 feet from where I was standing.
Uh-oh.
It was a middle-aged Latino man, about 5'6", wearing a gray hoodie and cargo shorts. I immediately noticed that the guy had both of his hands in his hoodie, with what appeared to be a heavy object. The band director saw him first and immediately stopped conducting, and the rest of the band turned their heads around to see what was going on. The band director asked with a nervous but forceful tone, "Can I help you?" The man replied in broken English, "Yes, I came to check out my daughter." The band director asserted, "This is not where you check out students. You shouldn't be here." The man then asked where he should go to check out his daughter, and to my surprise, the band director directed him to go out the band hall double doors and make a right down the school's main hallway to the front office. The man thanked the director and quickly walked out of the band hall into the school. During this whole conversation, I had my double bass turned in the man's direction and stood behind it so that it would maybe somewhat shield me from any bullets. After the man had disappeared down the hallway, the entire orchestra was speechless for a minute or so, processing what just happened. The director
what the
immediately called the school
frick?
security, and within a
That's
minute
crazy.
or so, the school was on lockdown. The director turned off all the lights in the band hall, and we all crammed inside whatever tuba lockers we could find. A whole 5 minutes passed until 2 armed security guards came running full speed through the band hall in the direction that the man had gone. Another 10 or so minutes passed and the lockdown was over. The school never came out with an official statement of the event, nor could I even find any local news articles about it. I suppose the school was trying to keep the whole thing a secret, for such a stupid breach of security would certainly damage its reputation. But I later heard from multiple other students that the man had just committed an armed robbery somewhere near the school and was fleeing on foot from the police when he decided to take refuge in the school, intending to pick up his daughter. I also heard that he was
Okay. How believable is this story? Armed robber taking refuge in a school pretending to pick up his daughter. Would you want to make that much noise? Would you want to announce yourself like, yo, like just knocking a classroom's door down? That'd be weird. That's weird. You're weird.
found with a gun on him, which explains the heavy object I noticed in his hoodie pocket.
He was already inside the
was
school, I
standing literally
assume.
15 or so feet from an armed intruder inside of a school for a whole 2 minutes still terrifies me to this day. Although I know the band director was probably trying to keep his cool so as not to piss the guy off and cause him to shoot all of us or something, I still think he made a huge mistake by directing the man to go further into the school instead of telling him to go back outside and enter the school through the front door like every other parent or visitor has to. Had that man had worse intentions, that situation could have ended tragically. I'm glad I'm not in high school anymore, because now I know firsthand how easily such things could happen at the hands of a
Dude,
careless...
school is scary nowadays. Ever since, you know, the event. America is crazy. United
This
States,
experience was short and to the point.
crazy.
I was a very young child in Catholic private school. I was in the 4th grade. Our school would routinely practice lockdown drills. I think once every couple of weeks we'd have one. All of us in the class were always excited for them. For some reason as kids we just found it to be fun. It's all a joke when
Yeah,
you're
we
that
did
young.
lockdown
Half
drills
the
too.
kids don't even realize what you're practicing for, and the other half who do don't ever expect a real lockdown to happen. One day it did though.
I really have zero energy
Over the
today. I
intercom
think I'll
came
go.
a voice
Bye
from
bye.
the front office
Bye
saying,
bye.
"We're going
He's
into
gonna know
lockdown.
what's
This is
wrong.
not a
You okay?
drill." I remember some kids still
Thank
laughed
you
at
for
the
that, Black
announcement
Crazy.
as if it were cool to hear that we're going into lockdown. No one could have.
Did you
prepared
drink your
for
coffee today, Kitsuna? Maybe
Our
that's why you don't have
teacher
energy.
seemed concerned and
You want
rushed to
coffee?
shut the door and the lights and yelled at us to get in the corner.
Should we make
I
coffee?
think that's when everyone realized this wasn't just a regular lockdown drill. Something serious was going on. We all huddled in the
Thank you,
corner
Riri.
of the room. Each door had a narrow glass window which could be looked through. Suddenly the silence was broken by crazed screaming from the halls. It was one lone male's voice. It was just incoherent screaming. The man was chanting something.
No, it didn't. Go
Screams
get some
got
coffee,
closer.
Kitsuna. Come
I
on.
remember how
Come on.
scared we all started to get. The screams got closer until they were
I would
right
hate to
outside
see
our
you go.
classroom door. And then bangs on the door made a bunch of us scream and cry. The man on the other side of the door screamed,
No
"Your
leaving.
God is dead. Jesus didn't die for your sins. You're all gonna burn."
Whoa.
Our teacher tried his best to calm us down as the screams intensified and the man started to yell, "I hear you in there, I see you.
Whoa.
Open up the door." The man screamed words I didn't understand at the time, but I
Nah.
believe looking back, he was screaming Islamic phrases and shaming our religion. I was too young to put it all together immediately. The bangs on our door stopped, and the screams continued further down the hall away from the door, but they could still be heard. The crazed man continued through the halls. The man's screams were overpowered eventually by the yells of other men. There was a huge commotion in the halls during what I presume to be the moment he was taken down by police or security. We had to stay in the lockdown position for a long time even after this. After a while, the lockdown was over.
Hi,
The
Emma.
school day was cut short.
You need allowance?
Parents were called to pick up their children. Luckily, my mom didn't work, so she was able to come pick me up right away. It was a bit of a scarring experience. We were all so young that we didn't even understand the gravity and freakishness of the situation. I'm just glad no one got hurt.
Damn. Both horror stories, what? 3 disturbing true winter horror stories. Dude, we're just gonna watch these until we all fall asleep. Dude, you're gonna see me like 2 hours from now, I'm like this. Dude. I don't mind that. What are we watching? We're watching winter horror stories. These are all my stories. I submitted these. I did it. I'm joking.
For the clarity of this story, I must mention that I have a hearing disability that has made me hard of hearing. I know that there are some things in life that I'll never understand, but I still look back on this experience wondering what could have happened and what I should have done
give it the
differently.
follow.
This all happened around a year ago. The holiday season had just rolled by, and I was settling down from traveling and all the get-togethers with family and friends. I live in a small suburban neighborhood that
Did you
borders
experience a lot of the
forest in
horror?
southern
Yeah, I'm the bad
Quebec.
guy.
It's a quiet area.
I'm the
as most
antagonist of every
residents are familiar
single
with each other, which I
every
honestly
single
kind of
story.
prefer, as it adds a warmer atmosphere.
I'm like the freaking
Around
boogeyman.
winter, I like to take my dog Monty on walks in the local forest. He's a Rottweiler Husky mix, which is perfect for me since I enjoy going for runs. from
Huskies
time
are
to
so
time.
cute. I love
The forest has
huskies.
several trails, none of which
You're
are
like,
challenging for
I'm a husky.
non-hikers. I remember it being an afternoon.
You're the
I
one
had
that licked the
just
germs
finished
too,
having
yeah.
a late lunch and decided to burn the calories.
Ew, I
on a
licked my
walk with
microphone
Monty.
by accident. By
As
trying-
usual, my dog goes ballistic when we turn the corner on my street towards the forest entrance. It was relatively cold for a February day. A fresh blanket of snow lined the paths overnight, creating this nearly blank canvas. As usual, I let my dog off the leash
Oh
so
my
he could
gosh.
run around. There were a few yellow
was trying
patches
to-
along with some boot prints in the snow, which signaled to me that several people had already taken their
gosh.
dogs out earlier. Most people like to go on walks before noon since the sun tends to set around 4 p.m.
So
I
jealous,
didn't
Elena.
expect to
Got
see
5
anybody
huskies.
out at that
Give me
time.
one.
After
me
walking
a
for
baby
around
one.
30 minutes, we came to a fork in the path.
Oh no, Emma.
I noticed that one of the paths hadn't been walked yet, so feeling semi-adventurous, I decided to take it. I have a pretty concrete memory of the trails, so I knew exactly where I was going. The
I've been
trail
taste
led to
nothing.
a clearing, which was great.
I got
since
infinity
I wanted
on
to
me,
check
so it
out
didn't
the
really
native
touch me.
birds with the binoculars I had gotten for Christmas. I remember scanning the surroundings until I saw a strange shape along the tree line in the distance. When I focused my binoculars, I saw a blue tarp and what looked to be a makeshift shelter. As curious as I
It's a
was
homeless-
to check it out,
homeless
it
guy.
was getting dark, and I wanted to get home. Turning
Just
around,
leave, bro.
Monty and I
What?
started walking back. As usual, he ran up ahead, but something seemed off in his behavior. He was much more alert and was sniffing the trail more than he normally would from what I
There's someone
observed in the
there.
past.
A homeless
When
guy.
I looked down at the trail, my eyes widened. There was a set of footprints.
Being
in the
homeless
snow
at
much
winter
larger than
is
my
so
own.
probably so rough.
I
To
remember
be
turning
honest.
my boots over out of sheer confusion to compare them to the ones in the snow. The prints were different, which left me with even more questions. There were no other forks in the trail, so whoever took it had to have passed me at some point. I figured they must have passed me while I was using my binoculars. At the time, it seemed like the most logical explanation, so I tried not to overthink it. At this point, it was significantly darker outside, but I could still make out my surroundings. As we were walking back, Monty stopped abruptly and started barking relentlessly in my direction. As I turned around, that's when I saw him. there was a man, probably around 6'4", wearing charcoal-colored snow pants and a white camo jacket only about a meter away from me. He didn't make any movements towards me. He just stood there with his hands in his coat pockets.
You're homeless.
I didn't
Just buy a
recognize him
house.
from anybody in the
True.
neighborhood, so I assumed he must have been a hiker or someone from out of town.
No one's ever thought
He
of that.
looked like he was muttering something to me, but I couldn't read his lips due to the lack of lighting and not knowing if he was speaking English or French, which are the two commonly spoken languages in Quebec.
Quebec.
I felt like an idiot
The
at that moment for
Québécois,
not
je n'ai
bringing
pas
my
su.
phone with me.
I'm,
So I ended up trying to
je
communicate
m'appelle
with him that I was hard of
Silas.
hearing and that it was getting late. I got back home around 4:30. By then, it was completely dark out. I remember following my standard night routine, not really thinking much about the encounter, but in the middle of the night, something happened that still shakes me to this day.
What happened?
I woke up to Monty licking my hand, which is something he usually does to get me out of bed in the morning. I tapped my phone to check the time, and to my surprise, it was 3 a.m. I noticed a message from my neighbor asking if everything was
Oh my
all right,
gosh.
which, if I'm being
Gerlin.
honest,
Have
confused
you
me
not
at
won
first.
a single time? Am I
The
crazy?
message was a few minutes old
Do
and
it
asked
again.
if everything was all right since Monty had been barking like he was possessed. I looked up from my phone to see that Monty was no longer in my room.
I quit.
I walked downstairs to find him barking
No.
hysterically at the
Do
patio
it again.
door. As I approached the door, I struggled to see anything with my vision still blurry. I tried to focus
for
my
that, Batman.
eyes when the motion sensor light turned on. At that moment, my heart sank. The man from the forest was standing there in my backyard.
He got followed.
I didn't think twice to process any more questions.
See, this is like one of the horrors of getting like a property and then like you have a huge forest like right behind your house, right? Dude, anyone can just walk up there. Like you don't know. Unless you have every single square foot that you own like fenced up. But even then, did you eat your panda? Yes.
The door and texted 911. I don't think I've ever texted 911 faster than I did that night.
Maybe like a what?
I ran up to my room with Monty and grabbed the machete
So
from under my
Quirget
bed.
Dog Sky.
I'm a shorter woman
True.
with a background in martial arts, but I know damn well that the best move in a fight
Oh my
is to not
gosh.
fight at all.
Again.
I sat there in my room guarding Monty and myself until the police came. With my heart beating out of my chest, I sat opposite from the door with Monty by my side. It didn't last long until Monty sprang up and started barking violently at the bedroom door. My hands were sweating profusely as I watched a shadow cast in from underneath the door. The movement in front of the nightlight suggested the man was seconds from breaking into my room. Those had to be the longest minutes of my life, as I anticipated the door handle turning or the door completely breaking in. Luckily for me, it never did. When the police arrived, I explained everything to them while they searched the property. The glass on the patio was smashed completely. But
This is why you
besides
always
that,
get
Nothing
cameras.
was missing, and everything was still relatively the same.
Because you
Police
just
found the gate in my backyard
like
open.
let's say you call the cops, they don't find anything, right? You just look like a schizo freak, bro. You just look like a freak. That's why you get cameras. Get cameras, show them like, yo, look, there's a weirdo out there. Get him. This is what he looks like.
It leads to the forest, which is where they believe the man disappeared to. I let them know about the shelter I saw in the woods the day before.
Get
I
him.
took Monty and some of my belongings to stay with a family friend for a few days while I got the patio door fixed. I never got a follow-up from the police after the incident, but ever since that day, I decided to stick to roads when walking my dog, not trying to think too much about the incident. My name is Emberlay, and I'm a 16-year-old girl who lives in Illinois with my younger sister Kate, who's 15. My dad works for a deforestation group about 30 minutes from our house. It was a normal morning on December 5th as my sister and I were getting ready to go out to the movies. We decided to go watch a somewhat new horror movie, Terrifier 3, which had some Christmas stuff included in it. We all knew it was 18 plus, but nobody paid much attention. Plus, we looked older than we were anyway. We made our way to the movies and easily got in thanks to our appearance. However, halfway through the film, as everyone was anticipating the next scene, my phone buzzed loudly enough for the whole theater to hear, which really killed everyone's vibe as they all turned toward me with annoyed looks. My sister and I scurried out until I tripped, which was embarrassing enough. After we exited the theater,
I
checked
got
my
in the
phone
morning
to see who called
and was
me.
told I'm running the
It
first
was my
meeting of the
dad.
day.
But instead of calling
Good
back,
luck, Zane.
I received a text message that said something like, "Hey, would you mind bringing me some lunch since the small cafe in the woods is shut today?" I looked over at Kate, and she looked at me confused, but neither of us second-guessed the message since it seemed normal. We arrived home, packed some food for him, and took my car downtown to the woods. I've always loved that place and never felt uneasy there because it was large and secluded. The scenery was amazing, with a hill that led down to a lake perfect for fishing and photos. After a while, Kate and I got out of the car, and we walked down the path through the woods. I took out my phone to call my dad, but he didn't pick up. Confused, I looked over at Kate, who was just as confused as I was. Why wouldn't he respond when he just called us at the movies? I decided to message him instead, reminding him that we were at the woods to give him his lunch. After a few moments, I saw the 3 little dots on the screen appear, showing he was typing. He responded by telling us to walk down the small hill and wait for him
No,
at the lake.
that's not him
which we
anymore.
followed.
That's not
The
him
sun was slowly
anymore.
setting since it was winter, so sunset came much earlier. The sky had a beautiful radiant orange glow over the hill and down the mountain. Snapping out of my thoughts, Kate pointed down to the lake where a man in black was sitting on the deck by the water with his back to us.
Man,
We
like,
guessed it was our dad.
you see all these things and you see every decision that they're making that is wrong, and then you just like,
We walked down a bit more and stopped a little behind him. I called out his name, but he didn't move. Kate grew uneasy, and her attitude made the scene even more eerie. I slowly pulled off the hood he was wearing and revealed a man who definitely wasn't our dad. Kate and I shrieked as he turned around and began waving my dad's phone around like a maniac, smiling like he was happy to see us scared. I blurted out asking why he was using our dad's phone, but he didn't respond. Instead, he lunged and grabbed
is
Kate's
it
arm
spooky
as she
Thursday too?
screamed.
Spooky. No, I asked.
Luckily, I was strong
I
enough to
asked
pull her away.
everyone in chat.
We started running as fast as we
it's
could.
pretty much unanimous that they
The
wanted
adrenaline
spooky.
pushed through us so
Which is
much
weird.
that I had never seen either of us run that fast.
Spooky winter.
Behind me, I heard stomps getting closer, so I knew we were being chased. I didn't dare to turn around. Finally, we reached the car. I slammed the door shut and locked it as the man came to my window, then crouched down out of sight as I reversed and sped away back home. When we got home, my dad and mom were there. We arrived panting out of breath and explained the whole situation to them. My dad was furious and said his phone had been stolen while he was working, so he decided to come back home. He said the man must have taken his phone and messaged us. My dad called the police and filed a
Okay.
report. They used the IMEI number to track the device, which was still on the deck by the lake, and they returned the phone to my dad. They said there wasn't much they could do since the phone was already found. I thought this was the end of it, but I wouldn't be telling this if it was. 6 hours later, around 1 a.m., I got an unknown message that said, "I like that your house is lit only by your bedroom TV." I immediately went cold and pale. I paused the TV and heard rustling outside my window. My room was on the 2nd floor. I shut my phone and listened. Slowly, I peeked through the blinds and saw the man smiling with a gun pointed at my window.
Oh,
I screamed
Is
and
he really
pulled
not
away
here?
as glass shattered everywhere across my room. My parents ran in, followed by Kate. I screamed for
oh,
them
she's
to
probably like
crouch
breaking
and told
her
them the man
friend's
was outside
toes or
with a
whatever. I
gun.
don't know.
When my dad went to check, the man was gone.
It's good though. She's
Then we
eating.
heard another loud bang and more
Very
glass
lucky.
breaking downstairs.
Me,
in the
whenever I'm sick,
kitchen.
I can't eat.
We ran and locked the
It
bedroom
hurts too
as
much.
Kate called 911. My mom hugged us as we cried in fear. Throughout the whole situation, I kept wondering how he knew where we lived. A few moments later, the police arrived and searched the whole house, but nobody was there. Kate and I explained the situation again, and one of the officers said they should check the car. Surprisingly, a small AirTag was found on my tire, which explained how the man
Aqua.
knew where we lived and why he crouched before I sped out of the woods. The police told us they would patrol the streets and do everything they could to find the man. A few months later, he still hadn't been found.
Is this real?
But he never returned,
You
which I
seem
hope
chill.
it stays that
Thank you.
way.
I am very chill.
Me,
It's really
Kate,
cold.
and my
Look at-
parents are
look behind
still
me.
traumatized by the
Snowing.
situation. but mostly I felt stupid as the older sister for not being alarmed when the person didn't respond to calls and only responded through texts.
Then give me the follow-up.
All I know is that I'll be more careful and never go to secluded places again, especially when I'm
True.
responsible for someone else's safety.
Hi, Lloyd. That is freaky. Story number 3, Paul. Hope to catch a full stream soon.
It was
Seriously,
2021.
when is your winter break, Sophie?
One word to describe my day: hectic.
I've been leaving early.
Work was a shit show. This was prime COVID time, so I was working from home. I was supposed to be meeting with my extended family upstate, and I ended up finally getting off a nearly 3-hour Zoom meeting for work a whole hour and a half after everyone else had already arrived at my parents' house. And that didn't include the next 2 hours or so the trek up to their house would take me. I filled up 2 cups of coffee in my kitchen to take with me before leaving.
I feel so big
God
right now. It's
knew
like
I'd need
350.
them.
Dude, it's not even
The second I
420.
opened my front door, I realized this drive
Where
would be
is
more of a shit
350
show
right
than
now?
I had originally thought.
England?
The snow and wind had already picked up since
Modern
earlier that
now, but I still have to
evening.
do
and the
evening
streets
work.
were
My
barely
plan
even
tell us against
plowed.
it. Okay,
The
Sophie.
ground had at least 2 feet of snow already,
fun.
and it was supposed to snow like this for a majority of the night. I
Australia.
had to be driving under 25 on most
AM?
residential roads.
Oh.
My car at the time was also a really old, crappy Hyundai, which wasn't ideal for extreme weather conditions at all. It didn't have anti-lock brakes either. I'm a fast driver
No, I'm
though,
kidding.
so when I got on the highway, I raised my speed to 70, which was probably a lot faster than safe for the conditions. I finally arrived at my parents'
This guy's
house
gonna hide
around
your
9.
plane.
They had begun dinner without me, but thankfully weren't too far along. A few drinks and gift sharing later, I started to lose track of time. I got so caught up in seeing my relatives I hadn't spoken to in a while that I ended up basically forgetting I still have to drive home, even as most of my family had started to leave. Once I finally got in my car to leave, it was past midnight, and at least another foot of snow had accumulated on the ground. I was buzzed, but I figured I was sober enough to drive home. Not that I condone drinking and driving at all. I was tired and simply
Okay,
wanted to
good
get
night.
home.
Good night, mate. Have fun. Okay,
As
good
I
night,
was heading
Aqua.
towards the highway, I realized the roads were completely dead. I
Sleep
made the
tight.
grave
Don't
mistake
let the
of
bed
raising
bugs
my
bite.
speed to 40 down one particular road, because as I began to approach a bend in the road, I realized my car had gone into a skid. I tried not to panic, as
That
this
is so
wasn't the first
scary.
time I'd
Dude, whenever I feel my car like not gripping as tightly to the road, I would be like, okay, well, we gotta pull over. Hey, put on the snow tires or whatever.
skidded.
Like, oh my
I
gosh,
started
bro.
to steer into the skid
Scariest
and
thing
downshifted.
when you lose
And as I
handling.
got even closer to the curve, and my car still wasn't slowing down, I started to panic. My car went straight off the side of the road and into a tree, and the airbag deployed. I was momentarily in shock from the force of the impact, but thankfully, I was relatively unscathed. My car was ruined though. The whole hood was buried in a bank of snow surrounding the tree I hit.
Rip.
No chance I was pushing it back onto the road or anything like that. The first thing I did was phone my roadside assistance company, and they said they'd send a truck to my location, but because of the horrible conditions, it could take up to 40 minutes for the truck to reach me.
That's
I
fine.
was on a deserted road surrounded by forest and no houses for miles in either direction, so I decided to also call my parents and ask one of them to drive over and wait with me. My dad said he'd get in his car and drive over, so then I hung up and waited. As I was sitting there, I began to hear something over the sound of the wind howling outside. There were undeniably footsteps in the snow. I couldn't tell exactly from where, but they sounded somewhat distant. I opened the driver's side door and stepped out, looking over the roof of my car. I wasn't hearing footsteps anymore. Instead, I was hearing some new sounds. It was kind of hard to describe, but it sounded like some kind of wet slurping. I looked over to where I thought the sound was coming from, and I could see some movement by the tree line. It was dark as hell though, but I was pretty certain I was looking at a person. I called out, "Hello?" The sound stopped, but no one called back. I sat there for a few more seconds awkwardly, but no one ever responded or appeared to me. I couldn't see any more movement either. I was officially freaked out, so I got back in my car and locked the doors. What couldn't have been a whole minute later, I heard footsteps in the snow again outside. Then I heard something hitting the passenger side window, like a rock or something was thrown at it. I couldn't see out the passenger side window because it was covered in snow, or any of the windows for that matter. Once
Scary.
again, I opened the driver's side door and stepped out of my car. Checking my immediate surroundings, I made a disturbing discovery. There were boot prints in the snow, circling all around my car, and then leading away from my passenger side door into the woods. I felt sick to my stomach. I also noticed there were drops of blood in the snow. I opened my driver's side door and then grabbed my 9mm out of the glove compartment. Clutching it in my right hand, I began to follow the prints leading into the woods. At that moment, I was convinced someone out there was with me. As I followed the prints, the drops of blood began to grow larger. It looked like someone had been bleeding profusely. And then, I saw some dark mass
someone got in an
lying the
accident,
snow
help them.
just past the tree line. I couldn't tell what it was. I was just praying it wasn't a person. I took out my phone and enabled the
wouldn't it be a
flashlight.
person?
It wasn't a person. It was a dead deer, seemingly
Oh.
slaughtered by some larger predatory animal. The stomach was ripped completely open. And
Ugh.
shockingly, the deer had been completely decapitated. I swept the flashlight over the surrounding few feet, but I didn't see the head anywhere. I decided
Ray.
this was getting too weird for me, and I started heading back to my car. I got back to my car and opened the driver's side door. And as soon as I did, it was all I could do to keep myself from vomiting on the spot.
Ugh.
Lying in the
But-
driver's
but
side.
Okay, this is like the comfort here, right? There's two people, at least two groups of people coming for her right now. There is her parents and her the company that owns the car. So
Seat
she
of
should
my
be
car
good.
was the
Just wait
severed
it
head
out.
of a deer, placed on the seat as if it was looking right at me.
Whoa! He's already inside the car. What the frick, bro?
I booked it out of there and made it a few minutes down the road before headlights appeared in the distance. I ran towards the car, waving my hands and shouting like a madman, still holding my handgun. Thankfully, it was my dad, and he stopped the car and asked me what the hell I was doing. I got in the passenger seat and explained everything to him. And I
What if
kid
it
you
was your
not,
dad that did
he
it?
literally did
What if
believe
a
me.
dad's a mega troll?
I felt more comfortable going back to my car with my dad now, so he drove the two of us over there and we got out. The footprints were still all around my car, but the deer head was gone. All that remained was a large spot of blood on my driver's side seat. I think once my dad saw that, he started to believe me. The deer corpse was also gone. All that remained were drag marks in the snow. The tow truck finally showed up.
Drag
and
marks? What
towed
about
my
the
car.
blood?
My dad asked me if I wanted to call the police, but honestly, I just didn't have the energy to file a police report. I was exhausted and just wanted to go to sleep. I figured calling the police wouldn't accomplish jack anyways. So that's my story. I have no idea who was in the woods that night and what they wanted.
With the head pet sage.
Maybe they were just trying to scare me, or maybe they had worse intentions.
Yeah, they're just massive trolls, I think. Dude, I hear my door and it's the link trying to get in. My coffee tried to drown me. Uh-oh. Did it go down the wrong pipe with coffee? Uh-oh. That's gonna be rough. Okay. Can I interrupt your spooky stream because there's something waiting for you in the DM? Sure. I assume you want me to show chat? Oop, oop. Dude, I cut my hair yesterday because I had nothing to do. Feels so good. From Reaper. Let us see. Ooh, is it a video? Snow. Wait, I'm confused. Link, stop it. Reapers is the one I forwarded. Ooh, let's see it. I can't show chat. I can drag it in though. W. I'm like the tree. Looks so good. Thank you, Reaper. Dude, Link is going crazy on my door. Give me 1 sec. Man was going Attack on Titan on that thing, bro. Okay, let's see Kibo's one. I got two thingies. One from Reaper and one from Kibo. W. So calming. Looks a little blurry for some reason. Am I crazy? Oh, there you go. It looks blurry right here, and then the quality improves. What? What? Is it just me? I feel like right here, blurry. And then 2 seconds later, not blurry anymore. Oh, maybe it's an effect. Glasses effect. I like the Christmas tree in the back. It's like a village. Thank you, Kibo. Okay, we're gonna be uploading the coverage with this. I'm excited. Spin to win. Spin to win. Okay. 10. Oh, wait, no. Should we keep watching Spooky? Spooky? Or what other things do you guys want me to watch? I'm down for anything. Empty, you need me, so refreshing. My little soda pop. BRB in a bit. Okay. Spin to win, guys. Four horrific, true Christmas horror stories 9 days ago. See, this is very thematic. Christmas and spoopy. Snook. Maybe we can watch him.
My name
After
is
this one,
Gregory,
maybe.
and this happened last December when I was home alone in my house for a whole week. My girlfriend had gone to stay with her parents for the holidays, and I stayed behind because of work. I live in a quiet neighborhood in a small town in upstate New York. The houses are pretty spaced
Here's
out.
the problem,
Most of the
New
people on my
York.
block go away for Christmas, so I basically had the whole street to myself. At first, I liked the idea of the peace and quiet. I thought I would get a lot of rest and maybe catch up on some shows and just enjoy the coziness of the holidays for a bit. But what happened that
Have you guys
week
been
still
watching
lives
Christmas
rent-free in my
movies so
head.
far? I don't think
It was
I've
on my
watched a
second
single
night
Christmas
alone.
movie yet today.
It was around
Or
6:30
this year.
and already completely dark
Welcome back, Ellie.
outside. It had been snowing lightly all day, and there was a white layer on my yard and driveway. I was in the kitchen making a simple dinner, just pasta and chicken. Usually my girlfriend is the one to cook our meals. I'm
Which
not
one?
much of a chef.
Harry Potter.
I turned on the TV in the background to make the house feel less empty.
Haven't watched a
Because as
single
happy
one,
as I
so-
was to have the place to myself for a bit, I wasn't used to it being so empty and quiet in here. While I was eating at the table, I heard something unusual. It really took me a second to figure out what it was. It sounded like singing.
What is going on? Do you guys hear what's going on in the background?
I muted the TV and listened.
Oh, it's his
The
TV.
sound was definitely coming from outside. The singing got a little clearer, and I realized the person was singing
I haven't
Jingle
watched a single
Bells.
one.
At
Same.
first, I thought maybe some neighborhood kids were playing around outside, but the voice didn't sound like a kid.
Didn't know the name
It
anymore.
sounded like
It
a
was
grown man. I got up
beautiful.
and walked toward the front door because that seemed like the direction it was coming from. The closer I got, the louder it got. By the time I reached the door, it sounded like the singing was coming from right on my front stoop.
Someone
I
is
felt a
caroling.
weird feeling
Christmas
in my
carols.
stomach, but at that moment, I still thought maybe it was just a caroler. I
Yeah.
opened the door, and standing in the glow of my porch light was a man around 35 years old.
And then you immediately close that door because what is that man doing in front of your porch? Bye bye. Go knock on someone else's porch
He wore
later.
no hat, and his coat looked too thin for the weather. But the strangest thing was that he was completely focused on singing Jingle Bells, staring down at my welcome mat like he wasn't even aware I opened the door.
Nah,
I remember forcing a little smile because I didn't really know what else to do.
nah.
Never gotten Christmas carolers before. But even still, I never heard of a grown man doing it solo. It's supposed to be a
Don't
group
even
thing
know.
from what I know.
Like the Christmas
He
movie
didn't
you
look
watched,
dangerous. He actually just looked sort of
Is
confused
it
or maybe slow.
one with a
I even
train.
wondered if he was special needs or something because he didn't react.
I
to
feel
me
like Christmas
being there.
movies
He just
have
kept
to like
singing.
have
When he
age on
finished
them.
the song, I expected him to say something.
They're very
Or at least
nostalgic
leave. But he just took a
viewing.
breath and started singing Jingle Bells all over again for the
There's barely any
beginning,
new
in the
Christmas
same
movies.
Slow off-key tone. But now he was looking up at me, making direct eye contact. I felt my smile drop because it was just weird now. I stood there another minute, pretending to listen, even though it felt uncomfortable. I kept thinking he would stop after the second run, but he didn't. He just looped the song. I checked my phone and realized almost 4 minutes had passed while he sang Jingle Bells over and over. Finally, I decided it was enough. I told him thank you in a polite
Hi, zombie.
tone, and I slowly closed the door. I thought
you
that
been?
would send him on his way, but once the door was closed, I still heard the singing. It continued without
Time for
even
me to go. Have
slowing
an
down.
awesome evening, everyone. Okay,
I
Pandora,
walked back
thank
to
you
the
so much for
table and
today.
sat down, trying to ignore
Hopefully
it.
you have a good day
But the
too.
longer it went on, the harder it was to ignore. The man didn't seem normal, and it bothered me that he was still right outside my door singing the same song. I wondered if maybe he was special needs and
I'm tired,
someone was
but
out
it's
there
my
with
own
him,
fault.
like
Did you
by
not
the street
sleep?
or something.
Uh-oh.
But I didn't see anyone else out there.
I was tempted to not sleep
It made
too
the whole
last
house
night.
feel uncomfortable, like someone weird was standing too close to my personal space. I
Uh-oh,
kept eating,
my no-no
but I couldn't
square.
focus on the food.
Don't touch me.
It went on for my entire dinner. Finally, after about 10 minutes straight, the singing stopped. The sudden silence
My
actually made
cheek,
me jump
Pandora.
because I had gotten used to
Ow.
the singing. I got up slowly and walked back to the front door window. When I looked outside, I expected to see the man gone, but he was still there.
He was just staring
He had
now.
moved. Now he was standing at the end of my driveway.
No more singing,
facing
just
my
staring.
house completely still. He was no longer singing.
Nah,
At least I couldn't hear
nah. At this point, you just called the cops, bro. It's still your driveway, trespassing your property.
anything from
Yeah,
here.
just call the
He
cops.
was just standing there in the snow, staring at the door.
It's the cops'
Something
problem
about
now.
that felt worse than the singing. He looked like he was waiting.
Okay,
I
bye,
opened the door
Pandora.
a crack and told him he couldn't be here, that this was private property and he needed to leave. He didn't move at all. The whole thing was so unnatural. I finally told him that if he didn't leave, I would call the police. Then I shut the door again. I watched him for another minute from the window, but he didn't budge. I didn't want to actually call the cops because I thought maybe there was something mentally wrong with him and I didn't want to make things worse.
Why, you think cops are afraid of mentally ill people?
Instead,
Come on,
I
bro. What
decided
are you
to just
doing?
go upstairs, lock my bedroom door, and try to relax. I checked out the window upstairs before changing into bedclothes.
Still
The
illegal.
man was gone from the driveway. Thank God. I figured the threat worked. I got into bed, turned on a lamp, and started reading my book to wind down. Maybe 20 minutes went by when I heard something from behind the house. I knew instantly what it was, unfortunately.
No,
It was
no.
the same man singing Jingle Bells again, except now it was coming from my backyard.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
I jumped out of bed
jingle
and went to the
bells.
back window. When I looked down, not only was he directly inside of my backyard, he was already looking up at my window. The man was in my backyard standing in the snow directly below my bedroom window. He was looking straight up at me while he sang. I slid open the window and yelled at him that I was calling the police. The singing stopped instantly. He stood there in total silence for about 3 seconds. Then, he suddenly burst into a full sprint toward the back door on the lower level.
Oh!
The second he was out of my view, I heard the most
Dude,
insane
nothing
sound I've
scarier
ever
than
heard
someone
in my
going
life.
full sprint right at you, bro.
He started screaming at the top of his lungs, not like a normal scream. It sounded like a death metal singer, but even more insane and deranged. It echoed across the yard and through the entire house. Then came the banging. The back door shook violently as he kicked it, slammed into it, and probably tried ripping the doorknob off. I felt the vibrations from the impacts in my upstairs bedroom. I realized this guy wasn't just weird. He was trying to get inside. I grabbed my phone and called 911 right away. I begged them to hurry, telling them a man was trying to break in. I stayed on the line while holding a baseball bat with my other hand. I backed
Death
into my
metal
bedroom closet
Santa.
and shut myself in. The operator told me to stay hidden. I could still hear the screams and bangs from downstairs, and every second felt like he was going to break through. Then, just as suddenly as they started, the bangs stopped. Everything went silent except for my breathing. I didn't know if he left or if he got inside. I stayed completely still in the closet until the police arrived. They checked the entire outside of the house and confirmed the back door was still locked. The operator said I could come out and meet them. When I stepped outside to greet them, I finally felt like I could breathe again.
I'm breathing.
We walked around the backyard and saw deep footprints in the snow, showing exactly where he had stood while singing to me through the window and where he had run up to the back door. The footprints then led off into the woods behind my property. The cops went to follow the trail a little bit, but came back because it apparently wasn't worth going deep into the woods at night. They acted like it wasn't a big deal. They told me people act strange all the time and that as long as I kept my doors locked, I should be fine. They didn't seem very interested in finding him, and that bothered me a lot, but I was too shaken up to
The
argue.
running reminded me of
After
a
they
short
left, the
OFA
house
guy
felt
chasing a
horribly
robber.
empty and cold.
OFA,
Kept every
this
door
reminds
and
me
window
of
locked and
One for All.
double-checked them over and over.
Corner!
At that
Aye.
point, I was over the alone time and
So what
just
should I
wanted
draw?
my
I kind of want
girlfriend
to
back
draw
home.
rather chibi, but I don't want
I
to.
went down to my parents' place for Christmas Eve and
Hmm.
Christmas, thankfully. As far as that man, he
Little
never
me
returned.
driving.
At least, not that I know of.
Or me eating popcorn. I'll use it for thumbnails on YouTube.
This story is about
You
my
don't mind.
Christmas experience from about 10
Yeah.
years ago.
Yoink.
I was 6 years old, since my birthday was in
Yeah.
November, and I had just finished celebrating. Now we were getting ready for the holiday. My birthday celebration happened on the same day.
This song right here reminds me of like Barbie. Barbie. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like a nutcracker?
Now we were getting ready for the holiday. My birthday celebration happened on the same day as the famous Odell Beckham Jr. catch.
You ever watch Barbie,
I
guys?
lived with Cowboys fans, but I was a Giants fan. I remember it being talked about for the rest of the night.
That was like
even
the
during my
LeBron
birthday
Christmas game.
celebration. It was an eventful birthday week, and I'm surprised I remember all of this since I was only 6.
The nutcracker.
I didn't understand football, but I understood that the catch was crazy, so I was just living in the moment and happy it was my birthday, like any other kid. For my birthday, I got tickets to the Mavs-Wizards NBA game on December 30th. I was a Cavaliers fan, but since we lived in DFU outside of Dallas, I knew a lot of Mavs fans, and I was a small fan myself, so
The
I
short
was
in
grateful.
media. Okay, we'll look
It
at
was
it
going to be
later.
my first
don't know
NBA
what-
game,
Which for?
Christmas Day was 5 days before, and I got a brand new Odell Beckham Jr. jersey and a Mavericks shirt and sweatshirt as I was becoming a sports fan. I had a great Christmas.
Oh.
And one of my Christmas gifts was another Mavs game, which was on December 27th against
Eugene,
the
thank you for the
Oklahoma
follow.
City Thunder. I was so excited to go to both games. The day
And
came,
both my
we
teams
went to the
lost.
game. The Mavs
Frick.
won a close one, something like 112 to 105. It was crazy to see an event like that in an NBA arena for the first time. We left the game and drove home, which was maybe 45
Makes
minutes
me
away
laugh.
from the American Airlines Center. The next couple of days were normal, but I was excited to go back to that amazing stadium and atmosphere. This time we went again. I didn't know it would be the last time I went for years. At the last game, we had nice seats, like 7 rows from the court and in the middle. But this time, we were maybe row 20 and in a corner area, so the experience was different. The game was going
He's different.
well, and I was
what the
enjoying
frick? He's
it.
different.
The Mavs were killing them by like 20 to 30 points at halftime. Since I was a child, I wanted to roam around and get food and go to the bathroom by myself, but I was with my parents and only 6 years old. So my parents and I walked to get some food. We waited in line for maybe 20 minutes. My dad went to another restaurant inside the arena to get different food, and I stayed with my brother who was waiting in line to pay. As we talked to the worker, I walked away to throw out some of the candy they bought me before the game. I walked to a trash can maybe 30 feet away. As I got there, this tall white man came up to me and asked, "Hey, are you lost?"
This one is really detailed for
I
no
shook
reason.
my head and didn't say anything.
True.
He said he didn't
I feel
see
like
my
they're
parents
describing
around and
stuff
told me,
that
"Let's
I
go
don't
look,"
care about.
as he grabbed my
Oh,
hand
dude, the
and walked
Mavericks were
with me.
winning so much.
I was just a kid, so I walked with him. He
Oh,
took
dude, they,
me
were,
toward
they had the score of like
nosebleeds and said we were going
115
to the
to
intercom
105.
so they could announce my name and find my parents. I said okay and kept walking. We got to the top and we waited for about 10 minutes. He waited until the coast was clear and then tried pushing me
One of
towards
the players had
emergency
cheese in their
stairs or
lips.
elevator. I don't remember
The top of their
exactly,
lips,
but I do
signifying
remember there
they
was
just
no one
had
around. Then
the
I remembered
nachos.
stranger danger, and the guilt and fear started sinking in. I realized I shouldn't go with this man. He didn't have any credentials. When he let go of my hand to go check his phone, I ran all the way back to the stands. As I ran, I saw him standing there with a small grin on his face. I couldn't find my parents, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be somewhere safe. I found my brother, who hadn't told my parents he lost me because he didn't want to get in trouble. He asked if I was okay, and I said yes, choosing not to say anything.
I've never been to a
The
basketball
game
game
ended
like
and the
this.
Mavs
Same.
won, but I
I
didn't
wonder who
care.
has.
I just
Wait,
wanted to
who
go
in chat
home.
has been to like a stadium
As we
like this?
exited, I was quiet. When we got in the car, I was
I got a
also
chance
quiet.
once.
My
Like,
parents seemed confused that I
my
didn't
friends
seem
invited me.
energetic,
They bought tickets.
but I told them I was
And then I was like,
tired.
no.
As we drove home,
Too many people.
I almost fell asleep, but then a loud
No,
honk
thank you.
screeched behind us.
I'll pass on that.
So loud I almost screamed. I turned around, and there he was. The same man driving a truck with maybe 3 other men inside. I couldn't tell who they were. Just
I'm back with a
silhouettes.
miss.
My parents yelled
me,
at them from our
being a
car when
creepy
they
guy
pulled
like
up
this.
next to us, but the men just stared. I wanted to say something so badly, but for some reason I didn't.
I was a basketball player in high school, and we
When
had a
we
lot
got
of
home,
gyms.
I
Have you
went
been
right
to
to
a?
sleep and
Have you been
passed
to
out.
like Staples Center like this? Like that? Like this? Like that big? I can understand like a local game.
For some reason I didn't. When we got
Like
home,
some
I went
like
right to sleep and
not my
passed
school,
out
but some
fast.
schools force their
In the middle of the night,
the students
I
to
woke up
watch
with
their games like
chills.
that.
I noticed a light flashing
I
in
don't
my
count that
window.
one.
I looked out, expecting something innocent, Santa Claus or something, but instead saw that man standing out there, shining a flashlight into my bedroom window.
No.
I screamed and ran to my parents' room, telling them someone was at my window as if it were a first-story window.
Have once.
They rushed
as a
outside and
little,
searched
as
for
a
maybe 20
Harlem
minutes. They didn't find
Globetrotters.
anything,
Nice.
and since I was a kid, they didn't believe me. They said it must have
In
been a
New
shadow
Mexico,
from
we
a
have different
car, but
stadiums.
I know what I saw. On New Year's Eve, a couple days later, we were staying up until midnight
Motorsports?
to watch the ball drop. We were about 5 or 6 minutes away from midnight
I'm
when
more
the
to
doorbell
extreme
rang.
sports.
My parents answered
Snowboarding.
it. I didn't pay attention
then I die.
until I heard the man's voice, and I was 100% sure it was him. I told my parents, but they didn't believe me. I told them at the game he brought me to the high level, and I ran away and escaped. But they still didn't believe me. They said it was just a man handing out
My
lost
hair feels
dog
so
flyers
short
for his
now,
cousin's dog.
but it feels so
The night
flowy
went on, and I was fine.
and fluffy.
But then a year later, on New Year's Eve, there was a knock at my bedroom window. Keep in mind, I had forgotten about the situation. I got up and looked, and there was a piece of paper on the window that said, "This New Year, you'll meet me again."
Oh, football? I
gave
thought
my
you meant
parents
like
the note, and they filed the
football,
report.
football,
They never
not
heard
American
anything back.
football.
Every couple of years, I get terrified.
I'll
of
be
New Year's Eve.
I'll be a
My man will
linebacker
come
with my
back.
huge body, 2 inches
I told
tall.
my parents I never want to go back to an
I'll hold the
NBA
line.
game, saying it wasn't my thing. But now I'm 16, and it scares me that the man knows where I live. I'm considering going to the Cavs vs. Mavs game on
6-foot
January
frame
2nd and
and
3rd, which would be my first game since then, but I'm not
We
sure.
don't talk about Bruno.
This experience scared me away from basketball and made me always close my curtains.
We don't talk about Bruno. I'll forever be a center back. I was
I remember
I
this
was an
night
annoying
way too
interceptor.
clearly, and even now I think about how close my family came to something really terrible. It was early December, and we decided to drive up north into the mountains to cut down a real Christmas tree. It was something my wife Marianne and I always wanted to do, and our 7-year-old son Andrew was excited about it too. The weather was cold and cloudy, and the sky had that heavy look where it feels like snow is always about to fall again. To us, that added to the Christmas vibe. The whole ride up the winding roads made me feel like a kid again. It was a while since I'd done something this unique and in the Christmas spirit, and having Andrew so excited about it just brought me back to my youth. When we finally reached the remote area Marianne found online, there were no other cars around in the parking area. There were a bunch of light posts scattered around, so we weren't in pitch black darkness if you were wondering. That's why we picked the place. Still, we did bring flashlights. We parked by a small, unmarked
Every
path
single
that
one of
led
these
deeper into
stories
the
could
trees.
be like a
There was a lot
a
of
Fears
snow
to
on the ground
Fathom
still
game.
from the snowfall we got a few days
I
earlier.
mean, that
and
explains a
up
lot
this
because
high,
Fears
the
to
snow took
Fathom is
even longer to
basically
melt.
just story, right?
Andrew jumped out of the car right away and started throwing snowballs at us.
Andrew,
so I started throwing them
what the
back.
frig?
We were here to have fun, so of course I was going to try to make it as memorable as possible.
That feels like
for Andrew.
Pennywise. Have you guys seen the new
I
freaking
grabbed our
Pennywise show?
flashlights and the axe
Welcome
that
to
I planted
Derry.
to
Oh my
chop
gosh,
down a
bro,
tree.
that's scary.
We walked up the narrow path with snow crunching under our boots. Andrew kept running ahead, stopping to point at trees he thought might be perfect. The deeper we went, the more the road behind us disappeared, and the only light came from the faint moon glowing behind the thick clouds.
Yeah, I cried.
It was so quiet that I even asked Marianne and Andrew to stop for a second, just to really take it in. There was not a single sound, maybe a light breeze, that was it. To be honest, if I had been there alone, I'd have been slightly creeped out just off the silence and darkness alone. As we walked deeper onto the trail, we had to utilize the flashlights we brought, all three of us.
What do you think of it? I've only
Andrew
seen
was
episode
having
1.
a lot of fun with the flashlight.
It was pretty brutal.
Until the light from the parking lot was no longer visible, and it was now basically total darkness outside of the
It's
flashlights.
crazy that the entire Fears to Fathom
He
series is
started to
based
get a
on this
little
true
nervous,
story.
evidently,
Yeah,
because he asked how far we were gonna go, and he made a comment on the darkness.
it's like based on Reddit
I
stories, right?
kept
Or
feeling
something.
like someone was watching us, or like something was walking behind us, but every time I turned around, there was nothing but the empty snow path. About 10 minutes in, we finally found a spot where the trees were tall and full. Andrew ran around them in circles, looking for the best one.
Andrew.
Marianne stayed closer to me and whispered that she wanted to pick a tree fast because she had a weird feeling too. I got exactly what she meant.
Is
This was
Pennywise
lot
a clown
creepier
movie?
than I
No.
imagined. Right then, I heard soft crunching behind us. It wasn't any of us, nor was it an animal. It sounded like boots crunching the snow, but very slowly, sneaking-like. When I turned around, I saw a man in dark clothes, standing about 20 feet back on the path. He wasn't dressed
Which
for
is
the-
weird. You are right, Zombie. I've never really thought about like the It movies being clown movies. I've never thought about it. Is it a clown movie? I've never thought about it as a clown movie because he's not really a
Better.
clown.
His hands were bare and red from
He
the
uses
cold.
their fears.
His jacket looked more like a windbreaker. His face looked
It's not really
pale
a
and
scary
stiff,
clown
like he'd been
movie.
out in the cold for way too long. Marianne grabbed Andrew's arm to pull him closer. When the man noticed we were looking at him,
But
he
we're talking
suddenly
about
smiled in an
Welcome to
off-putting
Day.
way
It's a show.
and stepped closer.
It is not.
He asked if we were looking for a Christmas tree. His voice breaking the already unsettling silence was uncomfortable. His voice was deep and kind of soft. Before I could say anything, Andrew answered yes, excited again.
Andrew, dude, Andrew's gonna get us killed. I'm telling you.
This man knowing anything about us. Marianne quickly told him no, that we were just walking. The man stepped closer again, and the way he moved made every hair on my arm stand up. He told us not to worry because he wasn't a park ranger. He said it like he could tell exactly why we lied, because admittedly, what we were doing was super illegal.
No,
I
it's
didn't want
not.
to talk to him at all. Something was wrong with him. He looked hungry or desperate or like he hadn't slept in days. I guess, for lack of a better word,
We
he
don't
looked
talk
homeless.
about Bruno.
I told Marianne we should head back to the car, and she
We've seen
nodded,
both movies,
gripping
yes.
Andrew's jacket. When we started walking past the man, he stood by, smiling and watching, giving slight nods as if to say goodbye as we walked.
Freddy Krueger.
Andrew kept turning around, asking if the man was following, and we told him to stay facing forward. Every time I looked
Please watch
back,
the rest of
man
Welcome
was
to
a little
Day.
bit closer than before,
He
even though I
dies.
didn't hear him speed up. I whispered to Marianne that when we
He
reached
dies
the
in the
main
part 2
road,
movie.
we had to run to the car.
Spoiler.
She held Andrew's hand tighter and nodded without looking back. The man's steps stayed behind us the whole time,
Random
dragging
song
a little
jumps
like his
into your
boots
head
were
at a
too
random
big
time.
or too heavy.
Y'all don't do
Once
that.
we got close enough to see the gap in the trees where the
Did
car
you think
was
the movies
parked,
were
I told
actually
them to
scary?
go.
The first one was.
Marianne
Second
lifted
one
Andrew
was.
and ran as fast
Alright.
as she could. The only reason I felt even remotely safe was because of the axe in my hand. But I'm not a violent person, and I've never had to resort to violence in my entire life.
I don't know.
I turned around to block
I don't really
the
get
path
scared.
behind us for even just
I
a
don't really
second.
find anything scary.
The man had stopped walking and was just staring at me, and he put his hands up halfway, still smiling. And then he said, "I mean no harm. Why don't you get back to
Sure,
your
bro.
truck now?" And I felt my heart skip a beat as he said this. He said truck, like he knew we came in a pickup truck. I replied back simply that we don't want any trouble.
Gotta go eat dinner
Then I
now.
turned
And I
and
feel
started
exactly the
hurrying
same
back
with
down
the
to the
song
lot.
Obsession and Please.
But halfway there, Marianne
Okay,
screamed
Lena.
my name,
I'm
sounding
back.
panicked.
Fast.
Oh no, I thought. When I got to the truck, she showed me that both right
there a new
side
Silent Hill
tires
movie
were
coming?
punctured. I didn't have time to examine it for long to realize it was him. I told
Oh.
Marianne to call 911 immediately, but she struggled
This
to
guy's a
find
freak,
service at
bro.
first. She walked around the snowy lot
Welcome
for
back,
a bit
Zen.
until
How's
there
your
was
meeting?
reception. She never strayed too far away. I had Andrew wait in the truck, who was now clearly concerned as he watched Marianne and I freaking out. He was old enough to know something bad was happening. Marianne seemed to be having a hard time on the phone, so I took it and explained our location and that we felt threatened by a random man in the woods who may have potentially been responsible for the tires. Given the potentially unstable individual in the vicinity, and the fact that we had a child with us, police were taking this very seriously and told me to keep my family locked in the truck until police arrive, and that a tow truck will be sent as well.
Didn't even know there was gonna be a
I
Silent
was
Hill movie.
instructed to
Same.
keep the operator on the line while we waited. But eventually, the line started getting choppy, cutting out at moments because of the poor reception.
Oh, there's
Then
20 people in your
Marianne
meeting?
suddenly
Oh,
screamed in
and
my
you were
ear to
hosting
look
or leading?
and pointed towards the tree line by the
Hopefully
path we
it
were
won't.
on. There were multiple people standing just beyond the tree line. I counted at least 3. They looked like shadows from where we were,
Yeesh.
which made the
Is it a
sight
cult?
even
What
more
if it's a
terrifying.
cult?
It was like we were being stalked and hunted. Then 2 of the people started walking closer. I told the operator, and she said something that really made me uncomfortable. She asked if I had any kinds of weapons, and when I said I had the axe,
What
she
went
implied
over?
that if it came down to it, to use it to defend my family. By this
It's
point,
Jason
Andrew
and
was
his
crying,
friends.
and Marianne tried to calm him down.
Jason,
I told the
Michael
operator that 2 of the
Voorhees,
figures were still walking
Freddy,
toward the truck.
Sam,
They weren't
Carly.
running or yelling or anything.
Jason,
They just walked very slowly, like they knew we weren't going anywhere. The
Being
third
so
figure strangely
wonderful.
disappeared, likely back deeper into the woods away from the light. The operator told me the police were close, but I had no idea if that meant 2 minutes or 10. I kept looking back and forth between the tree line and the road in the distance, praying to see flashing lights. I tried to talk to the operator again, but the call dropped. The second it cut off, everything felt 100 times worse. I locked the doors again, even though they were already locked. I kept my hand on the axe, gripping it so hard my knuckles hurt. As the two
But
people
would your
were now
knuckles
within
hurt?
range of hearing them speak, we could hear them saying, "We're here to help," as they waved their hands in the air. We didn't recognize either of them to be that guy from earlier. "Do you think they're park rangers?" Marianne asked. And I said firmly, "Not a chance." But perhaps I said
Just
it
came
too
back to
loud,
bags all over
because
my
Andrew
desk.
just started
Kind of
crying
bags.
even more, which Marianne had to try extra hard to console him.
Iron Lung. Isn't Iron Lung out
These
already?
two people approaching were
Multiplayer?
dressed similarly to that first guy, aka way underdressed,
Presents?
and their clothes looked worn out,
Give me
almost
one.
dirty, and they didn't seem bothered by the cold at all. But then, seemingly randomly, the two of them turned around and started running back in the direction they had come from. We didn't know why just yet.
I'm
but
jogging
it
in
was
place,
soon
guys.
clear.
I gotta get the blood pumping.
Ecstatic to hear the
I
sound
can
of
feel my
police
I can feel
sirens.
my
It was
my
getting
legs
louder
dying.
fast, and eventually we saw the flashing lights coming from down the road. Coming pretty fast, actually. The police SUV entered the lot with its
Electric
spotlight on,
lunchbox for my
and it
secret
instantly
Santa.
shined in our direction.
So it like keep
I
stuff
flashed my
warm.
lights to try to get the cop in the car to see the men running back into the woods. At this point, though, they were already nearly gone. But their footprints weren't. Once the SUV was next to us,
Ooh.
two officers jumped out immediately
That's nice.
with flashlights drawn, and I got out to basically get on my knees thanking them. I pointed in the direction the men ran. I said they disappeared into the trees like they had rehearsed where to go. The police told us to stay inside the truck while they searched, and more units showed up within minutes. One officer stayed with us. Andrew was no longer scared, but rather once again excited at the commotion and the sight of police officers. After a long search, the police came back and told us what I already knew they were going to say. They didn't find anyone, just tracks in the snow that went deep into the woods and eventually spread out in different directions. They didn't know if the people lived somewhere out there or if they were part of some kind of camp deeper in the mountains.
I'm tuned in now.
They said
Undivided
sometimes
attention.
drifters or squatters stay hidden
Well,
in
I'm
remote
in the
areas during
treadmill
the
that you
winter.
bought, Gerlin, Golden.
The tow truck
I don't know what to call you
eventually
now,
arrived, and
man.
The police stayed around us the entire time until our truck was loaded up. We had to sit in the back of a patrol car to stay warm while they finished everything. No one
I'ma
really
eat
said
the kid
much.
to the
Marianne
void.
held Andrew in her lap, and I just stared out the window, watching the dark tree lines, half expecting to see someone standing there again. On the ride back home, none of us talked. It was like all of us were afraid that saying anything out loud would make it real again.
No, you're not Gerlin
We didn't try to
anymore.
cut down a Christmas tree
You know what I'm gonna do?
We didn't even go
You know
back
what
to
I'm
that
gonna do,
mountain
Golden?
area.
As soon as the Gerlin hiding becomes available, I'm gonna make a new Twitch account and I'm gonna take it. I will yoink it, and you will never be able to have it.
Even
You
now,
know what? I'm gonna
10 years
email
later,
Twitcher right
I
now.
refuse to go anywhere near it. To this day, what scares me the most is the thought that they had been watching us long before we even noticed them. They saw us arrive in that parking lot because they knew to strand us by slashing
will
my
be the
tires,
Gerlin.
and they were waiting for us to go deep enough into the trees so we wouldn't make it back to the truck.
Gerlin version,
We were
yeah.
lucky we trusted
You will
our
be Gerlin
instincts
version 2.
enough
I
and
will be
decided to
version
leave
1
for the
because
truck
I have the
almost
original
right
name.
away. We were also lucky I was holding an axe,
You remember?
which
I'll
may
just
have
email them
dissuaded
right now.
from doing something crazy. I don't like thinking about how close we came to potentially never going home.
Story 4 by Jamiz. What a weird name, Jamiz.
I still think about this one night from when I was 9 years old.
I will never forget.
It was a few days before Christmas. My parents both had things to do that night, and since I was almost 9, they felt okay leaving me home for a little bit. My mom had to
What? Would you guys leave a 9-year-old alone in the house?
run to the grocery store to get some stuff for
That's
Christmas
crazy.
dinner.
You don't even got
My
double
dad was
digits in your
working late
age.
like he usually did in December. I was sitting on the couch watching a Christmas movie probably and eating cookies by the fireplace and tree. Outside, it was already dark, even though it was still relatively early.
For
And
a
I
few
remember
hours
the
when I was
Christmas
nine.
lights flashing on the houses across the street.
I left him at night.
It was normal until the doorbell rang.
I'm sure nothing
The
bad
only
is gonna
reason this
happen.
made me stop and look was because it was rather late and random for someone to ring the bell, and my mom always told me
I'll
never
babysit
to
my
answer
baby
the
brother
door
every
when I
time.
was alone. My parents never ring the bell, obviously, since they have keys. I got up and walked to the
I
door
can't
anyway
even, I
because
can't even
wanted
leave
to
a
look through the
full-grown person
peephole.
alone, let alone kid.
When I put my eye up to it, I saw there was a man standing on the porch wearing a Santa Claus suit.
Uh-oh.
It was the full thing, too. The red coat, the hat, the beard, everything. But he
Uh-oh.
didn't look like a
I agree.
normal friendly Santa. He wasn't holding anything besides what looked like a clipboard, and he was standing way too close to the door like he was waiting for me to unlock it.
What if it's like a Home Alone? He's here to scout the home to rob, and it's the wet bandits, bro. He's just trying to get the codes or something.
I didn't know what to
HOA.
say at first, so I just kind of whispered, "Who is it?" The man moved his head a little closer to the door, like he was trying to see through the peephole or hear me better. And in that moment, he figured out right away that I was a kid.
Oh no!
Did I guess what was his best Santa impression?
If I was a kid and I was Home Alone, I'd be like, "Who is it?" See, then they'll never find out that I'm
He
just
said
a
he
child.
was Santa and that he had gifts for me and that I should open the door. At 9 years old, I wasn't stupid, and I didn't believe in Santa anymore.
What are you watching? A
My
home
parents
invasion
taught me about
happening
strangers.
to a 9-year-old kid?
I told him to go away and that I didn't need anything, and I tried to sound brave, but my voice cracked. The man went silent for a second, and then he asked me if I was home alone. As soon as he said that, I knew to walk away. I instantly felt stupid.
Just
for even
lie,
letting
bro. Just be like, no, my dad's sleeping upstairs. My cop uncle is downstairs in the basement, and my judge mom, who will prosecute you, is cooking dinner while sleeping. And my brother, who's Batman, is over there.
him know I was home. I didn't answer him. I stepped back from the door and walked fast
I
to the
figured that
living
Santa
room
wasn't
because I
real at 8
suddenly
years
felt
old, but
too
if you were
scared to
said you were
stand near
Batman,
it.
you'd probably
I
let you
sat
in.
on the couch and grabbed
I've
a
never
pillow
been-
and stared at
I've
the
never believed in
TV like
Santa.
acting
Look at
normal
it.
would make the fear go away.
Cooking dinner while
Then I
sleeping,
heard the
yeah.
doorknob twist.
What you can
He was testing if the door was
sleepwalk, but
locked.
you can't cook.
I
Sleep
wanted to scream
sleep
for
cook.
help, but nobody was home.
See, I'm not
I waited and hoped he would leave. But a moment
activity
later, I heard another sound from the back of the house. It was the back door.
I believe anyone can do whatever they want while
It
they're
happened
sleeping.
so fast after the front door that I bet he ran around the house.
Believe in
to the
yourself,
back.
like Naruto.
That
Believe
door
it.
was even weaker than the front one, and we almost never used it. I felt frozen in place, and all I could think about was that my house only had 2 doors, and this man was trying both.
Then you go to the other door that he goes into and freaking sprint out of there,
Ran
bro.
to
Go to the
kitchen and
neighbors or
grabbed the
anything.
phone and dialed my mom's number. When she answered, I started talking really fast, trying not to cry. I told her someone was trying to get into the house, and he was
He
dressed
was
like
like,
Santa.
some of them are dumb, some of them
My
are human,
mom
what
got
I gotta do to
serious
get to
right
be
away.
honest, human,
Told
and
me she was
the
coming home right now,
wishing
and that I
up.
should not open any doors no matter what. She told me to stay in the living room and keep the curtains closed. I sat on the floor behind the couch
That's
where I
stupid.
couldn't be seen from any windows, and I stayed completely
Telling a kid to
still.
sit still.
I kept hearing small noises outside, like
Are these stories
footsteps
real? We can
or
never
light
know.
taps, just some forms of sounds indicating
I
that
s-
someone
I
was still
assume they are.
there. Eventually, they stopped, and not long after, I heard a car pulling into our driveway, and I knew it was my mom because I recognized her squeaking brakes. I stayed where I was until I heard the front door unlock and slam open.
I imitated
My mom came in breathing hard and holding 2 grocery
The lady
bags.
cringed before
She locked
walking
the door
away.
behind her and yelled out for me, and I ran to her right away. She hugged me and then told me she had just seen a man dressed as Santa walking down our street. She said she slowed her car down when she saw him, and she yelled at him out the window asking what he was doing.
Well,
The man told her he was going door to door asking for donations, but she didn't believe him for a second. She said he looked nervous and that he walked away fast when she started yelling. My mom told me she was proud of me for not opening the door and for calling her right away.
good job. Good
She
job,
called
kid.
the police and reported the man, and I'm sure police at the very least surveyed the area. We never found out if he was arrested or if he just disappeared into the neighborhood. 2 neighbors did say, though, that the man knocked on their doors asking for donations, though they said it seemed like a scam. Regardless, that doesn't change the fact that he tried to get into our house, where he knew a little boy was home alone.
What
I
if the
still
guy's
think
just
about that
trolling,
night
bro?
Every year around Christmas when I see
Trying to
Santa
scare you.
decorations. I just remember being 9 years old and knowing that man on our porch was not Santa and that he wanted something else. I
What do you
guess I
want?
was lucky the doors were
Cookies?
locked and my mom got home when she did. What would have happened if that door was unlocked is terrifying to think about.
I guess he would have gone in. Eh. Hotel horror stories. Oh, this one is scary because you're out of your element, bro. Did you imagine you're on vacation, you're in a hotel, and then some crazy stuff happens? At least when you're home, like dude, this is home base, bro. I know where everything is. But if you're in a hotel room, oh man, let's watch it. 4 scary true hotel horror stories. So spooky. I used to work at a hotel. The real horror are the guests that check in at night. Oh yeah.
I used to travel a lot for work, and most of the time
That's how you know they have nowhere else to
decent
go.
hotels because I didn't care
I'd
about
be ready to
anything
fight in a
except
hotel.
having a bed and a shower.
Stop! I'll go on vacation on Monday. Are you staying in a hotel? Stay at a B&B instead. Ooh, actually, Airbnbs are scarier. Because the Airbnb is someone's home, right? That you're just renting. And then, like, what if, like, you don't know? What if, like, they have, like, a hidden room and they're just watching you? And then, like, what if you're in Japan and then there's, like, Airbnb and it's, like, Ju-on the Grudge and it's Sadako, bro. And then he's like, then she just kills you. Good luck, guys.
Never happened to me in any hotel before, so I never thought about danger or weird people. That changed during a trip I took for a training event in a small city in Pennsylvania.
All you gotta do is spin to win
I checked
when you
into
encounter a
regular
ghost.
looking hotel that had a small lobby with old
Give that back
depressing
here.
red carpet and a smell that reminded me of my grandma's house. The woman at the front desk gave me a room key and I went up to my room on the 3rd floor. The hallway was very quiet and felt a little empty in a
You
strange
sounded
way.
like the TV static.
My room was pretty normal with a
That's what she
small
sounds
bed,
like in
a
the
desk,
movies.
and a bathroom. I threw my bag on the bed, turned on the TV, and tried
I
to
trade
relax.
Sai for a burger. No.
I was tired from driving for hours, so after showering
What
and
kind of
watching
burger,
TV for a bit, I
I
tried
might
to
lose
fall
to a
asleep.
burger.
I woke up in the middle of the night because I heard something sliding on the floor.
Man, the leftover
First, I
panda
thought it
was
the
not
ice
enough.
machine
I
or
am
some
still so
noise from the
hungry.
hallway. I was half asleep and did not want to get up, but then I heard the soft sliding sound again. And this time, it was right by the door. I turned on the lamp and looked at the door. Something small and white was sticking out from underneath. I got up slowly and picked it up. It was a folded piece of paper. There was handwriting inside, very messy and uneven. It was only a few words, telling me that someone was watching me from somewhere inside the hotel. My heart started beating harder because I had
What if
no
the paper
idea
has a
who would
curse?
have written that. I didn't hear any footsteps after the note appeared, and the hallway had been dead silent. I stood in the middle of my room, feeling unsure if I should open the door or stay inside. I decided to lock the chain lock and sit on the bed with my back against the wall. I kept the lamp on so the room would not be so dark. I felt too awake to sleep now. About 20 minutes passed before I heard the sliding sound again. I stared at the bottom of the door,
Bro.
waiting to see what would happen. Another small piece of paper slid
Nah.
through slowly, like someone was gently pushing it with one finger.
This just seems like it's your bro, like trying to prank you. Like imagine your friend. Like imagine you know where your friend is staying, and then you just prank them, bro. You just stay at the next hotel room and then just hand them notes.
I walked up to it and picked it up. The second note said something even stranger. It said that person had been inside my room earlier in the day before I arrived, and they liked watching people sleep in this hotel. The handwriting looked shakier than the first note. I felt a wave of fear go through my chest, because the idea that someone had been inside my room was too real to
Dude, you
ignore.
would freak them out.
I
Imagine
looked
doing this to your
around the room,
friend.
even though I knew no one was in there right now.
That's so funny.
I checked
Thinking
under
about
the
it
bed,
now.
inside the closet, and behind the shower curtain, even though I already knew it was empty. After checking everything,
That's something my friend
I
would do.
sat on the bed again,
Something
trying
I
to
would do.
decide if I should call the front desk. But it was after 2 a.m., and I
Let's do
had
the
this
quick thing
paranoid
on this
feeling
video.
that the person
We
sending
already
the
saw
notes
it,
might be someone who
I
worked at
think.
the hotel. The handwriting looked strange and shaky, maybe like an older person or someone who was unstable. I tried to calm myself down, thinking maybe this was some prank, but it felt too personal. I sat still for another half hour and tried to listen for any sound. Every tiny noise made my body tense up. Even the air conditioner clicking or the pipes tapping.
2-inch
Everything
linebacker.
made me jump.
W.
I told myself that if a third note came, I would go straight downstairs. I would not wait any longer. I kept my eyes on the door, but forced myself to breathe slowly. After a long period of silence, I started to relax again. But then, the third note came. The sliding sound was even slower this time, like the person wanted me to hear it. I walked up to the door again. The third note said something completely different from the first two. It said the person was already inside the room with me again. I stared at the words for a long time. I looked around the room again, even though I had checked everything before. I slowly turned in a full circle, expecting to see someone in the corner or behind the curtains. I couldn't even breathe normally now. The idea
Just
of
breathe,
someone
bro.
hiding in the room with me made my chest feel tight. I grabbed my bag and made the decision to get out immediately. I went to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. I unlatched the chain lock and opened the door quickly. I rushed out and slammed it behind me. Then ran down the hallway trying to stay quiet, but also wanting to get as far from that room as possible.
I would leave and change rooms instantly.
I looked back only
What I would do,
once.
after I get that note, I would take the note, go out of my room, and then slip the note on to the next room. And it's like a game of telephone. And then we're all scared. Yummy. Okay, breathe.
End of the hallway, I thought I saw a shadow move behind the corner near the last room. It looked like someone stepping back out of sight. I hurried downstairs to the front desk where a different employee was working.
I'm not the one getting
He
haunted.
looked half asleep.
Your problem
When I
now,
told
bro.
him what happened? He looked extremely confused. He said there were only 3 other guests on my floor, and none of them had been walking around.
3 guests in your floor? Oh no, bro. Can I change floors?
I decided to check out early and drive to a different hotel, even though it was after 3 a.m. Before leaving, I asked if someone could check my room to see
Just
if any
brush it off,
windows were
zombie.
open or if anything
I wouldn't
was
even notice
disturbed.
it.
He took me upstairs with a master key, and when we entered my room, everything looked normal. But the window lock was broken in a way that looked recent. The employee looked nervous and said maybe someone from outside had gotten in earlier. I grabbed my bag and left the moment he finished talking. I drove to a different hotel 20 minutes away and barely slept. The next morning, I called the original hotel to see if they had found anything else. They said nothing strange came up. No cameras caught anyone near my room. No other guests complained about anything. They made it seem like the whole thing was just a weird misunderstanding.
Sure.
But I didn't buy it. I think he was lying. Something strange was going on in that hotel.
I'm not sensitive. No.
I still remember the feeling.
The
that
note just
someone was
says,
right
I
outside
like
my
watching
door
you sleep.
watching me. And the worst part is I keep thinking about the third note saying the person was inside the room again. That's the part that doesn't make sense and made me question if it was maybe a prank. But the broken window latch said otherwise. I checked everywhere. There was no one. The window latch being broken makes me think that the person might have been coming and going before I ever realized anything was happening.
Nah,
I never
that's
went anywhere near that hotel again.
anonymous female from story 2. What?
I stayed at a hotel in Virginia during a long drive to visit family because I was too tired to keep going. It was late at night, almost midnight, and the hotel looked basic but clean. The parking lot had only a few cars, and most of the building looked dark from the outside. When I walked into the lobby, the man
Nothing
at the front
happened, right?
desk
Yeah.
barely
I mean,
looked up.
most of these things, nothing happened. There's like only a handful of instances like that kid, that 9-year-old kid that they left alone, and then his drunk uncle like put a knife on him. Like that was a rarity. A lot of these things is literally feels like that these guys are just having like a schizo moment.
He gave me my key, and
I understand,
went to the
when
third
you're
floor.
freaked out, you're gonna see some stuff.
Most of the lights were
one way or
dim,
another.
and every door I passed had the "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging, like no one wanted to be bothered. Definitely the type of hotel that people stay at out of necessity only. My room was at the end of the hallway. When I opened the door,
I definitely wouldn't
fine,
normalize
but a little
schizo
messy in a way
behavior.
I couldn't explain. Like the lamp was tilted, one of the drawers to the dresser was slightly open, the blanket on the bed had a small wrinkle near the corner, as if someone sat there recently. It looked like housekeeping rushed or simply just did not care. I dropped my bag on the chair, turned on the TV, and got ready for bed. I got into bed and tried to sleep, but I kept thinking about how messy the room was when I came in. The more I thought about it, the more weird it seemed. I remembered that the front desk man didn't even mention housekeeping when he checked me in, and the whole hotel felt too empty, but I forced myself to ignore it and finally drifted off. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up to the sound of my doorknob turning slowly.
No one would.
It was such a faint sound at first that I thought maybe the air conditioner made it, but then the handle clicked lightly again, like someone trying to test the lock without waking me. I stared at the door. The room was dark, except for the glow from the TV, which I had forgotten to turn off. I could see the shadow of the door handle move slightly. Someone was outside trying to open it. After a few
Silver says, if someone broke into my room and wasn't trying to do anything weird, I'd be chill. I'd be like, wanna watch a movie. I think them trying to break into your room is the weird part, Silver.
seconds,
What?
the handle stopped moving. I stayed still, waiting for another noise.
Hi, Lena.
Then the
Welcome
sound
back.
came again, but it was different.
Gotta be.
It was a small metal scraping against the lock. It sounded like someone
Oh, I
sliding
thought you
the
said
key
in
into the
Galbi.
keyhole.
Korean.
But that didn't make sense because no one should have a key to my room besides staff. The key turned, but the door never opened. I could see a thin sliver of hallway light in the gap. The door pushed gently once, then stopped.
Uh-oh.
I waited for a voice or footsteps, but there was nothing. Then the door closed softly again, like the person walked away. I stayed awake for almost an hour, listening for footsteps or any sound in the hall. When nothing happened, I convinced myself it was maybe a staff member who mixed up room numbers, and when they realized, they left. I went to relock the door, and I fell asleep again from exhaustion. Fast forward to like 2:15 a.m., and I remember that specifically. I woke again to something that, at first, I wasn't sure what it was. All I know is I heard the slightest rustling sounds in the room, and I knew someone was in there with me. I was scared to sit up and look, but I did. And then the rustling stopped. I noticed even in the darkness of the room, the slightest sight of a shadowy figure, barely visible in the dark, hovering over my bag in the corner of the room. I said in a panicked, shaky voice, "Who is that?" And a deep man's voice responded, "It's housekeeping. Sorry, I'll leave now." I didn't even respond.
What? Housekeeping?
I was so shook, but I saw the black mass move from my bag to the door, and then the door opened and closed. I immediately flicked on
You
the
clean
light
right now and
and
let
rushed
me
to the door
watch
to
you.
Put on the chain lock. I went to my bed.
You be coming to my
and saw
room
that
while
it
I'm
had clearly
sleeping?
been gone through.
Now let
I
me
had to
watch you
gather
clean.
myself for a few minutes before calling the
Housekeeping.
front desk. I told them someone with a key just broke into my room and was going through my stuff. The front desk person said that no housekeeping staff was currently there.
Well, yeah, it's
Packed all
3
my
a.m.
stuff and rushed to the little lobby.
What does
where I
housekeeping
called
at
the
3 a.m.?
police and demanded they check the video surveillance footage. When police arrived, that's when the desk worker agreed to show the surveillance footage, and it showed a large, scary-looking man repeatedly walking down the halls all sketchy-like, going to my door multiple times, and then finally entering my room with a key. The man at the front desk said that the man didn't work there, and he must have somehow stolen a master key from the hotel.
One of these days, I'm gonna start a stream from my phone, 2 a.m. my time, and it's just gonna be a dark stream, and I'm just gonna roleplay that I'm dying. I'm gonna be like, guys, I'm lost. I'm in the woods. I can't see anything. My phone is about to die. I can't turn on the flashlight because my phone will immediately die.
I got my money back and immediately fled from that hotel, driving another half hour and eventually sleeping in my car. This experience somewly permanently tainted my
Automatic
opinion of
Twitch
hotels,
ban? No.
Unfortunately. I wonder if I
It's
could
an
press
ARG.
charges on the hotel for
Did you get banned for
negligence
that?
or endangering a guest or anything like that, really.
Aren't people like actually like committing crimes on Twitch and they're fine with it? Like
But I
actual
never
felonies, like sexual
I
assault.
just try to block it out
I don't
now.
care. Like when you did the voice recording in the middle of the night. Yeah, Blair Witch, bro. Blair Witch kind of stream.
I used to work night shifts
On
for
stream,
a small
yeah.
delivery company. So on my off days, I would take short weekend trips alone.
There's
just
this
to get out of the
streamer
house.
called Nina Lynn,
During one
committed
of
a
these
felony,
trips,
sexual
I stayed
assault.
at a cheap hotel in New
on
Jersey
stream.
because it was close to a hiking trail I wanted to check out the next morning. The hotel wasn't terrible, but it had that old smell, and the hallways were too quiet, like no one else was staying there.
No, my phone would die
I checked
before.
in during the early evening.
Wink, wink,
and
die.
the woman at the front desk told me housekeeping had already cleaned all the
I
rooms
had no
for
idea
the
people
night.
were that crazy.
I didn't think about that
I
detail.
mean, it's not the people, right? It's not the people. It's Twitch not banning them is what's messed up. Because yeah, stuff like this happens all the time. But not banning them, what's that telling everyone? Oh, it's okay to commit crimes on Twitch. You're not gonna get banned. Worst she got, I'm pretty sure, was like a 1 week ban.
Until later, when everything unfolded. My room was on the second floor.
For committing a
and the hallway
felony.
light flickered when I walked
An
to my door.
actual crime that you could go to prison for. On Twitch, you get 1 week ban. That's crazy.
I didn't pay much mind to how creepy the hotel was because I was just so tired. I wanted to eat, shower, and go to sleep.
Hi, Michi.
The room looked clean at first glance. The sheets were tucked in perfectly, but the pillow on the chair looked a little crooked.
Wasn't you just permit?
I fixed it with
Response to rumors that she's been permabanned. Lena Lynn's pushed back against claims that she's been permanently banned on Twitch, but the platform's own messaging has fueled speculation that her suspension can be indefinite. Is she permabanned? I don't think she is. I think this ban was she was shoplifting. She was shoplifting at Target. So what she did was, so she would buy like, I think this is the clip that I saw. Because it's self-checkout. So she wouldn't scan the item that she was taking out. She would scan like butter. Hi, Fuwawa. Like instead of scanning the item that she would take, she would scan butter instead. So she would pay only like $3 for everything. Like she just kept scanning it. I don't know if I can show that clip, but she was shoplifting like crazy. Like she would pay only $3 for every single item that she didn't want to pay for, because she would just scan the butter instead.
without thinking and turned on the small TV. After relaxing for
That's
a bit and eating
crazy.
snacks, I got in the
I'm not gonna
shower.
show the clip.
When I came out, the bathroom mirror was foggy and the room felt colder than before. I brushed it
Lead
off
to
and got
potential
into bed.
bans. I think it's fine.
The room had a dark corner near the small closet, and I kept noticing it out of the corner of my eye.
I already said I'm not showing the
It made
clip.
me feel like someone was
I can talk
standing
about whatever I
there, even
want.
though I
My
knew
stream.
it was empty. I fell asleep eventually, but I woke up sometime after midnight because I heard a strange, soft noise. It sounded like something sliding on the carpet in the corner of the room. I opened my eyes slowly and listened.
Let's talk about
The room was
green being
dim
blue.
because the curtains were thin and some light
Her
from the
name's not
parking
popping
lot
up on
came through.
search.
I thought maybe I was imagining things because I was still half asleep. Then I heard a quiet breathing sound, not mine, and it was coming from near the closet. I stayed completely
That's the
still
rat.
because I got scared instantly. The breathing was slow, like someone trying to stay quiet but struggling. I told myself it had to be the air conditioner, but the unit
No,
was
it's
on the
fine.
other side of the room, and it made a totally different
That would be
sound.
crazy.
I didn't want to sit up because I was afraid of what I might see. But
That's a
eventually,
crazy
I
fear of a
forced
ban.
myself
We're
to.
talking about someone
I
committing a
slowly pushed
crime.
myself up on my elbows and looked toward the
Negative
closet.
freedom of speech on
I couldn't
Twitch.
see anything at first. It was just a dark corner. But then I noticed something that made my stomach twist. The closet door, which I knew I had left completely open after checking it earlier, was now slightly closed. Not fully, but enough that it looked touched. I stared at the gap and tried to listen. The breathing stopped the second I sat up, and that made me even more scared because it meant something or someone realized I was awake. I wanted to run out of the room, but I was frozen in place.
Stop.
After a minute of
Who's
silence,
doing that?
I got up very
Oh
slowly
my gosh.
and walked
I
backward
got
toward the
pricked.
door while keeping my eyes on the closet. I reached for the doorknob, turned it carefully, and stepped into the hallway. The hallway was empty and felt even quieter than before. My heart was beating so fast I felt lightheaded.
No, not that one.
I
More
went
Twitch taking
downstairs to the front
things
desk,
out of context
but no
over
one
the
was
explanation
there.
because it can teach people.
The desk
that
phone
they
was
know
ringing like someone called the hotel, but no
how
one
to
picked
do it.
up. I didn't know if
No,
I
it's
should
actually
wait
illegal.
or try to find someone else. I didn't want to go back upstairs alone.
Like if you do it, you will get
After a few
arrested,
minutes,
guys.
The woman who worked
It's only
the front
legal
desk
on Twitch.
finally came out of the back room looking
You will only
tired.
get a 1-week ban on
I told her
Twitch,
someone
but you
was
will
in
get
my room.
permanently
She looked
banned
confused
in real
and
life.
said housekeeping was gone for the night, and no one else had
Do
keys
not
to
commit
guest
sexual
rooms
assault.
except for her and
Do
one
not
older
shoplift.
housekeeper who left hours ago. She offered to check the room with me or move to another, but she seemed so calm that it made me doubt
It is
myself
very
a little.
illegal.
I asked her to come with me back to the room just to check. We went upstairs
This is
together.
freedom of information. You
I
guys are not
expected
kids.
to see the closet wide open or something messed up, but when we entered the room, everything looked normal. The closet was fully open again. The pillow on the chair was straight. Nothing seemed touched, even though I knew something had changed earlier. The woman checked behind the curtains and in the bathroom and under the bed, and she found nothing.
Yeah, on Twitch you will get 1-week ban.
She said maybe
In real
I had
life
a
you will probably
nightmare
get
or woke up
3
confused.
years.
And honestly, this kind of offended me, but I didn't want
prison.
to argue with her because I was tired and embarrassed. So I decided to switch to another
Other people
room
do
down
it
the
anyways.
hall.
Oh.
She gave me a different key
Gain
and
from
left
what?
me alone. I moved my stuff to the new room quickly and locked the door. I checked every corner twice before lying down again.
I'm gonna go now. It was a nice dream,
tried to
but I need
sleep,
energy for
but the
tomorrow. and
fear
honestly, I
kept
have to
my eyes
close
open.
Opera for what I want.
It was only around 1 a.m. and the night felt
Okay,
never
Lena,
ending.
bye-bye.
I kept listening for anything strange. After about an hour, I finally started drifting off when I heard something that made my entire body turn cold. It was the sound of a housekeeping cart rolling down the hallway very slowly. The squeaky wheels echoed down the hall. The problem was that it was way past housekeeping hours, and the woman at the front desk said no one else was working. I sat up in bed and listened. The cart's wheels stopped right outside my new door. I didn't move. I held my breath for a bit so I could listen. Then I heard something worse. I heard someone else breathing right outside the door, and it sounded exactly like the heavy, slow breathing I heard from inside the first room. It went on for almost a full minute. I wanted to run or call someone, but my phone was across the room on the desk and I was too scared to move. Then I heard a gentle knocking sound. Not with knuckles, but like someone pressing their palm against the door softly. They were feeling the door, not knocking. Eventually the breathing stopped and the
This
wheels
is like
squeaked
Link,
again
bro.
as the cart was pushed
Dude, this guy's like Link trying to break into my
slowly
room.
down the hallway. I
This is
got up
exactly
after
what
a
Link
few
does.
minutes and looked through the peephole, but the hallway was empty. The cart was gone too. I checked my phone and thought about calling the front desk again, but I felt like they would think I was crazy. I locked the chain on the door, pushed the chair against it, and sat awake for hours. I kept thinking about the first room and
Maybe the guy had
breathing.
an asthma attack.
I tried to
Maybe.
convince myself it was just someone on my floor messing around. Early in the morning around sunrise, I finally left the room and went downstairs to check out. The woman at the desk was gone, and a man was there instead. I told him what happened, and he gave me a strange look. Then he said something that disturbs me to this day. He said they had not had a housekeeper on staff for the last week because the woman who used to work nights just stopped coming in. He explained that either he or whoever else was on front desk duty would have to clean the rooms in the meantime. He seems like there was
If
something
my
he
kid
was
wants to
hiding from me
get
save
in,
face for
he'll
the
hold
hotel.
a full-blown
I
concert
asked
at
him
3 in
if
the
the missing
morning.
housekeeper had keys to the rooms.
Link would like
and he said yes, she
Link
did.
would try to put his
I left
legs,
immediately after,
like his
and
front
did not look
legs,
back at the hotel.
under the door.
I kept thinking about how that woman at the desk said
Like,
housekeeping
yo, pay
had
attention
already
to
been
me,
through all
let
the
me
rooms
in.
earlier that evening, even though no one had been hired for a week. I don't know if she made that up or if she actually thought the missing woman had done it, but the breathing I heard in the room and outside my door sounded too real, and the way the closet door moved on its own still makes me feel sick. I think someone had been hiding inside that room before I ever arrived.
I feel sick to
I
myself.
think they were still hiding
Like raising
somewhere
a
in the hotel
toddler,
while I
yes.
slept.
He's cute though. I let him in sometimes. Story 4, Manuel B.
I work as a house person at a hotel. It's a mix of maintenance and housekeeping. My job is
Housekeeping.
to mostly help the front desk, which mainly involves me fixing guests' appliances and bringing them supplies. Another one of my jobs is to keep our pool clean and stashed with towels, which is relevant to the story I'm about to share.
Is
This
it
took
though?
place in summer of 2023. My boss hired a new front desk worker.
One of the
and
last 3
for
meetings got
privacy
moved to Monday.
reasons,
Nice.
I'll call her Brianna. She was working the night shifts, so I had a schedule change to help her on nights. It was a Wednesday night, so for our hotel, means it was a dead night. Basically no check-ins. Me and Brianna mostly just chatted for the night while we did our stuff, which led to me
You're
going
in
to
the
our
story,
pool.
Bree. What the frick?
For a guest here, if you
Never
wanted to
told
go
me this.
swimming, you
You're
had
famous.
to fill out a form which basically gives you all the rules, and you'll be handed a pool key. Our managers gave us employees master keys that can get you into basically anything in the hotel. I clicked the key onto the lock, and the pool door unlocked, allowing me to head in. The pool has a storage room, which we stash towels, and also other stuff like chlorine and whatnot. I opened the storage room and grabbed towels, since I saw there was little
Zen!
to none on the rack.
Oh my gosh, 20 gifted. W. Everyone spam W right now. If you're asleep, wake up. Spam W right now. W. Oh my gosh. W. Hi, Nini.
As I was
I
bending down to
waited.
grab one more towel, I heard
you,
something
Zen.
hit the water. I actually jumped because it startled the hell out of me, and it caused me to drop the towels. I rushed out back to the pool area and saw one of our lifesavers floating on top of the water. It was so bizarre because there was no
No
way this
gamble
lifesaver
all.
could have been in the water
No.
without having been tossed into the
No.
pool. I looked around the pool to see if someone had entered, but there was
No.
no one in here except for me. I pulled in the lifesaver out of the pool and quickly got back to putting
Poorly
towels
thinking
out
of all.
and left. I was weirded out for sure.
What do you mean,
asked
oh
Brianna,
well?
who was at the front desk, if anyone went to the pool, and of course she said no. I didn't want to bring up the weird incident that happened since she was new and I wanted to give her a good impression of not sounding delusional. The night went on and nothing happened until around 9:30 p.m.
Gerlin?
I grabbed a maintenance slip and read what the problem was.
Who's Gerlin? Me?
324's
I'm
toilet
Gerlin.
wasn't working. I trotted my way up to room 324 and let myself in with the key. When you open the door, immediately to the right is the bathroom.
Oh my gosh, W again. Thank you, Zen.
If you walk straight past the bathroom,
Okay, now
you'll find two beds on the right side of the room.
I'm pretty sure Butter gave you.
I headed right towards the toilet and lifted the lid up to fix it.
You gamble all.
There was no one in the room since Brianna told me the guest wasn't arriving until Friday. While I was adjusting the valves and flapper inside of the toilet to see what wasn't working, I felt the temperature all of a sudden drop.
Oh.
I stopped what I was doing and stood there, feeling the hairs on my arms slowly raising up. What the hell? I said in my head as I looked at all the vents that could possibly be letting cold air in. Then I realized there could be no cold air. It was a summer night, a warm summer night to be specific. So what the hell could make the temperature just drop? As soon as I had this thought, I felt the air return to normal, and my hairs went back down. I checked the thermostat in the room, and it read
I
68
believe
degrees.
the next person who gambles all
This
will
put me
win.
more on edge now.
Oh,
since I
here
hadn't
you go. Use
forgotten
your
the
chance,
pool
guys.
incident. I wanted to fix the toilet and get out of here, so I went back into the bathroom and back to fixing the toilet. It felt like 2 minutes went by, because I heard the toilet start to flush again. I sighed out of relief, and watched the water in the tank rise back up. When over the sound of the water, there was an audibly loud thump coming from somewhere outside the bathroom. I froze in place.
Okay.
That all too familiar cold feeling coming back. My heart started to race as my mind started to race at what could have made that noise. I put the lid back on top of the toilet and made
Do
my
you
way
guys
out of
leave
the
your
bathroom.
toilet seats, or not toilet seats, but like the toilet lid up? I've never done that. I always get nervous that Link is gonna get inside there and then start drinking or something, and I'm like, I'm not doing that.
bathroom? I turned my head right to face the two beds and saw the room phone on the nightstand.
I close it. I
dangling.
close it too.
However, I wasn't paying attention to the phone dangling. I was paying attention to what I saw past the phone. In the corner of the room, right next
There
to
are
the
some.
bed,
I've been to some people's houses where they leave it up, and I'm like, huh? Why? Can't you just like every time you use it, just especially when you flush, dude? Didn't they show that video like what happens to a toilet whenever you flush it? Dude, every single particle splashes out of there, bro.
really tall person standing still as ever.
My Nana
I
does
felt
that.
myself struggling to breathe with what I was looking at. I was frozen stiff in the doorway of the bathroom. I couldn't see any features on this person. It was just
Germs
this
projectile.
completely black figure in a dim room, like a character outline when you unlock them in a fighting game. It stood so still I couldn't hear any noise emit from it. Then, I swear to God, he, she, it, whatever, moved.
Uh-oh.
I don't know which limb moved, but all I know is I saw this figure move.
All I know is that it
and
moved,
practically
man. It
bolted
moved.
for the main door, flinging it open so fast I almost smacked myself in the face. I closed the door and rushed back down to the first floor where
train.
Brianna was at the front desk.
Ooh, what emote are we gonna
I
get?
told her that I was punching out, and we said our farewells for the night. While driving home, I was wrapped in my head, trying to figure out what just happened to me. I connected the pool incident to the room incident. I had no idea what that thing was in my room. And yes, I say thing now because I realized that couldn't be any human I know, and how I couldn't read a
All would
single
think it as
feature
well.
of it. It was enough for me to get out of
As
there.
if you're
I like
falling
to
at
think
night.
my mind was just playing tricks on me, but I have no way of knowing for sure.
If
Nothing
the
weird
lid is
like this
down,
has
I would
happened
have to
me
lift it
since,
so it
which I'm
calms
thankful
the
for,
back of my mind.
because that was the
True.
scariest night of my life.
And plus, it's more sanitary because of the video that I watched. Here, let me. Video of flushing toilet with lid open. This will ruin you guys. By the way, you will forever would want to like have your toilet seat closed. So, this is what happens. That is what happens to all of your juice. To all of your juice whenever you flush the toilet. This is what happens. If you don't have the lid closed. That is disgusting. Disgusting, Damjiganaya. That is gross. Yes. So keep your toilet seats closed whenever you flush, guys. Don't flush while you're inside there too. Don't flush while you're sitting, not inside. What? Don't flush when you're inside the toilet. You will get flushed down. Hi, Maya. Ooh. Poor man's bidet. Dude, bidets are incredible. I love bidets. Just flush while you're still sitting. No, did you not see? Did you not see what just happened? Hype chest. Let's see. Share. What I get? I got a crown. An actual queen. I'm a queen. What the frick? I am a queen. W me. Okay. Might as well keep going with the spooky stuff. Or disturbing true night shift horror stories. Whoever has night shift, click on right now. Because you're going to want to hear these stories whenever you want to go to the night shift. So you can avoid them.
Okay, so I used to work night shift at a small hotel, and this happened about a year ago.
And yeah, don't
I still
flush your
think about
toilet
it all
with the lid
time
open.
because it genuinely freaked me out so
Actually,
bad.
flush your toilet with the lid open with your face right next to it.
And I don't know what the guy's plan
W.
was or what he was trying to do. And it
Just
honestly
absorb
makes
all of
me
it, bro.
feel sick when I remember just how long he was there and that I
Be
didn't
like
even
Wendy
realize he
from
wasn't
Fairy
supposed to be
Tale. You
there.
just do this.
The hotel was small, only
When
3
dragons
floors and maybe
roar.
40 rooms total. It wasn't a busy place. Usually we only had about 10 or
Hi,
15
Pastel.
rooms
Welcome
filled
back.
on weeknights. I worked from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. It was usually really boring and quiet, which was fine with me. I would just sit behind the desk, do some paperwork, sometimes check the cameras, sometimes watch YouTube on my phone if it was really dead.
Of course,
The
of
lobby
course.
wasn't big, just the desk and some couches off to the side with the TV, and then some vending machines in the corner. Behind the desk was a little office where I had a computer and a chair and a glass window so I could see the lobby while I sat in there. At night, the front doors locked automatically, so guests had to buzz in, and I would press a button to let them through. Usually nothing happened after midnight except the occasional guest coming in late. But one night, this man came in around 11, and everything about it still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. He buzzed the door and I let him in. He looked mid-40s, tall, kind of skinny, but not too skinny. And he was wearing jeans and a baseball cap, carrying a backpack. He walked up to the desk and asked if we had a room for the night. I told him yes and gave him the price.
Yes.
And he nodded and pulled out a card. I swiped it, it went through, and I gave him a key card for room 214 on the second floor. I remember he looked at me for a second too long before he left. He had this kind of blank expression. His eyes stayed on me for maybe 3 or 4 seconds after I handed him the key. Then he turned and walked off toward the elevator. Nothing about it screamed dangerous right away, but it was enough to make me notice him. After that, I sat back in the chair and played on my phone for a while.
Thank you, guys.
Around midnight, I looked up and he was back in the lobby. He didn't come to the desk, he just walked past me and sat down in the lounge area with the couches. The TV wasn't on, but he just sat down facing it. I figured maybe he couldn't sleep or something. Some
Are your
guests hang out
sneezes
in the
that
lobby
crazy?
sometimes, so I didn't think too much of it. But then after half an hour, I realized he was literally just sitting there doing nothing. He wasn't on his phone or reading. He wasn't even dozing off. He was just staring straight ahead at the blank screen. I got up at one point to grab water from the vending machine, and when I walked across the lobby, I felt him turn his head and watch me the whole way. I didn't look at him directly, but I could feel his eyes on me until I was back behind the desk. It gave me this really uneasy feeling. Around 1 a.m., I was checking the reservation system on the computer because I was bored, and that's when I noticed something weird. I pulled up the occupied room list and saw that room 214 said vacant. I mumbled what the f under my breath and double-checked, because I literally just checked this guy in an hour earlier. I thought maybe I made a mistake, so I looked at the check-in logs, and there was nothing for him. No name, no charge, nothing. Then I went into the transaction screen to make sure his card had gone through earlier, and it showed no payment. I remember feeling confused as hell, because I swore I swiped his card and it beeped like it worked. But there was nothing in the
5
system at
Fortnite
all.
YouTubers.
That's when I
Could've
picked up the phone and called
sworn.
room 214. It rang like 10 times, but no answer. Then I checked the key card entry log, which tells you if the door to that room was open that night, and it showed nothing. No one had entered the
zombie.
room.
I got you.
That's when I realized he never even went to the room after I gave him the card. I looked over into the lounge, and there he was, still sitting there, staring at the TV that wasn't even on.
That is crazy.
I started to get this awful feeling in my chest. I sat there debating what to do. Part of me thought maybe the system just glitched, but the fact that the room had no entry log and no charge made it pretty clear he wasn't even checked in. I waited another 15 minutes just watching him. Around 1:30, I walked over and asked if everything was okay.
It is not
He turned his
okay.
head and looked at me with no expression, and he told me he just couldn't sleep. Then he turned back toward the TV. I nodded and went back behind my desk, but my hands were shaking. Around 2, I noticed he wasn't sitting in the lounge anymore. My stomach dropped right away because I didn't see him in the lobby at all. I scanned the area, and then I spotted him standing at the end of the hallway by the bathrooms, half hidden in the dark. He was just standing still.
Menacingly.
I kept glancing up at him, pretending to be on the computer. He stood there for a while, and then slowly walked back and sat in the lounge again like nothing happened. I called my manager at home and explained what was going on. She sounded tired and told me to just keep an eye on him and call the police if he did anything threatening. I remember hanging up and thinking that it already felt threatening, but I didn't know what else to do. I checked the security cameras after that. I saw him on the first floor hallway camera. He walked all the way down the hall, stopped at the end, stood there for several minutes, and walked back. Later, he went into the stairwell and stayed in there for about 10 minutes. I don't know what he was doing in there. Every time I looked up from the computer, he was somewhere else, near the vending machines or by the elevators, once just standing near the corner of the lobby where the light didn't hit well. He was always staring. By 3:30, I couldn't take it anymore, so I called the non-emergency police line and explained that there was a man in the hotel who I didn't think was a guest. They said they'd send someone. While I was waiting, I noticed he moved again, this time closer to the desk. He was standing maybe 15 feet away, just watching me. He didn't blink much, and he definitely didn't speak. He just stared like he had a staring problem. I pretended to type something on the computer, but I was so scared I could hardly breathe.
Why can't you
At
just
around
leave the room?
3:50,
Am I
the
crazy?
buzzer went off, and I thought maybe it was the cops already, but it was just another guest coming back late. I let him in quickly, and the man turned his head and watched the guest walk past. I noticed his eyes follow him the whole way across the lobby.
Oh,
That scared me
no.
even more, because it was like he was studying him. A few minutes later, the man disappeared again. I checked the cameras and saw him standing outside one of the guest room doors on the first floor, like he was literally just standing there. So that's when I called actual 911. I told them he was outside a guest's room and I didn't know what he was trying to do. They said officers were on the way. I kept my eyes glued on the camera feed, and he just stood at the door for about 3 minutes, then slowly walked back to the lobby. When he came back, he walked right up to the desk this time and leaned over the counter. He looked at me and asked if there was any food.
No
His
food,
voice was
sir.
so low it was disturbing.
Bye-bye.
I told him there were vending machines in the corner. He gave a small smile, then walked away. I just sat there staring at the clock, begging
There's
the
no
cops
food
to
here,
get
sir.
there.
Bye-bye.
Finally,
Bye,
around
sir.
4:10,
No food here.
2 officers showed up. I let them in and pointed right at him.
Kitsune tent and gifted. W.
He was back,
Back
in the
for a
lounge,
sec.
sitting
Bye-bye.
down.
Oh, no.
They
Hopefully you
walked
feel better,
over and
Kitsune.
talked to him for a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
They asked for his ID
W.
and asked him questions I couldn't hear. Then they walked him out. One of the officers came back and explained that the guy wasn't a guest at all. The credit card he gave me was stolen, and he had no bags or reservation. He had just been pretending so he could get access to the building. They charged him with trespassing and the stolen card. After they left, I sat there shaking until my shift was over. Every time I looked at the cameras, I expected to see him again. The part that messed me up the most was realizing he had been inside the hotel for hours, wandering around and standing outside guest rooms, watching me from different spots, and he was never even supposed to be there. I have no idea what his plan was, but I know it wasn't good. That was the scariest night of my life.
Meredith from The Office.
My name is Meredith.
From
I'm
The
24,
Office.
and I work the night shift at a tiny gas station off County Road 11. It's the kind of place most people don't even notice unless they're out of gas or completely lost. I took the job because it was quiet and predictable. I liked that.
I refreshed.
Or at
What
least I
happened?
used to.
Big
It
W
started on a
Kitsune.
Thursday night around
Gifted
1 a.m.
subs.
The air outside was wet and still, and the hum of the overhead lights had been getting under my skin all shift. I was just about to microwave a cinnamon roll I didn't even really want when the
yummy.
door chimed. A man walked in, mid-40s, maybe older. He had a green coat, messy hair, and dry lips like he hadn't smiled in years. He didn't head for the coffee or chips like most people. He just stood near the counter, staring at me with this strange kind of familiarity. "Hi," I said, forcing a polite
Okay.
smile. Then the man said, "You always work this late?"
Yeah.
I blinked and said,
Sure.
Yeah, mostly." He smiled. Then he said, "I figured. I've passed through a few times.
What?
Noticed it's always you." That unsettled me more than I let show. "Oh yeah, right, small town," I said. He didn't leave. "Meredith, right?" I froze. I wasn't wearing a name tag. I was about to ask him how he knew, but he followed it with saying that I have nice handwriting, and he motioned to the whiteboard where I had written cinnamon
Oh.
coffee is back. Most people dot their I's like circles. You use little slashes. It's very specific, thoughtful. I didn't respond. He didn't buy anything.
This guy's a
Just
weirdo.
stood there for another minute, watching me, like he was studying my reactions. Then he finally nodded. "I'm Paul," he said. "Just curious, that's all." And then he walked out into the fog.
Nah, Paul, you gotta
After
leave.
that, he started showing up randomly. Not every night, not enough to scream stalker out loud, but often enough that I stopped assuming it was a coincidence. Sometimes he'd come inside, sometimes he'd just sit in his car near the edge of the lot with his headlights off. One night, I tried to ignore him. He came in, bought a bottle of water, and lingered like always. "You're quieter tonight," he said.
Oh my gosh, Paul.
"Long shift,"
You gotta leave me
I
alone.
muttered. He slowly looked around the store like he was taking inventory of everything. It must get lonely. Just you out here in the dark, no one else for miles, he said. I'm fine, I replied. He leaned on the counter.
Do your strat,
Ever
zombie.
get scared being a woman alone at night? His voice wasn't threatening. That's what made it worse. It was curious, like neutral, like he was asking about the weather. I stepped back and I asked, "Do you need anything else?" He tilted his head. "You always keep the door to the back room locked. Smart. I noticed you check it around 2 a.m. almost every night."
Jeez.
My stomach turned. I didn't answer. "I'll let you get back to it," he said, with a soft, almost apologetic smile.
Paul,
Didn't mean
please.
to make you uncomfortable. Then he walked out again. After that night, I started walking to my car with my keys between my fingers. I kept a tire iron under the counter. I changed the curtains in my apartment, started showering with the bathroom door locked even when no one else was home. There were nights he didn't come. Sometimes I'd go a whole week without seeing him, but it didn't help. It actually made it worse, because I never knew when he'd reappear. Like the time I came back from my 10-minute break to find a Polaroid on the counter.
I'm
It
done.
was
Oh
me
no.
refilling the windshield washer bin behind the station. It was taken from that night, close up, way too close. There was no note along with it, but the slash dot on the word I and the word windshield on the bin label had been circled in red ink. The next time he came in, I told him to leave. I told him if he stayed, I'd call the police.
Oh man. This is creepy. But what if he's just like an awkward guy? He's just an awkward,
Paul
sweet
just nodded.
guy.
I get it. I've been too forward. "You've been following me," I said, with my voice cracking, and I hated that it did. "I just think you're the kind of person who's used to being misunderstood. I thought maybe you'd appreciate someone who pays attention."
Oh my gosh, bro.
"That's not paying attention.
Gross.
That's obsession," I replied.
No.
He didn't flinch. Would it be easier if I wore a smile and brought a soda every night? Would I be more normal if I just talked about sports and pretended I didn't notice the way your shoes are always a half size too big?
Leave,
Or your
Paul.
left eyelid twitches when you're tired. By this point, I was already dialing 911. He didn't stop me.
Paul just notices the
police
little
came
things.
quickly, and he didn't resist.
Like when I lock my
He
door,
just stood there, arms
when
at
I
his
go out
sides,
to get
waiting.
to the bathroom.
They searched his car and found a notepad filled with dates and times. It was my schedule.
How many times I blink
Notes about
per
my
minute?
walk, my clothes, my groceries. One page just had my name
Just so
written
thoughtful.
over and over again in tighter and tighter loops until it turned into scribbles. He kept telling the cops the same thing. "I just noticed things. I'm just a curious guy."
I'm just a curious
The restraining
guy.
order went through that week.
I'm
Now I
just
don't
that
work
type of
nights
guy.
anymore. I don't even live in the same town.
What?
The company transferred me to another station 2 hours away. But even now, when I drive home and see headlights behind me for too long, I feel the back of my neck tingle. And sometimes, I still think about the way he said my name. Like he already knew what it would sound like in his mouth. Like he'd been practicing it.
Story by Jennifer.
I want to start this off by saying at the time I'm writing this happened to me just last night. I worked the overnight shift at a 24-hour gas station. I'm a 22-year-old female, and I've been working there just shy of 2 months. I work the weekend shifts, which is Thursday through Saturday, while another coworker, who I'll call Max for privacy reasons, works the weekdays of Sunday through Wednesday. My coworker Max and a friend of his I'll call Ben had come into the station at about 2:30 a.m. to get some coffee and say hi. Max and his friend had taken some magic mushrooms a couple hours before they came in. So when I saw them,
W
they were
shrooms,
all
am I right,
giggly and
Jack?
shit. Honestly,
Don't do
it
drugs.
was pure entertainment for me.
But W
As we were
shrooms, never
talking
do
about
drugs,
random
kids.
stuff, Ben had made the comments about how there was a car parked in the parking lot with its lights off but running, with someone inside that had been there before they pulled in. He said when he questioned the guy said he was waiting for a DoorDash order. Normally that wasn't out of the ordinary for DoorDashers to wait in their car while we packed an order up. What was odd was I hadn't received an order in almost 2 hours. I spent most of the night in the back of the store cleaning, away from the tills and the front doors, so I couldn't even see the parking lot. We waved it off as nothing, and the two guys went
Why
outside
are you
to smoke a
W-ing
cigar and
shrooms?
play with Max's
Because
dog
don't do
that they brought
shrooms. Don't do
along.
drugs, kids.
At first, I
W
didn't think
shrooms
much
though.
of it, but once I was alone, I thought it was a little weird.
You've never had
considering I
shrooms?
didn't know
Like, if
how
you eat
long
one,
they'd
you
been
grow-
out
you
there
go
before
taller.
My coworker came in. Fast forward about an hour.
The blue
I
one
came
makes you
back in to get
smaller.
More coffee. It was at that point Max told me
The
more
red one
about
makes
how
you
the car
stomp.
had been out there parked in a spot that even when I went to the register, I couldn't see it due to the wall.
And if it has a
Told me that
helicopter,
the entire hour they were
it'll
out there
make
playing
you
with his
fly.
dog and smoking in the parking lot, the man in the car had switched between watching
You ever
them
played Mario
and
before?
looking like he was texting someone on his phone. When Ben had noticed this, in his high as hell state, he walked over to the car and asked, "What's up? Why are you looking at us?" At that point, the man had tried to pretend he didn't speak any English.
Wonder what actually
that
happens
didn't
when you
work,
take
He
shrooms.
switched to English and started saying he must
You,
have had the wrong address before hightailing it out of the parking lot. He was
Normally you
definitely
grow
higher
you
than
grow
Max
you
at that
grow like
point.
twice.
But what made it really creepy was
The
Max
blue
said
ones
that the
you
car looked
get
brand
smaller.
new and had
You
no
can fit into
license
its places
plate.
more.
He also noticed there was a pile
Yeah,
of
the green
blankets
one
in
makes
the
you
back,
have another life.
enough to hide
Makes you get a
someone
life.
under. And when the man was confronted, another car had just pulled into the lot with its lights off. A car that also looked brand new and had no license plates. And as soon as the first car had started
This
driving
isn't Mario,
away,
Mario, it
the
is.
car that had just pulled in immediately
Different
followed them
flavors.
out. Max had stayed another 15 minutes before they headed out and told me to be careful and to keep an eye out. At about 6 a.m., he came back in for more coffee, and he was definitely sober, so we talked more about it. He said the guy was acting super suspicious the entire time they were out there, constantly checking his phone and watching them along with the entrance to the parking lot and the doors to the store. Even he admitted that he was freaked out, and once he came down from his high, he wanted to check on me to make sure I was all right. We both decided that had they not been there,
You both
this whole
decided that that
scenario
guy was
could
a
have gone one
freak.
of several ways. I don't know if it was a pure coincidence, or if those two cars were planning on doing something to me as soon as Max and Ben had left and I was alone. I may carry a knife on my person for protection, but my gut tells me that from what they described, that if there were multiple people, it might not have been any good. And if they hadn't been there, just playing like kids in the parking lot, something terrible just might have happened to me. I work again tonight, and I'll update if anything happens during my shift. I really wish I didn't have an update for you, but I do. The car came back again during my shift. This is how it happened. It was about
An
3 a.m.
update.
and I was
Wait, this is
mopping
like
the
new.
floors when 4 guys came in to get coffee and some snacks. I was ringing them up when one of them asked if I knew anything about the car that was at the far end of the parking lot, running with its lights off. I looked at the man and asked, "What car?" He then went on to tell me there was what looked like a brand new Subaru with no license plates.
A
running
Subaru!
with what looked like 2 guys
Is there a
arguing in
rem?
the front seats. I could feel my
there a
heart drop
Beatrice?
into my stomach when he said this. I told the group that a car with that same description had been sitting in the parking lot the night before, but there was only one guy in it, who I assumed to be the leader of this group, told me as they were pumping gas, they noticed the car as it had been there when they pulled in,
May-
and how it just sat there as they
Oh, my
filled up their
cheek.
truck. He told me as they were walking to the
My
doors, they
cheek.
passed the car, since they were at the pump farthest from the doors. He
Classic
said that
gas
as they
station
passed, they
horror
could hear a
swap.
guy not quite yelling, but talking pretty loud.
This
and
one's been
pointing
going
towards
on
the
for a
doors
while,
of the
though.
store. As they passed, one of the guys started to walk towards the car to ask if everything was okay. When the guys in the car finally noticed them, they proceeded to put the car in reverse.
Y'all ever
and
been
drive
to a
away.
gas station?
I told them that I believed that was the same car from the night before that had been acting suspicious when there were others in the parking lot, and when confronted, he seemed panicked before leaving with another car following him out. They seemed alarmed and offered
Is
to
there
stay
another
with me for
girl
a bit
in?
to make
Yeah,
sure
it's
they
me.
didn't come back. I asked if they were sure, and when they told me it was no
I'm the
problem,
original girl
they
in.
hung around for about 20 minutes.
There's
before
a
we all decided
copycat
I was
called
probably in the clear.
Golden
I
Apple.
thanked them again and let them top off their coffee for free before they headed out, and I was left alone. Nothing else happened
There's
the rest of
Sally's,
my
yeah,
shift,
me.
but I sure as hell kept an eye out when I eventually had to go outside to change the trash at the gas pumps. What's scariest to me is not once did I see this car, but had multiple people warn me about it. At first, I was hoping I was just paranoid and it was really nothing, but to have the same car come 2 nights in a row, at almost the same time, and park in a spot that couldn't be seen from the register or the front windows, makes me wonder if my paranoia is justified. If it is, I'm just glad I had another group of people show up so I wasn't alone if those guys in the car had decided to come in. Thankfully, I don't work for the next few days, and I can only
Grounded
hope when I
pepper
work
bottle
again,
instead. There you
the
go.
car doesn't show up.
What about a gun? What about a knife? Dan Watermelon or Dan Waterman? What's your
My
last
name is
name?
Daniel.
Waterman.
I'm 29, and I work the overnight shift at a small rural motel. It's not a chain, just
Pepper
a
spray can be
family-owned
banned.
place with 2 floors
In different
and maybe
countries, I
25
guess.
rooms in total.
In the US, it's very
I
legal.
usually work from 10 p.m. to
Legal
6
in all
a.m.
50 states.
The motel doesn't get much traffic at night, maybe a couple check-ins after midnight if someone is traveling through, but most of the time it's dead quiet. That's why I took the job. I'm not really a people person, so sitting in an empty building most nights works for me. The way it's set up is there's a main office with the front desk, some chairs, a coffee machine,
Nari.
and a little rack of
Hi, Nari.
brochures. Behind the desk
How
is
you
a
been?
hallway that leads to a
We've been
back
good.
office. That back office is kind of like a
Back
lounge.
office.
It has another desk, a couch, a mini fridge, and a TV mounted on the wall. The cool thing is that there's a little speaker back there that dings whenever someone rings the bell at the front
Hopefully
desk.
you've been good, Nari.
So normally I just sit in the back, watch something on my laptop, maybe nap on the couch, and then when I hear the bell,
I almost
get
used
up and
pepper
walk to the
spray on
front.
dogs when I was running before.
I've
Now I
worked
only
there
got it
long
small
enough
for
to know the
getting
regular
chased by
rhythm of the
dogs.
place.
You have to
The
not
building
run.
creaks
They're not gonna
sometimes,
do
the
anything
heater
to you,
makes
I'll be
a
honest.
clicking noise, and the front door buzzes when a guest uses their key card after hours. Those are all normal sounds. But the thing about
Ain't
working
doing
the night
nothing.
shift is even the normal stuff can get under your skin if you think too much about it. And sometimes, the things that seem normal at first turn out not to be. This happened on a Tuesday night back in fall.
I've been better. Can't wait for this
It
year
was
to end,
cold
to be honest. How you
outside,
been?
maybe
I've
in the
been great.
40s, and the parking lot was empty except for 4 or 5 cars belonging to guests.
Hopefully you'll do
It was
better.
about 2 a.m.
I'm
when
sure
I first heard
the
the bell.
year will.
I stood up from the couch
End
in the
on a high
back
note.
and went into the main office. When I got there, nobody was standing at the desk. The lobby was empty. I looked outside through the glass doors, but the road was dark and seemingly empty as well. There were no cars pulling in or headlights or anything. I thought maybe I had imagined it, but the bell is loud and clear, so I knew I hadn't. I stood there for a minute, waiting to see if anyone came in late, but no one did. So I went back to the lounge. I sat on the couch, pulled out my phone, and scrolled for a while. Not even 10 minutes later, the bell rang again. I jumped up and walked quickly into the main office, but once again it was
Jump up
empty.
and get down.
The hair on the back of my neck stood up this time. I went to the doors and stepped outside. The parking lot looked the same as before. The cars were all parked with their lights off and there was no movement anywhere. The road was completely empty too. I walked to the edge of the sidewalk and looked both ways, but there wasn't a single sign of life out there. I went back inside and sat behind the front desk this time instead of going to the back. I figured maybe some drunk person was messing with me, a ding-dong ditch
Imagine.
of sorts. Maybe a guest's kid thought it
I
was
don't
funny.
think so though.
But after sitting there for 15 minutes with nothing happening, I started to relax again. I leaned back in the chair, opened
What if
my
the homeless
laptop,
be trolling?
figured it was just one of those weird
Trolling
things
homeless
I'd laugh
ghost.
about later. Then the bell rang again. I snapped my head up so fast that it hurt. The lobby was still empty, nobody in sight. My skin started to crawl. I stood up and walked around the front desk to make sure
Nah.
nobody was hiding, but there was no one. I checked the bathrooms of the lobby. I even stepped outside again, nothing. I walked the lot a little, shining my phone flashlight, but it was just dead quiet. I went back inside, and that's when I decided to try something different. Instead of going back to the lounge, I sat down in the chair right behind the front desk. If someone was sneaking around and ringing the bell just to mess with me, I wanted to
I'm gonna
be
take the
there
bell
to
at this
catch
point and
them.
put a note, meow for attention.
Turned the lobby lights down a little so the room was dim, and I just sat there listening. It was so quiet that every little sound made me twitch. The clock ticking on the wall sounded louder than usual. The fridge in the back office clicked on and hummed. Every couple of minutes, the building creaked as it settled. I sat there with my arms crossed, staring at the bell on the counter. 15 minutes passed, then 20. My eyes started to get heavy, and I thought maybe the person had given up. I even started thinking I just imagined the whole thing. Just as I was letting myself relax and doze off, it happened. The bell rang, only this time I saw what was doing it. A pale hand came up from under the front desk, reaching over the counter and pressing the bell right in front of me. I jumped up so fast I'm sure the chair almost fell over, and I bolted down the hall into the back office. I slammed the door and locked it, and I stood there in the dark.
Honestly though,
my
guys, would you guys be scared of supernatural things or like actual real people?
chest pounding. My mind was racing.
I know,
trying
a
to
lot of you
figure-
guys will probably say, "Oh, dude, I'm more scared of real people." But maybe that's because like supernatural things, like you haven't like if you've never experienced it, like it's so hard to put in your head, right?
Figure out how someone could even be under there. The desk doesn't have much space underneath.
Like
but
you'll
it's
say
enough
real
for
people,
someone to
but if I
crouch
put you
and
in an
squeeze
actual
in.
supernatural scenario right now where
Hiding
it's
just a
life or
few
death,
feet
you'll be
away
like,
from
oh no,
me,
I want real people
waiting.
instead, please.
I forced myself to look at the security monitors. There were 4 cameras, one on the lobby, one on the hallway, and 2 on the parking lot. On the lobby feed, I saw the chair I had apparently tipped over in my rush. The counter looked empty. Then in the bottom corner of the frame, I saw movement. A head poked out
I
from
will
behind
simply
the
tell the
desk.
ghost, no thank you.
I
Oh, there
couldn't
you
make
go.
out details, just the outline and the glint of eyes staring straight into the camera. I backed away from the monitor. I couldn't look at it. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911 with shaking hands. I whispered to the dispatcher that someone had broken in and was hiding in the
Dispatch?
lobby.
Should we play dispatch,
He
guys?
told me to stay where I was and that officers were on the way.
Keep forgetting how much
While I was on the
dispatch
phone,
is.
I watched the
Who knows
monitor.
reverse them?
The person's head disappeared, and then I saw the person crawl out from behind the desk on hands and knees. He crawled to the door and then stood up. He was tall and wearing a hoodie with the hood pulled tight, and his posture was hunched over. Then he
Have you
turned
played it yet?
around
Nah.
and started walking around the lobby like he was looking for something.
I want
then
to,
he
though.
turned and walked out of the camera frame toward the hallway.
As
that
long as
led
it's
to the
not too
back
expensive.
office. I pressed my back against
If it's
the locked
more
door.
than $2,
A moment later, the knob rattled.
maybe not.
Just once. A very slow rattle, and then nothing. The dispatcher kept asking if I was safe, but I couldn't even answer for a few seconds because my throat felt like it was closing
It is
up.
worth it.
After what felt like
Maybe
forever,
I'm broke.
I heard slow footsteps moving away. I rushed back to the monitor. The man was pacing around the lobby again. At one point, he stood in front of the glass doors and just stared outside like he was waiting for someone. Then he walked over to the brochure rack and started flipping through the papers, as if he were sarcastically killing time. Minutes dragged by. Finally, I saw flashing blue and red lights through the parking lot cameras. The cops pulled up. 2 cars. The man must have seen it too, because he suddenly bolted out of frame. A second later, I heard the front doors open. When the officers cleared the building, they found a large rock near the front door that was presumably used to prop the front door open.
Okay.
But they didn't find him inside. He was gone.
Did they at
They
least
searched
find
the
any
lot,
any
checked
like
the road.
evidence that he
The
was
officer
there?
told me whoever it was must have slipped out as soon as they pulled up. I kept replaying it in my head after. The way that hand just came up from under the desk and pressed the bell, calm as anything. Now every time I hear that bell at night, I think of that night and experience.
PTSD.
I don't think I'll ever look at that desk the same way again.
She got PTSD because of that. That's crazy. Dun, 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 dun. Should we keep going? Should we keep going on the spooky train or something else? It's your choice. Who wins? You decide. Yes? Why not? Okay, let's do it. Spoopy. I want one. 3 disturbing, true, scary stories. These are true. So scary. So loud. OMG. Ranger
This happened a few
Rabbit.
months ago. I've been driving for Lyft for a few years now, and I usually stick to late night shifts. The roads are quieter and the tips are better, but there is a trade-off. Every once in a while, you get a story that sticks with you, and not in a good way. I'd
In a
always
bad
thought
way.
myself was careful. I've dealt with my fair share of odd passengers, but nothing, and I mean nothing, even came close to being as strange as what I'm about to tell you. I didn't have a dash cam at the time.
Why
That
not,
night was the
bro?
main reason
Cameras
I stopped.
are your
It
shield.
started off normal enough.
I love cameras.
Just me and the odd sounds my car would occasionally make. I've got this
Make sure you have a
beat-up
dash cam, guys.
2005 Volvo, but it's reliable.
Make sure you have a dash cam whenever you're driving, unless you're a bad driver. Make sure you don't have a dash cam. If you're a bad driver, a dash cam will only hurt you.
terrible as hell. The streets were quite
Make sure you don't
literally
have one
deserted,
if you're a bad
which,
driver.
like I said earlier, I preferred. Sometime after 2 p.m., I got a request from a convenience store nearby. Seemed harmless at first, but for some reason, I got this weird feeling in my gut about it.
Got this weird
Ever get that
feeling.
feeling like something's off, but you can't explain why? That's exactly what hit me as I
Inside
drove
my
up.
bones.
Before I even saw the guy, I figured out why I was getting that gut feeling. The convenience store I was pulling up to was closed. All the lights were off, and there was not a single car in the lot. As I pulled closer, I saw him. I made sure to drive pretty slowly so I could get a good look at him. He was pacing outside the store, wearing this ratty hoodie that looked like it hadn't seen a washing machine in years. I'm not kidding about that. There was literally a hole in the sleeve. His movements were jerky, like he couldn't
I'm
stand
a bad driver
still.
when I drive
He
alone,
kept
but when
glancing
I go
over
back
his
to driving
shoulder
school,
like he
perfect
thought
driving
someone
whenever
was
I have
after
someone in
him.
the car with me.
If I had to guess, he was on something.
You're just a good test taker.
Probably should have just canceled the ride and driven away. I even hovered my finger over the cancel button, but I didn't for whatever reason. I unlocked the doors, and he slid into the back seat without a word. I
Nah.
regretted my
Why
decision
would you do
the
that?
moment I took my foot off the brake.
Why would you do that?
Most people either scroll on their phones or stare out the window, but not him. He just sat there, staring
Menacingly.
at me through the rearview mirror, not blinking, not looking away, just staring directly at me. I tried not to stare back, but I couldn't help but catch his eye a couple of times. He looked kind of angry, which was also pretty unsettling. I tried to ignore him and turned on the radio to break the silence. I don't even remember which station I clicked on, but the moment the music started playing, he snapped at me to turn it off.
Uh-oh.
His voice was deep and a little raspy, and I could tell he was a smoker right away. That kind of caught me off guard, and I jerked the steering
Meant to
wheel a
chain
little bit.
smokers.
I resisted the urge to look at him in the mirror and just did as he said, gripping the wheel a little tighter. I didn't say anything, and we drove in silence for a while. I thought maybe he'd just sit there quietly until we got to his stop. That's what I was hoping for, at least. But then he spoke. I remember the conversation like it was yesterday. He asked me if I ever picked up someone I shouldn't have. The
Uh-oh.
question hit me like a brick.
Uh-oh. Why are you
Let out
asking
this
that, bro?
awkward laugh and said, "Well, I hope not." I was trying to keep it light, but he didn't react. He just leaned back and muttered something to himself that I couldn't hear. Then he started going on about how he used to be an Uber driver and he quit because some punks stole some stuff from his car. He was slurring his words a bit, so I couldn't make out everything he said, but I got the gist of the story for the most part. I looked in the mirror once or twice while he was telling me the story, and I realized he was smiling the whole time, which was incredibly unsettling.
Jeez.
A normal person wouldn't smile talking about something like that. He concluded his
They
story
would frown
by saying,
instead.
"It's funny how much trust you put in someone sitting right behind you." That comment was what did it for
I once
me.
read a dark
I
romance
started
novel
thinking
about
about him as
hitchhiking.
more of a threat
Is
than
it
just
this
a
one?
crazy drug addict. Unfortunately, there
This
wasn't
might be
much I
the
could do
one
about
that
it.
you watched.
I felt my pulse speed up. I kept my eyes on the road.
I'm an
my
old
mind
man.
was spinning. I glanced at the GPS, focusing on the destination like it was some kind of lifeline. But the guy did not know when to stop talking. He kept babbling about nonsense.
Guy's a
Some of
yapper,
it
professional
concerning and
yapper.
Some of it just gibberish. I honestly couldn't keep up.
Dude, I did Uber
Eventually, he
for a
started
while in college. I
apologizing
ended
to
up at the back of a
someone,
police
although I
car.
don't think it was me.
Cop just laughed at me for being unwilling gateway
He had just
driver.
done something awful and that he was a bad person. He kept saying, "I didn't mean it," repeatedly, followed by a few
That is
frantic
funny.
"I'm sorries." I didn't respond, worried that he'd do something if I did. I didn't know what he'd
You
done
let me
or
go
what he was
after.
capable of, but I wasn't about to find out. We were only a few minutes from his stop when he snapped
dude,
out of
seriously,
his
I'm just an
muttering
Uber.
haze
Look.
and yelled at me that I had missed the turn. I didn't miss it. The GPS clearly showed we were on track, but I slammed on the brakes anyway.
My car was
Mostly out
surrounded.
of
That's
fear.
gotta be scary
He
still.
demanded that I pull
That's
over,
pretty funny.
so that's what I did.
After the fact.
My hands were shaking at that point. I just wanted the nightmare to be over. As soon as I shifted into park, headlights appeared behind us. It was a police car. I said a silent prayer and watched as it crept down the road, its spotlight briefly sweeping over my car. The guy in my back seat slouched down like he was trying to stay out of sight. I turned my head and saw him lying almost perfectly flat on my back seat with his eyes closed. I whipped my head back around before he saw me, trying to keep my breathing steady. He stayed in that position for a really uncomfortable amount of time. I wanted to ask
What is he
him
doing?
but decided against it. Eventually, he lifted his head and told me I had gotten lucky. Before I had a chance to do anything, he opened my car door and disappeared. I ended up calling my shift short after that. I was shaken up and didn't feel like driving around anymore.
Got tired.
It wasn't until a few weeks later that I came across something on my phone that proved how dangerous of a situation I had been in. According to a news article, a convenience store had been robbed on the night I picked up that passenger. It was 2 blocks from where I had picked that guy up.
Okay.
It makes me sick knowing I was inches away from a dangerous criminal.
What,
who
is
could
it
have harmed me
him?
If he had chosen to.
You have his name.
I'm a little scared to contact the police about this. I try to avoid law enforcement for various personal reasons I won't get into. I'm not really sure if my report would even help. Either way, I'm much more cautious about who I let in my car.
That's good. Oh my gosh. This is why you never go outside, chat.
I used to live in the city. The urban lifestyle is honestly what I always envisioned for myself. I'm not going to get
Never
into
go
it,
outside,
but
never
after
talk to
an
people.
Extremely traumatic experience.
People scary.
I couldn't bear even the smallest noises. I began to hate noise in general. My psychiatrist told me I had developed a rare case of phonophobia. So that pins and needles feeling you get when your foot falls asleep. It's kind of like that, but in my chest. Always there, like my body was bracing for something that wasn't coming. Every car horn or
You do that every day.
slamming door felt like a jolt
Braver
straight
than me.
to my nerves. I couldn't keep living like that. About 3 years ago, I found a cabin buried deep in the Pacific Northwest. I don't want to say exactly where it was for reasons you'll soon understand, but all I'll say is that it was somewhere in Oregon. It seemed perfect. Very few neighbors, no traffic, barely any cell service. What really sold me on it, though, was the lack of noise. It was just me and the peace and quiet. For the first time in months,
staying at home, talking
I thought I might
to
actually
nobody.
feel safe.
Damn.
The cabin itself was small but cozy.
Imagine like I'm actually like
Fair, it was
having a
exactly what the
schizo
listing
attack
had
every day,
promised.
and then
You
I'm
could
just
tell it had been
talking.
built to last.
I'm talking to you guys, but you guys don't really
Sturdy
exist,
stone
and you guys are just my
fireplace.
demons.
It smelled like pine and old books when I first walked in. You know, that kind of earthy scent that's almost comforting. Think like one of those old cabin-style bed and breakfasts. For
I
any of
actually
you
have
who
0
gone
viewers right
skiing
now,
before.
and then I'm just imagining
The
chat
nearest
moving.
neighbor lived about a 10-minute walk down a narrow dirt path. I didn't meet her right away, though. For the first few days, I just soaked in the
Are you sure
silence.
we're real? No.
I'd wake up to the sound of birds instead of sirens, and at night, the only thing I heard was the wind brushing through the trees. It was like the whole world
That would be
had pressed
crazy. That would be
pause,
crazy.
and I could finally breathe
The
again.
craziest plot twist in the
I
movie.
did all my work from my laptop, so there really was no need for me to connect with the outside world beyond that.
You are
About
imaginary.
a
I knew
week
it.
after I moved in, there was
Mons,
a
let's
knock
go
on
ahead
the
and
door.
ban Emma.
The cabin obviously had no doorbell, so those knocks were something I'd have to get used to. I opened the door, expecting it to be my neighbor, and it was. It was a moderately old woman carrying a basket of
No,
preserves
okay.
like she just stepped out of a Hallmark movie.
He's a
She
joke.
introduced herself as Michelle and told me she lived about 10 minutes down the trail, which didn't sound far at all until you factored in how dense the woods were. I mean, you could get turned around in there just looking for
I
firewood.
just got turned around. That's all.
She was in her late 60s with oddly long gray hair and these piercing blue eyes that made you feel like she could see right through you. She wasn't rude exactly, more like blunt. She
I don't really
welcomed
have a
me
soul
to the
gambling
woods
problem
and
since I don't
extended the
exist.
basket toward me like she was
Ooh.
expecting me to take it. I didn't really have much of a choice. She was
Well,
practically shoving it in
Golden,
my
you don't
face.
really have a film.
I know it
You haven't
sounds
really gambled that
hospitable,
much.
but her vibe
As far
seemed
as I know,
a
you've
little
only
off.
been gambling
That
today.
makes sense. I grabbed it impulsively. but
There's
I
this
admit
one
I've
person in my
never been
chat,
treated that way by a
Gerlin,
neighbor before. It
who is
wasn't anything
me.
crazy,
That's
but
me.
it wasn't something I was used to.
That one.
I thanked her as I took
Oh.
the basket, and she looked at me like she was expecting me to say something else. I honestly
Straight
didn't know
up
what
you.
else to say, so I just smiled. She kept staring at me awkwardly, which confirmed my suspicion that this woman didn't interact with a lot of people. Eventually, she spoke.
What happened to Gerlin?
She said, and these were her exact words, which I'll never forget. Always
I
keep
became
your lanterns
Gerlin.
full,
It's
your
me.
windows
I'm
shut
Gerlin.
tight, and your wits sharper than your axe.
Went
It
into
wasn't something
hiding.
a normal person would say to someone else. It was like she was reciting from a rule book. It honestly sounded more like a warning than advice. I nodded, smiled, and turned to go back inside. After shutting the door, I stood there in silence, waiting to hear her footsteps walk away. She didn't walk away for a good 45 seconds, which was probably the strangest part about the whole interaction. Despite the weird vibe, I did appreciate her kindness. She seemed reclusive, but not unfriendly. The kind of person who'd help you if you asked, but wouldn't go out of her way to pry. I told myself it was nice to know someone was close by, even if I didn't plan on needing her. I didn't even bother looking in the basket. I just set it down in the living room and forgot about it. There was a thunderstorm that night,
Hidden the
which is
lantern.
extremely rare for Oregon.
Unless you have
but it
split
does happen.
personalities, I do.
I lit a few candles.
No,
and
no.
curled up on the couch
It's
with
me
a
and my
book,
bro.
trying to ignore
Sometimes
the
it's
fact
my
that
bro
hours
streaming,
flickering
sometimes
every few
it's me
minutes.
streaming. Sally's.
Some of you might find that kind of isolation scary, but I actually loved it. For some reason, my brain wasn't freaked out by the natural sounds of the thunderstorm. It was actually that specific storm which gave me that realization. I listened intently to everything outside, and it was
Sally's, Silas,
soothing.
girl in,
Of
girl on.
course, that peaceful feeling didn't last. A few hours after the storm started, there was a knock at the door that nearly made me jump out of my skin. I say knock, but it was really more of a banging. It was loud and definitely not natural. Like whoever it was didn't care that it was pouring outside. My heart started pounding, and I began to feel that god-awful tingly sensation in my chest.
Uh-oh.
After hesitating for a few seconds, I grabbed a flashlight and got up to check who it was. I looked through the little glass window pane next to the door. It was Michelle, soaked to the bone and clutching a flashlight. I
Uh-oh.
opened the door, and she spoke before I even had a chance to greet her. She blurted out that she saw someone near my woodpile and that I should know about it. I was beyond confused, but her words were incredibly concerning, and that took precedence. I stepped out onto the porch, shining my flashlight into the rain, but I couldn't see anything but trees. I asked her if she was sure, and she nodded.
I'll be
Her
Aladdin
eyes
hiding.
kept darting to the woods like she was expecting someone to emerge from it any second. The whole
Do
thing
it.
was pretty freaky.
I believe.
I kept looking around, but there wasn't much I could make out between the darkness
I
and the
can
chaos of
show
the
you
storm.
the world.
Before I could say anything else, she told
Shining,
me to be careful and began walking away
shimmering.
without waiting for a response. I
Splendor.
watched her head back down the path toward her cabin, clearly unfazed by the pouring rain. I stood there until the glow of the flashlight disappeared out of sight, and then I went back inside.
Let your heart
The literal second I
decide.
shut the door, I realized her story was riddled with holes. How could she have seen someone near my woodpile if her house was 10 minutes away? She must have been on my property to begin with. Why the hell would she be snooping around my cabin during a thunderstorm?
Why wouldn't she?
Was she lying? It didn't sit right with me, but marching over to her house in the middle of a thunderstorm was the last thing I was going to do. Still, I had to do something. I locked up the cabin as securely as I could and sat in my room, listening. The storm started to die down after a while, but I still felt pretty uneasy. A few more hours passed without incident, so I decided that it was probably safe to go to sleep. I can't remember exactly what time it was, but sometime after midnight, I woke up to the sound of a branch snapping just outside my bedroom window. I'm a really light sleeper, so I was 100% positive it was a branch snapping and not something else. I froze in place for a few tense seconds, listening. Eventually, I crept to the window, half hoping I wouldn't
To
see
the
anything.
window.
At first, I
To the
didn't,
wall.
but then I spotted her. Michelle. She was standing at the edge of the woods. Her body
Michelle,
hanging
what do you
away
be
from the
doing in the
house.
woods, bro?
I could tell it was
No,
her
Michelle,
because her hair was
please.
so long and
Stop.
disheveled. I strained to make out more, but being as there was only moonlight to help me see, it was no use. I saw her beginning to turn around, so I ducked beneath the window before she could catch me looking at her. I stayed crouched there for what felt like forever. When I finally mustered the courage to peek again, she was gone. I genuinely didn't know what to do. I hadn't exactly pegged her as dangerous, just weird. But at that point, I was having second thoughts. It didn't make sense. Why would she try and warn me earlier if she
I
was
have
the
that
one
condition. I
poking
will never
around?
go to a cabin in the woods.
I didn't sleep for hours.
The cabin in the woods
I was pretty dead
problem.
set on just staying up until sunrise. A few hours passed, and I was starting to get tired. As I finally began letting my guard
When I'm
down,
finally trying to
there was
win,
a
I keep
knock at the
losing.
door.
Oh,
It wasn't like the banging from earlier. It was actually kind of quiet. Still, I wasn't going to get up under any circumstances. The pins and needles started up again as I quietly made my way
Worse
over
than
to
night
the
are
door.
creepy. No,
I
that's
took
where
an
Edward is.
inconspicuous
That's where he
glance through the
sleeps or
pane
whatever.
and froze in horror.
That's
It
where
wasn't Michelle.
Edward and
It
Bella
was a
sleep.
burly-looking bald guy with a thick beard.
Their house.
I had to fight every bone in my body not to yell out in fear. The situation instantly went from a 6 to a 10.
Thank you for the follow,
As
Melly.
quietly as I could, I retreated to my bathroom, locked the door, and called the police.
Y'all never seen
As I was on
Edward?
the phone with
Edward's
them,
like,
I started to hear
"Hey,
banging
Bella.
on the front door.
It's me,
like someone was
Edward.
repeatedly
I'm
smashing it with
British."
a heavy object. The operator told me help was on the way and instructed me not to hang up. I sat there more terrified than I'd ever been in my entire life. Eventually, the front door gave way,
Gunman thingy
and I
to
heard it
fall.
crash open. I genuinely thought I was going to die. That man, whoever he was, started smashing things in my cabin. At least that's what it sounded like. All I could hear was the sound of glass breaking and
You
wood
used to play that in
splintering.
piano. Nice.
I didn't dare make a sound. Luckily, that
I
man didn't seem
can
to look for
open
me,
your
because I never
eyes.
heard his footsteps leave the living room.
Take you wonder
Eventually, the
by
smashing sound stopped, and I
wonder.
was sitting in complete silence again.
Over,
I'd been
sideways,
fighting
and
off a panic attack the whole
under.
time. To my surprise,
On
the police
a
actually arrived
magic
pretty quickly,
carpet
but not
ride.
soon enough to catch that guy in the act. He was long gone. I pleaded with the officers to help me out, but they were downright useless. They did a pathetic search of the surrounding property, but that was it. They wouldn't even agree to search the woods, saying that it was too dense and they were unlikely to find him there anyway.
Well, yes, obviously.
Begged them to
What?
accompany me to Michelle's house at least.
Why would they
which
search the
agreed to.
woods?
When we got to her property,
They think
the jaw
you're
literally
blind.
dropped. The entire
Welcome back,
cabin
Yuki.
was abandoned.
How's the
Cops
sales
confirmed
floor?
this,
Hopefully it's
said
good.
no one had lived there in decades. I told them they had to search it for squatters, but they told me there was no reason for them to do that. They tried to
Aladdin
tell
is
me
my
that there was
favorite
no
Disney
clear signs of
princess.
habitation,
He is so
it would be
cute.
a waste of time. I damn near lost my mind when I heard them say that. I tried to argue, but they more or less told me that living in the woods was a risk I was taking and was not their problem. They left after that, which infuriated me. I obviously moved out of that cabin, but not before spending one more night there. It was awful, but I made it through without anything happening. Things have been good for me since then, but I still constantly think about this experience. Some of my superstitious friends have theorized that Michelle was actually a spirit that was trying to protect me, and that she was really just trying to watch over my property for whatever reason. I don't
Nah.
believe in the paranormal,
Nah.
so I think it's much more likely that two
Nah.
people, her and that man, had been squatting in that abandoned cabin. I just still don't understand why they
That's some
decided to
cope
target
right
me,
there.
or why Michelle would bother to warn me if she were planning on breaking into my house. I don't think I'll ever know. My name is Luke. My
Hi,
girlfriend
Luke.
Catherine and I met 3 years ago as freshmen in college. We go to Stanford, which has been my dream school since I was like 8. Neither of us are from California. Pretty far from it, actually. We're both from Ohio. Her
Ohio?
from Cincinnati, and me just outside Columbus. I think that's a big reason we were so attracted to each other. I think people from similar areas are naturally
missed the
drawn to
poke,
each other
frick.
for whatever reason.
You escaped me now, Yuki.
Stanford's not a huge school,
Only-
but
only
most
this
of the
time.
student body is originally from California, so us being from the Midwest definitely differentiates us. One of the traditions we've
I didn't.
created is
I
how we
chose
split
to
Christmas
not bite
between
it.
our families. Catherine's popular amongst my relatives, so her presence is always appreciated.
Because I'm
and
too hungry right
welcomed.
now. I'm so
Damn
hungry
near
right now
expected at
that I
this
might not
point.
even just take the finger.
Since her
I'll
house
eat the
is
whole
just a
hand.
2-hour drive from mine, we decided early
Yeah.
on to spend Christmas Eve with my family, who celebrates Christmas Eve night, and then drive through the night to her house for Christmas Day. Until I met her, I didn't realize that most families celebrate Christmas the day of, not the night before. Oddly enough, my favorite part of the holiday isn't Christmas Eve or Christmas Day though, it's that late night drive. It's become its own little tradition, something we both look forward to every year. The first time we did
Oh, you're
it
not at
still
work today?
remains one of my
I
favorite
thought it was
memories
tomorrow
with her.
and
Because of where I live,
Christmas.
the quickest route from my house to hers doesn't
I'm a
take us on a
sandwich.
major highway. Most of the route is quiet back roads, just fields, trees, and the occasional distant farmhouse.
now you can eat 2 slices
It's
of bread.
always really late at night when we do it.
Thank you.
So in combination with the secluded route, we rarely encounter any other cars. It feels like the world is asleep, and we have it all to ourselves. Don't laugh, but we always blast Juice WRLD during the drive. His music has been a shared
I'll
obsession
see
since we
your
met.
shadows
I
in
know
my
his music
room.
is a little cringy,
Can't
but
take
something
back the
about singing
love
the
that
lyrics
I gave
together is
you.
really special.
It's to
like
the
we're in
point
sync.
where I love and I
This
hate
past
you,
Christmas
and
Eve
I
started
cannot
like any
change you,
other.
so I must
After a
replace
wholesome night with
you.
my entire
Oh,
extended
easier
family,
said than
packed up my
done.
car around midnight and hit the road.
I love Juice WRLD, bro.
The snow was falling lightly, and
Shout
the roads
out.
were deserted as expected.
R.I.P.
With the music and heat cranked up, everything felt perfect. That all changed in an instant, though. What I'm about to describe to you is still one of the most unsettling things I've ever experienced. Probably the most unsettling thing. I was driving along when the music was interrupted by my phone ringing. I glanced
Welcome
down,
back, cats.
a little irritated that I'd be getting a call this late. It was an unknown number. I ignored it without thinking. Probably a scam call. Those things are constant these days. Catherine made a joke about how committed those call center guys must be making calls on Christmas. I laughed in agreement, and that was that. But then,
That was
a few
that.
minutes later, my phone rang a second time. I again looked down and saw that it was another unknown number,
Bro.
probably the same one as before. I sighed, irritated, but let it go to voicemail. Catherine glanced
they
at
get
me and
holiday
raised
pay
her
too.
eyebrow, but didn't say anything.
Maybe.
I tilted my phone towards her.
I
to
assume
show her
like
that
these
it was
call
an
centers
unknown
are like
number.
commission
She
based.
said,
Like whenever you
"That's
get a
so
sale,
weird,"
you get like a
with an
percentage of
confused
it.
look. I didn't respond.
Kind of like Wolf of Wall
Instead, just
Street.
shrugged my shoulders. The music eventually resumed, and I tried to take my mind off the phone calls. But of course, not 2 minutes later, my phone rang again. I was pissed at that point, cursing under my breath as I fumbled wildly for my phone. I snatched it from the console and swiped aggressively across the screen, ready to tell whoever it was to screw off for spamming my phone. I could tell I startled Catherine, as her body tensed up with my sudden movements.
Pretty much.
In
that's cool,
hindsight, I probably overreacted, but I was sick of being harassed. I basically barked hello into the phone with as sharp a tone as I could muster. I expected the scam script to begin, but I was instead met with silence.
Uh-oh.
I turned up the volume in my car and immediately picked up on a faint static coming from the other side of the line. I was about to hang up when a man's voice spoke. The voice didn't belong to anyone I knew. "Hello, Luke." I was so caught off guard I nearly swerved off the road. I couldn't speak. I felt my whole body starting to itch, which always happens to me when I'm nervous. Before I could respond, the man continued. He started reciting personal information, my full name, my address, details about my life that no stranger should know, details that no stranger
How do you
could
do that?
know. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of
My
it.
bad.
I wanted to pull over on the side of the road, but I kept driving like I was in some kind of trance. I considered shouting at him, but decided that anger wasn't the best resource in a situation like this. After he paused for a few tense moments, I finally spoke. I asked him what he wanted in a steady voice, trying to hide the fear I was feeling. The voice paused before delivering the words that made my blood run cold. He said that he wasn't here for me, that he was here for Catherine.
Oh, heck nah, bro. Heck nah. You're here for her? Nah, bro. You're here for my fists.
Hearing my girlfriend's name was about 100
Heck
times
nah.
more terrifying than hearing
Heck
my own.
nah.
The horrified expression on her face told me that she was just as shocked as I was. I blurted out that I didn't know a Catherine, that he must have the wrong number. The man chuckled before saying, "She's sitting right next to you." That was too much for me. I pulled over on the side of the road. I had no choice. My hands were literally shaking in fear. I was about to say something when Catherine reached into my lap in one fluid movement and hung up the phone. Just like that, I literally screamed in her face, demanding to know why she hung.
Why would you scream in her face, bro? What are you, weird? Why did he scream at her face? What? Is he good? You need pills, bro?
Hung up on a stranger that was making personal threats towards us. She didn't answer, just looked at me with wide, fearful eyes. I desperately tried to call the number back, once, twice, 3 times.
4
but it
times
never went
maybe.
through. Catherine told me to keep driving, which I ultimately did.
6 times.
Not before questioning
7,
her.
6,
She
7.
told me she was scared and that I couldn't blame her for hanging up, which I guess was fair. I drove off in silence, but I still couldn't understand why she'd hang up the phone. I don't know whether I was more furious
Catherine's trying to
or
hide
afraid.
something.
Part of me was expecting that number to call back, but after about 10 minutes, I felt like it was increasingly unlikely.
Catherine finna be hiding something
looked over
weird.
at Catherine and saw
I don't know
tears in
about
her
that. That's
eyes.
kind of weird.
She told me she didn't feel safe, which I empathized with. Something in the pit of my stomach gnawed at me, though.
8-7.
Catherine and I had been through enough in our relationship to know that trust didn't always come easily. There had been little things, white lies, half-truths, moments where I caught her being less than honest. I knew I was being paranoid, though. How could she possibly have done anything to do with this? The rest of the drive was silent. I didn't play the music again, and neither of us spoke.
Anything, give me the
My mind
phone.
was still spinning with a million unanswered questions. Who the hell was that guy? How did he know so much about me?
How did he know so much about
Only my family knew where we
Catherine?
were driving that night, and they'd never pull a stunt like this. I was 100% sure of it. I couldn't think of another.
You know what I would do?
Even
I would be like, yeah, it's me, Catherine. I would pretend to be
we
Catherine.
finally pulled into
And then they'd
Catherine's
be like, what?
driveway.
No, you're not
I didn't feel
Catherine.
much
No, it's
better.
me, Catherine.
It's been
I've
almost a month since
transitioned.
this happened, and I have yet to get my answers.
And then I'll cancel him if
Neither
he
of our
has a
family
problem
members
with
were
it.
responsible. We asked all of them. Catherine swears she's just as clueless as I am, which leads me to believe the person on the other end of the phone call had sinister intentions. You might think I'm overreacting to a harmless prank, but I'm telling you, other than our family members, there are no people on earth who knew Catherine and I would be driving that night. I've been really tense ever since. I can't help but brace myself.
Maybe it's
every
her
time
white
my
light
phone
too.
rings. I know he's going to call
That was her
me
brother.
again eventually.
His brother.
It's just a matter of time.
Okay. Let's do one last video. One last video. Three very disturbing true coworker horror stories. Last video. Then I gotta do chores. Ron Evans. It's like Chris Evans.
Back when I was 20,
Captain
during
America's.
the summer before my senior year of college, I landed an
Maybe the
internship
headset.
at a financial services firm downtown. It wasn't
Thank you,
anything
Zen.
fancy, mostly data entry, spreadsheets, and sitting in front of a computer all day. But it paid decently, and it looked
I
great
juiced
on
it
a
out.
resume.
The
There were
meal
7
that
other
Zen bought
interns
me,
behind
I ate it
and we
this
were all
morning.
crammed
The half
together
of
in
it.
this open office section with rows of cubicles that didn't quite give you
So I'm
privacy.
like juiced.
Just enough to make small talk
I spread it
feel
out.
optional. Out of the 7, 5 of them were people I liked, a mix of
I
chill,
ate already. I'm still
down-to-earth
hungry.
college students who didn't take the internship too seriously.
I'm so fat.
Another guy, Eric, was the type who treated the whole thing like it was life
That's
or
me.
death.
That's me,
Barely
brig.
spoke and was always typing like his keyboard owed him money. But the 7th intern, Alex, was something else entirely. When I first met
I'm like a
Alex,
whale.
he seemed normal enough. Maybe a little awkward, but we all were at the beginning. He was
I've never sat at a cubicle before. And my wait, no, never mind. I thought about it for 2 seconds and then like, yeah, I have. I've worked at a cubicle.
tall, thin, kind of pale, and had this mop of dark hair that always looked a little unwashed. He didn't really fit the finance intern stereotype, but that's not what threw me off.
What's it like?
It was the way he acted around me.
I'll be honest. It was so boring, bro. I felt bad. I'm like, what am I getting paid for? Like sometimes I would just sit there looking for something to do. And I would feel bad every time. I'm like, bro,
First, it was
I'm getting paid
subtle.
and not doing
Pop
nothing.
up at my cubicle during the day, lean over the divider in a way that made him look freakishly tall, like 7 feet tall because the cubicle walls were low, and only his head would be visible above
Late
him.
Night Express. Thank you.
Tilt his head
Thank you,
slightly,
Zen.
grin with a strange frozen smile, and start talking
W,
in this
W, Zen.
deliberately weird voice, like he was trying to sound
Did you
creepy on
decorate it?
purpose.
No.
I'd laugh it off awkwardly.
It
pretending I
wasn't
thought
like
it
a
was
private
funny,
cubicle
but I
thing. It was like
remember
a
thinking it was an odd
it was
thing
shared.
to do in a
Like I
professional
have to give up my
setting.
cubicle
He'd
night
say
shift.
random stuff like working hard or hardly working, Ronnie, in that slow,
And my skills
unnatural
aren't rusty
tone,
nice.
and then hold the smile for way too long. The first couple of times, I figured he was just being quirky or trying too hard to stand out. Some people at internships are awkward like that.
It's
so I didn't
boring
wanna
in
make
there
a big
unless you're
deal
allowed
out
to
of
do.
it.
Yeah, I was
But
not.
then it
I was
started
not allowed to
happening
do
more
anything.
often. Every single day, at least once,
Very
I'd
strict.
see his head slowly rise above my cubicle wall. That same stretched grin plastered across his annoying face, and he'd start some bizarre conversation that didn't make sense. Sometimes he'd make jokes that weren't funny or mutter random phrases that didn't relate to anything.
You're allowed to do anything. You're allowed to do stuff that is related to work.
Unsettling voice.
But a lot of the
like a
time, I was
soft
just there,
voice,
like not doing
kind
anything.
of taunting
'cause
way.
there wasn't much work.
Honestly, a very good recent comparison of the voice he was doing was the voice Charlie Hunnam did for his role as Ed Gein. The other interns noticed it too, but they mostly laughed it off, thinking Alex was being weird on purpose to lighten the mood. I also think they thought Alex and I had built some kind of rapport that
It was
the
a
rest of them
mentorship.
didn't
My
build
mentor
with
brought
him.
me my own computer,
There was
and we
something
were
about the
learning
way
how
he
to
directed it
program
only at
robots.
me that
Sadly,
made me feel
they had to close during COVID.
It's not
All
like
the
I
reptiles
treated
and
him any
tarantulas and
differently.
fishies were
It was
given
like
away.
I was his
Yeah.
personal audience for whatever
You didn't
creepy
take
act
it?
he was trying to pull. As the weeks went on,
What if it was
his
Jake
visits got
Long, the
longer.
bearded dragon?
He'd lean over and stay there for minutes at a time, staring at me while talking. Sometimes not even saying much, just looking. I'd fake a laugh, say I had to finish a report, and hope he'd get the hint. He rarely did. Then one night, about 6 weeks into the internship, I was home eating dinner when my phone rang. It was a number I didn't recognize. I normally don't answer unknown calls, but since I was expecting a delivery confirmation, I picked it up. When I said hello, all I heard for a few seconds was silence. Then suddenly,
I moved states
I heard
already.
a
They had
voice I
animals because we were
recognized
studying
immediately.
them.
It was Alex's
Pretty cool.
voice. The same forced, creepy tone he always used
Oh
in the
no, it's
office.
Alex.
He said, "The tide's coming in. Pull your boat out of the water." But this time, his voice was a little louder, almost a yell. He dragged the words out like he was reciting a riddle, and then he burst out laughing this insanely unhinged laugh before
I
hanging
would
up.
never pick up an unknown
The thing
call.
that
It's
made my
true.
skin crawl wasn't
Who
just the
does,
call.
bro?
It was the fact that I never gave Alex my
If
number.
it's important,
not
text me.
once. The next thing I did was text the number back, asking if this was Alex. But the text said not delivered, and when I looked it up, it was a landline number. That's when I really started to get freaked out. How did he get my number? Why was he calling me like that? I tried to rationalize.
Why is this guy
it.
such a freak?
Maybe he found it through a company contact sheet or something. But even then, the way he said that line didn't sit with me. I couldn't stop replaying the sound of his laugh in my head. It didn't sound like someone joking around. It sounded like he was f***ing with me to the point of trying to actually scare me. This
I do,
wasn't
then
just
pretend as a
goofy
customer
behavior
service rep to
anymore.
troll.
That Monday, when I got to the office, Alex wasn't there.
Didn't even answer
His
phone
desk was
calls for
empty,
people.
and I
know.
didn't see him all morning.
True. I do.
went to our
I would answer
supervisor,
phone calls.
A guy named Martin.
If they're
I
calling
asked
me,
him
that
if
means
Alex
they
might have
like
gotten my number through
yeah,
the
it's
company.
important. But if you're a
Martin was very
random, if you're a random person and then you're trying to like phone me and then it says unknown number, bro, I'm not answering that. The frick? You think I'm silly? You think I'm silly, bro?
Saying interns didn't have access to employee info like that. On top of that, they'd let Alex go at the end of the previous week because he wasn't doing any work and had ignored multiple warnings. That's when I told him about the call. He seemed surprised, and some of the other interns overheard. A couple of them started nodding and saying they always thought Alex was creepy, that he'd made them uncomfortable too. I told them about the weird cubicle visits.
I listened to their
voice,
voicemails.
everything.
It's even weirder.
Martin said
They're
not to
even
worry,
voicemails.
that Alex was
Just
gone
text me
for good
instead.
and had no reason to come back. So that was a little
I'll be honest.
comforting. For the next week or so,
It's
I kept
mostly like
expecting something
dentist
else to happen.
appointments,
A
doctor
message, a random
calls,
encounter, something. But nothing came.
or like a
Life at the office went back to normal.
like my phone
I figured
service
maybe
is the
that
one
was
calling
really
me.
the end of it. Until
Like,
one
yo, you gotta
early
pay
morning.
this. And I'm like,
It was a
no,
Friday,
I am
around 5
broke.
a.m. Still
Please.
dark outside, except for
No,
a thin
let it
gray
be
light
free.
creeping in through the blinds. I woke up because I thought I'd heard something, maybe a noise from outside.
I am
It made me
broke.
get up and look out my window.
Please don't do this to me.
I
Don't
wish
take
I
all my
hadn't.
money.
Standing in my backyard, halfway between the trees and the porch light, was a
I rarely
figure
on my
looking
phone,
up at
so
my
when I get a
window.
call, it's usually my friends. So.
Even though it was barely light out, I could tell who it was immediately.
I made my phone say my
thin
number wasn't
frame and
available, so
messy
people would
hair,
stop calling me.
The way he stood
That
perfectly
sounds dangerous.
straight. It was Alex. For a few seconds, I could not move. I just stared at him, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. And then, clear as day, I heard him call out my name in that same creepy, performative
I
voice
don't
he'd
even
always
answer when
used
my
at
work
work.
calls. Nah, you
Dragged
gotta
it
answer,
out
bro. You're gonna get
long,
fired.
sing-songy. I grabbed my phone, about to call 911, when I saw him tilt his head back and start laughing. That same loud, hysterical laughter like he did on the phone before hanging up. It didn't sound right. It sounded like someone completely detached from reality. I shouted through the window, yelling at him that I was calling the police and to get the hell off my property. I also waved my phone out the window. He just stood there for a second longer, then turned and started walking away, still laughing as he disappeared into the trees behind my house.
Oh no.
I called the police.
Oh no.
The dispatcher asked me if he was still there.
I don't
said
know.
No. She told me to call back if he came back or threatened to break in. I never saw him again after that. Not at work, not around town, nowhere. The police couldn't do much since he hadn't technically broken in or made a direct threat. It was one of
My
those
work
situations
calls me
where you
when
just
I'm
have
off.
to
It's
live with
usually
the
only
unease,
picking up
hoping
extra
it's
shifts.
over.
Oh, at that point,
The
yeah.
rest of the summer passed without incident.
When I'm
finished the
off, you know I'm
internship.
off. Don't be
On the
calling me,
last
bro.
day, my boss pulled me aside to offer me a permanent position for after graduation. At the time, I
The
accepted,
time they came by, one
though
got
a small
in the house
part of me
already.
felt unsettled about ever going back to that office again.
True.
I never told them about what had happened that morning. I didn't see the point. Alex was gone, and no one even knew where he'd ended up. Over time, I convinced myself that he must have been dealing with some kind of mental illness or
Gamble
social
bigger
disorder,
numbers.
something that made him act that way. It's the only way I can make sense of how he went from a quiet, awkward intern to standing in my backyard at 5 in the morning, laughing like a lunatic. It's been a few years now, and I've moved on from it. I didn't end up with that company. I got a different job after graduation. I don't think about this too often anymore, but sometimes the thought of that image of him in my backyard still skeeves me out. I still wonder how he got my number, how he found my address, and what he wanted that morning. I guess it's not that hard to get people's info online these days.
Yeah.
All I know is that for
It's
a few
crazy.
months in my life, I worked alongside someone who wasn't just strange. He had something way deeper
My
going
phone's
on.
mostly on airplane mode, so I
No
really
matter
get
how
calls on my
many years
number.
pass, I'll never forget the sound of him
Does
laughing
Wi-Fi
in the
work with
dark,
the airplane mode
as if
and
it was all
Bluetooth?
one big joke that only he understood.
Gotcha.
I was 17 when this all happened. It was my first real job, working at a local grocery store in our quiet Vermont town. The kind of town where everyone knew everyone else, and where nothing ever really happened. I liked the job at first. It was simple, and most of my coworkers were friendly. I quickly fell into a rhythm with the cashiers and some
Yeah,
of
but
the
I ain't got
stockbrokers,
rhythm yet.
especially during the slow hours
No,
when there
ain't
weren't
got
many
rhythm.
customers. When that happened, we'd all gather near
welcome.
the front of the store,
You're welcome,
just
my
chatting
subjects.
about random stuff like what we watched on TV, making fun of the older, quirkier employees, and complaining about customers. That sort of thing. It was one of the few times during my shifts where I felt like I wasn't just standing behind a register staring
I
at a
wonder what living in these towns would feel like, where everyone knows everyone. Stressful. I would hate it. Yummy. Thank you, Michi. I don't know. I feel like I would hate it.
screen or blank wall all day.
I feel like this
Depending-
would be the type of town that would be like culty. Like they would be a cult.
On who was the shift supervisor for the day, it would either be relaxed or more strict. Like if a younger supervisor was working, it would be more chill. People would be on their phones and people would socialize by the front. There was one coworker who I didn't know well at first, a guy named Sean. He was 24, a little awkward, the kind of guy who always seemed like he didn't quite know how to read social cues. He had longer hair,
That's for the
but kind of in the
head bad
awkward
crazy.
in-between phase, like he was
Maybe
growing it
one
out,
of those
but didn't
everyone-
quite reach his shoulders yet.
I'm pretty stressful, depending on how
He
you are.
worked in the dairy
I'll be
section,
stressful.
so we didn't interact much at work.
I'll be like, I
He
don't want
was
to talk to
quiet
you.
and
Please
polite
leave me
enough,
alone.
and I honestly didn't think much of him. Most people just nodded at him when they walked past, and he did the same. But eventually, I was added to a coworker group chat, and he was in it. I didn't think twice about it. It was just a chat for work stuff and dumb jokes, and it seems most of the younger employees were in there. But then Sean started messaging me directly. At first, it was harmless. He asked about my shifts, whether I was covering certain days, things like that. But over the next few
What the
weeks,
frick,
it became
Ray?
clear he was trying to get closer.
Huh?
He started asking questions about my personal life, like what music I liked, what I do after work, even little things like what I did over the weekend. Again, I didn't think much of it at first. I mean, people make small talk, right? But the tone was off. Sometimes he'd call me cute in ways that made me uncomfortable. Sometimes he'd make jokes that were slightly flirty.
Go to
I
Lassie.
tried to ignore it, thinking maybe he just didn't know how to behave with girls my age.
In Anchorage.
That's another thing. I was only 17. He was decently older than me, and I don't think anyone else knew he was flirting with me like that. It didn't take long before the behavior became slightly annoying. He'd
Mickey
comment on
CG,
things I
maybe
posted
the film.
online, and sometimes the messages were late at night.
Wasilla.
Not threatening, not really, but there was this persistence in him that made me uneasy. I didn't know how to tell him to back off without making it awkward at work, so I mostly ignored him. Don't shit where you eat, I always hear people say. One day, I was at home watching Stranger Things, my favorite show still to this
Stranger
day.
Kids.
I'd been catching up.
Who's
on
the
latest
strangest
season,
kid?
Binge watching episodes in my bedroom, just completely lost in the show. And then a couple days later at work, everyone was gathered at the front of the store chatting about TV shows.
And being able to
I
ask
was
for a
talking
ride
with a
for
few of
stuff
the
that wasn't.
cashiers about some random series.
He would love Japan, bro. Dude, Japan, everything was walkable. Public transportation is the goat, except for when it's like busy, I guess. But it's nice knowing that you don't need a car. At least in Tokyo. Maybe like in more rural areas, you would need cars. But I feel like Japan's like public transit is good enough that you wouldn't need to. I don't know. I would miss walking places instead of things being a drive away. True.
When Sean suddenly asked
Like
me,
in the US,
"You
bro.
like
Oh,
Stranger
dude.
Things, right?"
You don't got a car, it's
froze.
over.
I couldn't remember telling anyone at work about my show. I just nodded, trying to brush it off, but it left this cold feeling in my stomach. How did he know? I didn't say anything. I did make eye contact for a moment. He just smiled awkwardly and eventually left the front of the store back to the dairy section like nothing had happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me more than I had realized.
I feel that the
Wasn't until a
US is
few
so big that to get to the convenience store you need to drive. No, it's just the infrastructure isn't there, right? Like the way that we build our buildings expects us to have cars. Like it's not like the whole of Europe has the whole Japanese like public transit thing, you know? Like you can travel the whole of Europe. That's a lot more countries. Europe is bigger than America. You can travel by train. Like they don't have a problem with it. It's just like the US's infrastructure does not support public transit like that. It's not because of like landmass. Like Europe has like
It's
really
later
good public
that the fear
public
really
transit.
started. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep after a long day at work. The house was quiet, and then I heard a soft scraping noise against my bedroom window. At first, I thought it was the wind or maybe a branch brushing against the glass, but then I heard it again. A distinct sound of someone tapping on the window, just lightly enough for it to be unnerving. I got up and
The US
peeked
doesn't
through
like
the
public
blinds,
transit?
half expecting to see Sean out
Especially
there.
if it's free public
But
transit.
there was nothing.
I'm pretty sure in Europe
I
it's
tried
not
to
free.
convince myself the sound was nothing to be alarmed about, but the thought of Sean's question at work about
Is there free
Stranger
public
Things,
transit?
a show I hadn't told anyone about, it kept running through my head.
I don't think I've ever
couple
been
of days
I've ever
later,
ridden
he
somewhere
texted me
where it's
again.
free, except for like a school
This
bus.
time I didn't ignore it. I told him clearly and firmly that I wasn't interested. That was when things escalated. Almost immediately,
school bus isn't
he replied,
public transit.
"Okay, good luck changing your address." I couldn't believe it. In
I don't think
one
it's free
insane
anywhere,
text
yeah.
that he clearly sent before thinking of the repercussions, he proved my suspicion.
Bicycle is
right.
free.
I
One of the
saved
most public
messages and took
sub-transits.
screenshots.
You can just actually
I
grab
went
any
straight
bike
to my
that you
manager
want.
and explained everything.
See a bike on
My
the street,
manager
on the
was
road.
shocked.
Yoink,
He told
yours
me
now.
not to worry, that they'd handle it. I also went with my dad to the local police department to file a report, showing them the messages and explaining the incident with the window, explaining that I suspected Sean might be stalking me.
Zombie.
The next day at work, Sean was called in by our boss. He didn't come back. It turned out he was fired on the spot, and the police started the paperwork for a restraining order. I thought maybe that would be the end of it, but I quickly
Gotcha.
realized that nothing
As long
really
as you don't
felt
get caught, it's
over.
free.
Even with the restraining order in place,
Why stop at bikes,
if he
dude?
was actually a crazy person,
Do cars.
what's a piece of paper gonna do to stop him from coming back to the house and doing something crazy? I double-checked locks obsessively, refused to answer any calls or messages from unknown numbers, and avoided talking about my routines with anyone except family. The weeks dragged on like that. I would wake up at night convinced I heard something outside. I had to remind myself constantly that the restraining order was legally binding,
Zombie.
that he couldn't come near me, but the fear was real. Eventually, as the weeks turned into months, the paranoia started to fade. There were no incidents, no attempts to contact me, no sudden appearances.
I don't know why you're not doing your strat. You're just doing CFL, hoping.
I got more comfortable going out alone, stopped checking my window obsessively before bed, and eventually, I stopped thinking about Sean altogether. It took a long time, though, for me to feel fully safe again. Even after moving on, the experience left a mark. I was hyper aware of my surroundings, cautious about new people I met, especially in situations where I felt isolated. I learned to trust my instincts and take any uncomfortable behavior seriously, no matter how small it seemed at first. Looking back, the thing that scares me most isn't that Sean might have actually harmed me.
Oh, I thought you were sleeping.
It's how quickly someone
You weren't
who
here for a
seems
while.
normal, even awkward or harmless, can turn into a source of fear. It can start with small, seemingly innocent interactions, messages, questions, little comments, and escalate into something far more serious. Now, years later, I've moved past it. I work in a different town, live in a new apartment, and I don't think about that grocery store anymore. I don't talk to a single coworker from that job anymore. But the memory of those nights lying in bed, convinced someone was outside my window, it's not something that ever goes away entirely. It's a reminder of how quickly life can feel unsafe, even in a small, quiet town where nothing ever seems to happen. And while Sean never came close to doing anything physically, the psychological impact was enough to make me question how safe I ever truly was.
Sean?
So if you're ever at work and notice a coworker crossing a line, even subtly, take it seriously. Don't brush it off as awkwardness or harmless flirting. It might seem over the top at first, but it could save you from months of fear, or worse. Because sometimes, the danger isn't obvious. But eventually, I did move on. And now, years later, I can look back and say I survived. And that's enough.
Story 3 by KP.
When I was 26, I started working at a small insurance office in a quiet part of Pennsylvania. The kind of office that's tucked behind a strip mall with one long row of desks, flickering fluorescent lights, and the smell of coffee at all hours of the day.
Ooh, smell of coffee.
It wasn't glamorous, but...
Dude, right after this gym, I'm gonna make myself another cup of coffee, baby.
The job could get boring,
Before I do chores.
especially on slow days when the phones barely rang, but it was easy money.
I wonder how many victims cope with the
I usually
aftermath.
worked the day shift, but on this
A lot.
particular Friday, I was scheduled to help close up the office because we were behind on filing a batch of client records. There was a big storm warning that afternoon, the kind that takes over the entire local news broadcast. The moment I woke up and looked out the window that morning, I knew it was going to be a
I wanna
dark,
get
stormy
coffee,
day.
boba.
And around 3 o'clock, the rain started to pour so heavily you couldn't see the end
Bro,
of the street. The thunder came soon after, shaking the windows every few minutes. Honestly, I was personally enjoying the ambiance of the storm. Then the manager decided to let most of the employees
golden.
leave early before it got worse, but a couple of us volunteered to stay to finish some paperwork. The only other person who stayed was a guy named Tom. who had
Iced
just
coffee,
started
boba
working
sounds
there about
delicious right
2
now, I
weeks
know.
prior. He was in his early 30s, tall, quiet, and sort of off-putting in a way I couldn't describe. I wouldn't say creepy, just strange. He never said much to anyone, but he was always nearby. If I went to make coffee, he'd be there 2 minutes later. If I was restocking paper, he'd show up pretending to do the same thing. I figured
So
he
he's
was
a
just
weirdo.
socially awkward. When 5 o'clock hit, the storm was in full force.
We have a Christmas party tomorrow, then
I
I'm off for
swear,
2
every
weeks.
few seconds, lightning flashed, followed by thunder that made the floor vibrate.
W.
The office felt emptier than usual, and the usual hum of lights was replaced by the sound of the storm. Tom was sitting at his desk a few rows down, typing something on his computer that looked like nonsense from where I sat. Every time I looked up,
I wish I
could
were
see
off for
him
2
glancing
weeks.
over in my direction. At first, I tried to focus on my work, but after an hour or so, I realized I hadn't seen him get up once. Around 6:30, the power started flickering. Both of us made the same nervous laugh when the lights dimmed, but he didn't say anything. The next flicker lasted longer, and when the power finally went out completely, the office went silent except for the rain.
That's good.
The emergency lights kicked in, leaving everything bathed in a faint orange glow. I said something about maybe it being a good time to head out, but Tom didn't respond. I heard the sound of keys jingling, and then the front door locking. He muttered something about how it wasn't safe to go outside right now. I thought maybe he was just trying to be helpful, but something about the way he said it.
Drink water, by the way, J3.
I went to grab my bag and jacket, figuring I'd wait it out for a few minutes before heading home. The power outage made the whole building feel smaller. The emergency lights barely lit the hallways, and the storm outside was deafening. When I came back toward the front, Tom was standing near the door, just staring out into the dark parking lot. The rain was falling so heavily you couldn't see anything past the glass. I told him I was going to make a quick call to my boyfriend to let him know I'd be home soon. He didn't say anything again. He stood there staring out the window. I walked toward the break room, but when I tried using my phone, there was no signal. I figured the storm must have knocked out the tower. I tried the landline, but the line was dead too.
I got you, J3.
I turned around to go back to the main office, and nearly jumped when I saw Tom standing in the doorway. I hadn't even heard him walk up. He was holding a small flashlight under his chin, casting shadows up his face. He had this half smile, like he thought it was funny. I forced a nervous laugh and told him he scared me. I then asked him again about unlocking the door so I could leave, but he said something about it not being safe yet, and how it was better to wait until the worst of the storm passed. I said fine, but inside I was starting to feel nervous. He kept watching me. I decided to move to my cubicle to pack up my stuff, pretending to be calm. I wanted to wait for a lull in the storm and then get out. When I looked up again a few minutes later, Tom was gone. I figured maybe he went to the restroom.
I heard rotisserie when you said cheesery. Oh no.
The back door instead of the front one.
Some rotisserie
I
chicken.
knew that one led to a small parking lot behind the building where my car was.
Being dragged by the boss. I hope you have a wonderful
I
rotisserie.
realized the handle wouldn't move. The door was chained shut from the inside.
We're excited, Zen. Share it on Discord. Everyone, if you're not on Discord yet, join the Discord.
I'd never done that before. I turned around and saw the faint glow of the flashlight coming from down the hallway. I ducked into the supply closet next to the break room and closed the door quietly, trying to keep my breathing under control.
This is how you win, guys.
I could hear Tom walking slowly through the hall.
This is how you win, guys.
And then I heard him call my name.
This is how you win,
guys. It sounded like he was trying to sound comforting. He said he just wanted to make sure I was safe. I didn't move or say a word. My heart was pounding so hard I thought he could probably hear it.
That's how you win half a mil. Easy clap.
And for a few seconds, I could see the thin strip of light from the flashlight shining under the door. Then it disappeared. A loud crack of thunder made the building shake. The sound of rain got even louder for a second, and I realized part of the roof above the break room must have been
you just scaled down enough.
I waited, I'd estimate 10 minutes before I finally worked up the nerve to open
If
the
I
door
lost 2 more times, I would have been out, by the way. If I lost 2 more times, I would have been out.
I stepped out carefully and made my way toward the front again.
The bot's on your side. Is it?
I froze. The front glass door had been shattered completely. Rain was blowing inside
so you gamble
across
one
the
soul.
floor,
Oh,
soaking the
smart.
carpet. Tom was nowhere in sight. I hesitated, wondering if he had gone outside.
See, I'm
then I
up. I'm
realized
up
this was my
200K.
only chance. I ran out the door into the pouring rain and sprinted for my car. I didn't even care that I was getting drenched.
I don't know
Hands
why
were
you do
shaking
this,
so
girl.
badly I could barely get the key in ignition. I sped out of the parking lot without looking back once. When I finally got home,
I mean, it's so
locked
easy
every
to win.
door
Look,
and
look, look.
sat
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna close my eyes, and I know I'm gonna win. Okay, I'm closing my eyes, and I'm gonna one try it. Did I win? I want my grandma to talk to me right now if I won. I'm not gonna open my eyes otherwise. Grandma, did I win? Come on. I need answers. Did I, hello? Oh, I can't see. Did I win? If only my grandma can talk to me right now.
Yes, dear.
I won. Wait, did I? Are you guys joking? I did. W. See? That's how you win.
The living room shaking, watching the rain pour against my windows. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I called the office and told my manager what had happened. He didn't believe me at first, until he got there himself and saw the broken glass. He called the police, who showed up and took a statement from me when I was at the office. They said they'd look into it, but it sounded like Tom had just taken off. His car was still in the lot, unlocked, with the keys sitting on the driver's seat. His phone, wallet, and a few personal items were still inside. The security cameras had been turned off manually before the power outage, which meant he must have done it earlier in the night. Nobody ever saw him again. A few of my coworkers said maybe he had some kind of breakdown, but I couldn't stop wondering if he'd been planning something worse. I quit the job a month later. Even though nothing ever happened after that, I couldn't work in a small, enclosed place like that where I had experienced such a traumatic incident. It just wasn't healthy.
All right. That puts an end to our thing. Video was by Mr. Nightmare. Last video. Pretty good video. Patrick was late to the party. All right. Thank you everyone for joining me again for today's stream. Let's see. Should we play? Zombie. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll give you allowance for offline. Boom. Oh, I gave you there was an extra 7 there, but whatever. Frick. I fat fingered it. It's fine.
Grandma needs to refill her channel points again.
Nothing good happens this late.
It costs $2,000 every time I speak, grandson.
It's expensive, Grandma. The voice box thing. It's just his. I can't do anything about it. Bah!
Nothing good happens this late.
Right, guys.
Cool, guess we're the problem anyway.
Thank you for joining me today.
Pulled up in slides, hair a mess. You said, let's make dumb decisions. I'm kinda stressed. Vending machine, dinner, $10 flat. Sitting on curb, talking love and crap.
Bye, Saya.
Every
Bye,
word,
Ichi.
half a joke, half
Bye,
true.
Golden.
I said, you ever think they're
Bye,
scared
Silver.
of us too?
Bye, Eclipse.
No one's
Bye, May. Bye,
but
Ray.
we still talk loud. Like if we stop the silent shout. We keep walking past nowhere signs, cracking.
Bye, Ashu. Everyone say bye right now. Everyone say bye right now. Right now. Bye, Crazy. Bye, Golden. Bye, Zombie. Bye, Flightless. Bye, Uchi. Bye, Ray. Bye, Kiba. Bye, Wolfie. Bye, Zombie. Bye, Reaper. Bye, Yuki. Bye, Ali. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
You lit a smoke you didn't even want. Said it's just the vibe, not the habit.